is a big matchup between two stars, but also two keys to victory for these teams that they have to somehow enable when so much of the focus has been on the EXP lane and the jungle.
Yeah, I think these are two gold laners that have gone down in the history of MLBB, and to see them face off today, I mean, we're in for something. And every lane speaks on that. EXP, Kyle versus Kyrie in jungle, mid lane. I mean, all of these players, all 10 of them are veterans.
Now let's see what happens in the draft, because we saw how important the draft was for Falcons when they slowly started to realize how they can pick away at Yangon Galacticos up until Yangon Galacticos got the best of them in game number 5. Meanwhile, Onyx, it seems like they just couldn't figure out team spirit yesterday. Let's see if Onyx knows Falcons than they did Spirit in the previous matchup. Flying Cloud, though, does not bode well for Falcons. They have no wins in that map this MSC.
And you know, it's interesting because they are on red side as well, and Onyx is a team that does well notoriously on red side, but also on blue side. So this is a squad that is going to be maybe playing a little bit out of their comfort zone, a little bit out of their strengths in comparison to their matchups. But these bans will tell a story. The Selena prioritized and the Barats and the Atlas. That forces also the Fanny and the Freya on the side of Falcons with one more to go.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of bans, it has been so interesting seeing them evolve because every single day, every single matchup, depending on what team they are going against, each team decides and opts for different options. And the Selena and the Barats, I feel like, are the new addition in a game 1 set of bans, especially against Falcons. The Selena has been a problem for a lot of teams.
Yeah, Trex, earlier you were mentioning the importance of each lane matchup. I think we have to look with EXP first. Lutpi is still undefeated on his Uranus. Meanwhile, his counterpart in the lane, Flap, is undefeated on the Esmeralda. So Falcons decides to respect the Uranus and give the Marcel. But remember, the Valentina is still open, and with Marcel giving shields to the lowest health member of his team as his passive, they might just lock in a surprise Valentina Esmeralda right away.
Esmeralda could be good along with that Valentina. Barat's also still open. Harara also...
But I like the Harara, though.
Onyx.
I mean, not Barat's, Bellaric. The Beast, my bad. Bellaric also still open, and then the Harara as well, which I feel like some of these picks, as we've gotten farther in the tournament, haven't been as guaranteed win. We've been seeing the Harara lose here and there, so maybe it's a smarter idea to round out that front line before you start locking in those damage picks like you were saying, Renmar.
Yeah, but Falcons decide to go up against that. They leave the Valentina open. I think they're expecting the Valentina won't get picked up by Onyx, as you usually want to pair up heroes such as the Kimmy with this Marcel, sometimes the Eve, so that you get a longer box of lockdown so your opponents can't get away. Falcons, I love this Esmeralda pickup. The Hirara this early on, I feel like this is just a lot of respect onto Kyrie and the capabilities of that hero. Again, a lot of players, pro or normies like us, say Hirara is broken.
And she doesn't require the same level of execution to be effective, and those iframes are proving to be big either baits, big either opportunities to go in and get that extra kill and get out.
Yeah.
They're things that I feel like now, after an entire tournament of seeing, we thought Ling might compete. Fanny's banned much too often and requires such a high skill ceiling to perform. And Harara seems like by far the most standard best pick, and that's why we're seeing the grab there. But they do take the Valentina away if that was a choice that Falcons wanted to go to later on.
And this pick right here with the Harley has become the answer to the Harara. It's become the possibility of defeating it. And the big thing is it can keep its range, right? It can target down. It can go against it in the Turtle or Lord pit. But I do think there's also a big risk with this pick. If it takes a big hit early on in the game in the first 5 minutes, you don't see much action until late game at that point. Don't get me wrong, Harley still does have a decent late game. Once that Holy Crystal, once that 4th or 5th item gets locked in, there's possibility for damage and still kill pressure in late game. There's early game pressure, but again, if it gets a death or two, you're kind of locked in for only late game possibilities.
Yeah, which is why you see the roam pick up on the glue for Team Falcons here. Because if you go back just a few months ago, with all of the Harleys and Leomords and Suyosa we saw in the jungle, glue roam is hot commodity because of how quickly you can help clear the mid lane, and it encourages an early invade after you clear the first wave in mid. Whether you're going to go to the orange buff or purple buff, but most of the time teams love to go in the purple buff. Surprising here though that Falcons are reading Onyx as the possibility of picking up a Ruby, so that might be a little bit of a teaser in the mindset of Falcons, wherein they might be a little bit more close range and clumped up together. One pick they have to watch out for here in the gold lane is the Granger of Kelra. That pairs very well with the Marcel, and together with the Harley scales up way too quick.
Well, I think I was first going to ask this question before we saw the ban come out. Claude, do you respect the ban? Because that's what Super Marco did yesterday to start turning the games around. He had that moment where they dove him, got the turtle, got the shield back up, and then turned it back into a 2-0 win, and that won them the game. The ban comes out immediately for Onyx.
And what makes that so interesting is earlier on in this tournament, the Claude kind of fell off. And it just goes to show how much of a comfort pick this can be for some of the gold laners still in this tournament. Even a hero that a lot of other teams couldn't pull off, Super Marco is just a menace on. So very well done by Onyx, I think, calling that out. Eudora also goes down, which could have been a great stiff arm to this Harley. One of the few heroes who can quick stun it still. Falcons now, all bans off the table. They are on the gun for first pick and second phase.
I think they save up their mid lane pick for later. They need to see the gold laner of Onyx get picked up first. I think just go ahead and pick up your mid... Oh wait, not mid laner. Excuse me, gold laner. There you go. Clint is the pickup for Falcons. They need a little bit more range. So it makes sense why they ban out the Sora and the Ruby. You get the Glue and the Esmeralda together in the front line. Of course, Herrera always puts herself in the front line. That's just the nature of the assassin hero. And you need something in the back. Now, the mid lane pick of Falcons will either be something static with a strong box, such as an Eve, or some really great crowd control to help out the Clint, like the Lo Yi or the Vexana.
We have been seeing Falcons enjoy picking up that Farza. Could be another one.
Yes.
Very something similar range. They've opted out of the two big, backline mages with the Yve or the Farza. They have opted for the Farza sometimes, the burst damage that it supplies. They could use Shred, though, with the Yve. I think because they already have so much burst on their side, could definitely be the option. The Granger gets locked in from the side of Onyx. We saw how well Kelra was able to play that before. Another hero that other teams aren't using, but Kelra is making it a monster.
Yeah, again, perfect pairing with the Marcel, and I think this is time. You mentioned Farsa, that would be great. Lo Yi wouldn't be that bad either, but if you're looking at comforts, I think I'm going to have to double down on what you said, Trex. The Farsa looks good here.
Lo Yi, I was thinking it. The only risk is the Harley against it, but against with their lineup, Jushin's still open. Jushin's still open.
I thought they'd want to get more long-range burst and poke, but they're doubling down on crowd control in the center of the map. That's interesting.
Crowd control has been key in this meta. It's been the thing that has been a menace to so many teams. This is a crowd control meta at its core.
Well, there was a lot of bans targeting the EXP lane, and we have a chance now to see Phoveus let through, and that'll be interesting. Can he do enough on the Onyx? We know how the Marcel has been dominant early, has lost a couple times late, but this is Onyx and Team Falcons PH, their last chance to make their final statement before M8. It all comes down to this, $100,000 on the line for this third place match, but more so than that, the pride of the Philippines and Indonesia, expectation versus reality. Let's kick off our finals day here for MSC and send it over to our casters, Daisu and Leo.
After many matches in almost 2 weeks that lead us to this point, it's a third place match, a battle of pride, but also a whopping $100,000 between third and fourth place finishes here. We'll find out who gets the victory. It's me, Naisu, Leo, to bring you this best of 5. And later on, the grand final is going to be amazing too, but this one is a rematch, Leo, all the way back from M5.
That was almost 3 years ago where they took it all the way to 7 games. Here tonight, they might be able to take it all the way to 5 games. We're expecting a slobber knocker between these former champions of their respective regions. Flap here gets caught out, flickering through. Haji with the flare looking for the choke down. Lifts up Keyboy and puts him down just as quickly. Kyle with the steal. Oh my lord, a minute in. Attempted Grand Theft Purple. Can Kyrie stop him? Oh, he does.
He got it. All right, Kyrie secured it. Kyle's going to be able to get away here. It was interesting, too, in the draft because if I remember correctly, yesterday, it was multiple times. Oh, hold on. All right, quicker burn. B-Boy should be, yeah, he's fine. He's on the Marcel. He's got enough mobility, but they went with this first pick, Marcel, who's kind of slipped through some of the drafts. He's been either banned out or teams have gone and picked him up. But it was Onic that picked up the Hirara multiple times throughout yesterday's match.
Speaking of the Hirara, Kyle here put down to a quarter of his health. Ogwin stopping the backup from coming through. It's not just Onic who has this identity that they're forcing through from yesterday's bouts. Even Falcons, you see them play the Esmeralda once again, the glue in Ogwin's hands that, 2 games in a row dismantled Yangon Galacticos' Yangon Yam, or the Burmese Ube. And then they still have Haji on the very high prio Zushin, who in the hands of Kaiser yesterday was the finisher. He was the MVP for sure of game number 5. We see here Haji in trouble. Crimson flare back, and that's one major tool out for this turtle.
Yeah. They want to fight for this first objective here. Some tools already used. Sans has his own beacon that he can play into. So they've got control around this turtle. I'm not sure if Falcons really wants to do too much. Kyle's trying to get his purple buff, but they may be forced into a fight here.
Oh, Kyle secures his own purple. But then again, the retribution was short. Kyrie secures. Now Ogun flickers back. No harm, no foul. No casualties just yet, but Onic gets the big one.
Yeah, they get the objective. Looks like taking a little break here before this. Again, no first blood given just yet. And this is kind of the nature, man, of the compositions that we've seen, throughout MSC. It's like this push and pull factor. And a lot of that has been because of where the jungle meta is and it's fallen into. I mean, we heard Kyle share some of his thoughts leading into this matchup, exactly how he feels about the jungle meta.
I'd say that's partially true, but half of that truth, to make a better picture, is it's just these 2 teams.
Yeah.
It's rare that you see a full-on Titans of Southeast Asia clash in MSC. Look back at the last 2 weeks, Joseph. Look back at the last 2 weeks.
I'm looking back.
You see Yangon Galacticos with their own little flavor, Team Spirit
with their own,
with the Dragon Davai play style, and then you have the likes of Vamos and Pro who are just oh so aggressive. This is the first time we're seeing 2 full-on, I'd say it's safe to say now, macro-centric lineups clash.
Yeah.
So that's why we're seeing such a surgical first 2 minutes.
I mean, again, they came into this matchup in high spirits. Got to see some of the antics on stage as they both came out, of course. But, one thing's for sure, in the game, in this best of 5, they're going to lay it on the line here. They're going to give it their all. We already talked about how it's that pride factor, but also the difference in terms of money. I mean, $100,000, man. In Philippine pesos, I think that's around 6 million pesos. In IDR,
don't even get me started.
I think like almost 2 billion, something like that. It's like almost 2 billion.
It's life-changing money.
It's life-changing money even at this point.
And the fact that they can keep the brevity, harken back to their brotherhood, harken back to how far they've come and how many times they've played with each other. They decide to dance in their entrance. Like, that's just the kind of athletes and just young men they are, how much they love MLBB, while still acknowledging the stakes.
Yeah. I mean, they did mention that, again, off of the Land of Dawn, they're the best of friends, right? It's always sometimes. I would say, looking at yesterday's interviews, that's one thing why I love, when we get a chance to see Kid Bomba, for example, talk, the way he speaks and the way he kind of, even his messages to the opponents, a little bit more than the good luck, have fun, that we see. But, of course, when it comes down to the in-game, that's where you really see it kind of come to fruition here between both these teams. And as we wait a little bit longer to jump into this one, that first game really kind of sets the pace of the entire series. But also, if you look at what, for example, Falcons had to go through yesterday, this sometimes in some cases a reverse sweep where you're down 0-2 and you got to come back to it. So it looks like we are back into the game. Let's go to jump back into this one. We're just under 3 minutes into this one, this first match. Again, in this best of 5.
A minute and a half till Turtle spawns lower quarter. Not much of a distance. Flap and Lutpi have to go through. And if I'm reading the map correctly, I think Kyle might try to go ahead and play their side of the map a little more, since that first attempt at Grand Theft Purple kind of cost them.
Yeah, it didn't happen, right? But I feel like too, when you just have the Harara, you're kind of allowed to do that. She's just got so many ways to move across the map and kind of avoid things. You know, it's like you're kind of self-reliant in yourself. Although the most successful Harara gameplays that we've seen is because of your team being able to support that, right? So there's this kind of case where Harley probably does that. Oh, flap. Okay, he's burning the flicker. So he's got that, but Harley essentially does the same thing. You know, you're pretty self-sufficient to be able to move around the map. You don't have to rely too much on your team until, you know, obviously you get to that mid or late game.
Yep, they have their stats skewed to one side slightly more on a spectrum of junglers between mobility and, you know, single-handed burst damage. Haji and Ogwin holding down the fort, stopping the rest of Onyx from actually crossing over. So both teams respecting their boundaries, their jurisdiction when it comes to stealing away and taking out resources from the other. About 20 seconds until the turtle spawns, lower quarter. This is as safe as it gets. Again, not more than a 500 gold swing either way.
Yeah, Leo, this is about as safe as it gets. It's like you're playing, there's your side of the map, here's the line. We're drawing it, we're going to stay on this side, you guys stay on that side. I mean, imagine, you know, 4.5 minutes in, no kills, no first bloods. Just that turtle is what they're fighting for. This one definitely looks like it's going to be resulting into at least this 4v4 as both gold laners still up on that top side of the map. Fighting for the second turtle. Loopy's going to jump in here.
Uh-oh, Keyboy running through. Haji bursted down, forced the Crimson Flare back, and Suns helped Kyrie score the kill via the deadly magics. Now Loopy jumping up. Ogwin finds them out. In comes Kelra. Warning shots. Finds another kill on Ogwin after a golden hour. Revitalize, making sure that the rest of Onyx are topped up, and in comes Loopy. Finding a couple more. Down goes Kyle, down goes Flap, and that's all she wrote. Unless Marco wants more flying clouds. In come Haji. Looking for that choke up. Sans will be able to save himself. In comes Keyboy. The jump back and the flicker will not save Marco. Wanton mayhem on Falcon's side of the map, resulting in 6 free kills plus the turtle for Onyx.
They just got a whole lot, man. We were just talking about how nothing had happened in those first, you know, few minutes of the game, and then all of a sudden, boom. Look at this, 3,000 lead, you got 6 kills plus a turtle.
Joseph, a whole lot is an understatement. That was a metric ton of advantage that Onyx have scored in that minute-long sequence. Again, one more look. Maybe the fact that they got the mount was the sign of, okay, maybe we should try.
Yeah, I mean, again, even fighting in between the two turrets here, I thought Falcons would be a little safe.
That should have been.
Yeah.
That should have been, but no. The fact that there was a revitalize, and sure, despite the crowd control being sound for Falcons to an extent, it was still Onyx who was declaring and dictating where the fight happens. So now they're up 3,000 gold. Kelra can move around where he wants. And all right, say what you will about the Hirara and the Esmeralda kind of going where they want to. Uh-oh, they find Kyle once more, and there's no way Kyle survives this. Lootby scores. And another mount. This should be a clear sign. The first time around it did not work out.
Yeah.
Falcons should back off.
And I mean, even on this, golden hour used.
Uh-oh. Ogwin just chopped down to a little stomp as they force Patrick Star to take a dirt nap. Loopy gets knocked up, but again, there's no damage between Flap and Haji here. Falcons once again lose 2 for free.
I mean, what do you do? You know, Kyrie, oh, he stops him.
He does, but the damage is real. Kyrie finds another. But there is a trade-off. Down goes Sans in mid. Haji traded out for Keyboy. What is he rocking? These enhanced basic attacks on the Marcel are doing work.
What is going on here for Falcons? I feel like across the map, it feels like Onyx is everywhere. And at this point, that's what they can do, man. Just continue to build this lead of 5,000 up ahead. The next turtle, last one, is coming up here. But look at this, Kyle. No breathing room.
That's it. We've seen Hirara survive a deadly magics through a sequence of spell vamps and iframes, but not like that. Not in a moment of, I don't know, savage vulnerability, because that's what it feels like, Joseph. About 2 to 3 minutes worth of that gung-ho intent that they had against Yangon Galacticos last night.
This feels like Onyx time, like in game 1. I mean,
for sure.
You know, this is going to be the next turtle that they get 3 for 3 there. You saw the difference for gold in the gold lane, man. 2,000, I think it was, for Kelra. I'm wondering, too, if he already had the Sky Piercer. I'm not sure if we saw that. If we can take a look at the items here to see where the gold lane is falling in. Yeah, so he's got the Sky Piercer. I'm not sure exactly when he picked it up, though.
Minimum 2 stacks.
Minimum 2 stacks. Malefic Roar already. I mean, think about it, man. You got a Malefic Roar, Hunter Strike, and Sky Piercer already at that 8-minute mark. That's why, you know, all they have to do is lay down Keyboy's golden hour. Here's some Rhapsody shots. There's the stacks. He got 4 stacks.
There you go. I counted minimums. So I'm like, all right, apparently he built it before the whole shebang went down.
Hey, man, if you could just line up Rhapsody shots and then guarantee them to hit after the golden hour is done, like, what else can you do? You know?
Looking for more. They burst down Flap, force him to back off. Flicker spent. Again, better Flickerless than dead. They will lose this tier 2 though before the 9-minute mark. So already I think that ship has flown. That boat has sailed. They can no longer play it clean and safe. Golden hour. Putting Owen right where they want him. Another stack for Dwayne.
That's gotta feel bad. And look, there's more. It's for Marco.
Oh! The KK connection is online, baby. They're up almost 9,000 gold.
Oh, Daniel, I hate to say it, man, but this might be one of the cases where Falcons just go next, you know? It just does not seem right. I don't know if it was the fact they're on Flying Clouds and they just haven't won a Flying Cloud map, but this might end.
I mean, they have a wave coming through. Falcons can clear, and I'm glad to say go next might not be the next thing in the to-do list, because I think Falcons can still clean up, all right? Falcons can still kind of tighten up the belt and say we'll play cleaner. But it's going to take so much. It's going to have to involve Onyx saying, maybe we stop.
I'm worried, you know. Change the belt, change the cowboy hat, because right now, Super Marco, yeah, he's got to get a new horse. You know, because right now he just showed up to this rodeo without one, and that's unfortunate. He's 0-3. He's so far behind Kelra. And so what do? You know, this Lord is just going to easily go over to Onyx. They ballooned up the lead to 10,000 plus up to this point. They already took out the top base turret. Oh, look at this. The damage.
Even underneath tier 3, they take 2 for free. Kelra is close to maxing out, man. He's 1 away. Building that BOD. They pop the holy shield.
Oh, no, Super
and even Marco! So close to the base! Gets taken down!
That's not very yeehaw.
Not at all, partner!
Oh, man, it looks like it could end here. Leo, Flap, and Kyle still alive. They got a wave pushing in bot every single lane. Lord is just now spawning. Is Onyx looking to end?
Kyle, of course, used the iframe early. Couple of dashes back. Loot P in the heat of it. Flap eats a face full of deadly magics. Down goes Ogwin. Next up is the base. Onyx one more. Kelra max out on stats. Gets another just for good measure. Onyx take game 1.
Onyx will just pad the stats in game 1. That's exactly what they were doing there at the end. They knew they had it in the bag. A dominant win in this game 1 against Falcons, man. You know, and again, you look at just the way they played. It was executed well. Onyx made it happen.
But as all of the armchair analysts and online pundits will say, I think Falcons knew what was up.
Yeah.
Halfway through that game, I think they knew that go next was the next measure.
That's at one point, as much as you want to say, you know, they can come back from this, they can make a stand in the base, they can make this happen. There's some cases where that's just not going to happen. And this was one of them, at least for game 1. Again, hopefully we still have 4 games ahead of us, but you know, these highlights brought to us by STC, you're going to see this kind of, it started so slow. Imagine 5 minutes in, you really don't have any action until this fight.
It was the first major sequence, 5 minutes.
Yeah, and it was off this fight, off that turtle, and then in between the 2 turrets, and then it just did not stop from there.
That's about accurate, right? I said halfway through.
Yeah.
Falcons knew, oh, all right, I think we, how do you say, we dropped the ball.
We dropped this one. And again, like, I mean, look at this. Super Mario, this is all he dealt with all game. You know, one of the unfortunate things about going against that Harley is he can just make that happen.
I'm pretty sure our panel will mention how the range on Onyx draft is just all the more superior. We'll throw it over.
Yep, let's go ahead and throw it over to the panel to break down our game 1.
Thanks, guys. Yeah, the range, the kill counts, the lineup, the energy in the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet, all in favor of Onyx here as they take game 1 over Team Falcons PH. Much to the joy of their fans. Rainday, Rimar, and Trex back on the desk after a quick game 1. Sometimes we get a little bit of a longer break in the green room. Not this time around, guys. That was over fast.
Yeah, it was pretty much over in the draft. I couldn't believe that the Valentina and Esmeralda didn't go through as the instant lock-in pick right away. But I think at the same time, Onyx took some pages off of the book of Falcons by realizing the importance of the Harley, how good it is, as you mentioned, the small tricks against the Hirara.
Yeah, the Harley's a monster. So many things in that draft went in favor of Onyx, I feel like. So many things just kind of worked out. And as we saw, the Harley, I think a lot of teams were searching for an answer for the Hirara throughout the beginning of this tournament. And eventually the Harley popped up, right? And that was kind of the death of the Ling in a sense. We haven't seen one Ling get picked, I don't think, in all of knockout stage so far. And it was one of the most favored picks in the beginning.
Well, as you can see here, it was just dominant from start to finish. The other thing, maybe oversights, maybe want to test the waters, was the Marcel and the Phoveus getting through. The Valentina you picked up on and not grabbing the Esmeralda faster. They still ended up getting it, Falcons, but it was not a matchup that she could win at that point.
Yeah, that's why I was looking for more poke and more damage through the center of the map for Falcons. We know how great the Juicin as a pick is, but in this scenario, knowing that you're up against a Valentina, Esme, and a Harley in the center, I know teams like to pick up the Juicin as a response to the Harley, so that if ever you're the one that gets focused by the deadly magics, you back away. But you needed that damage. You put too much crowd control and put all of the damage pressure on your jungler against a Marcel.
Against one of the things that I think, that's the thing with the draft, that's the thing with the meta right now. So many picks are overlooked. There was so much counterplay in even, I think we can get a little bit more in depth in the moment, but the reality is there are so many answers to so many picks, and you think you are target banning and draft, and then you forget about, oh wait, this is still a priority that I have to worry about.
Yeah, and we're getting deeper into the meta as well, and we're also getting different motivations, different moments of them snapping back into the competition. It feels like Falcons haven't shown up yet. That was too fast of a game for them to be happy about, even with all the smiles and the different approach early on. You know what you're fighting for. There's a lot at stake. Onyx, land the first blow. And now it's time for Falcons to find a response.
Yeah, Onyx and Kelra mentioned that for him, some of the one of the biggest things that Indonesian teams could work on, according to Kelra, is communication. That didn't look like the case for Onyx. It looked like their synergy, as even Coach Midnight and Aurora mentioned before, was just really sharp. Their comms sharp. They knew exactly what they needed to do.
Well, taking a look at that, kind of hard to break down too much because it was such a short game, but in your eyes, Trex, what went wrong? Let's take a look at the draft.
We're going to take a look at the draft. This is actually my first time getting to use this thing. I'm going to put my glasses on for it. So the major things I want to focus on is the beginning in the first set of bans. Now, Team Falcons, being on red side, opt to go for some more target bans. One of the major ones being this Uranus. And I think that is where the big downfall of this whole draft begins. Instead of banning out the Marcel, they go for this Uranus ban. And I think the idea was, I don't think they thought the Marcel was going to get picked up. I think they thought Onyx was going to favor into giving Kyrie this Harara, giving Kyrie something that they know he's going to flourish on, because Onyx is a lot of times thought of as Kyrie. They want to make sure he gets something this strong, but instead Onyx goes for the Marcel. And the big problem is Falcon kind of falls right into it. They pick all frontliners in their beginning phase, something that Marcel is going to just stun. And then another thing that ends up getting forgotten, one of the picks that is consistently banned throughout this whole knockout stage, throughout this whole tournament, was the Phoveus. And that is the thing that is just kind of the cherry on top of this draft. I know we talked about the Harley, I know we talked about the Valentina, but the reality is the Marcel is what opened everything up. And every time that these three heroes wanted to come in, they immediately got stopped in their tracks. And I think Renmar's going to go over some of the highlights that shows that how this Marcel gives the opening that Kyrie can come in on this Harley and just shred everything up. Now, again, it was a 10-minute game. I'm not going to go any deeper than that, but Falcons is definitely going to have to think about in their next draft what they want to give over and what they want to keep for themselves, and what risks are they really willing to take in that first phase.
Yeah,
I don't know how to erase things.
No, don't worry, I got you. So clearly, it seems like Falcons decided to look way too deeply onto the Uranus pick that we did mention is undefeated for Lutfi. I'm good. I learned some techniques from Brigida yesterday about how to do this one-handed. Yeah, exactly. So this is the fight where I was wondering, why is Haji playing this position? You're up against a Harley that would want you to show yourself. I know you pick up this Juicin because, again, it's so much easier for the Juicin to just get away with the Crimson Beacon, but with the Harley so close by, and you know, based on the positioning of Onyx, that Harley is in the orange buff, he's going to be coming there. He wants to get some pokes off onto Kiboy so that they control him. But the problem is also, you already have Lutfi in a really good position to stop any responses, so that if ever Haji gets a crowd control Kiboy, Lutfi's already there to disrupt again on the Phoveus. And of course, you have Sans there as well on the Valentina with great poke, crowd control, and with the Juicin in his hands. We play this out, and I'm just gonna be talking over it. You see how quick Kiboy is so quick to just jump on the opportunity and not even using his golden hour yet. He holds onto it for the best moments, which should be somewhere about now, if I'm not mistaken. There you go. Just when Super Marco arrives just in time to deal damage, the other members of Falcons have already fallen. And this gets stretched out to its limit, where Marco would get busted and get caught out. I think you see Kiboy and Sans calling for Kelra to come closer here, knowing that there's a potential play. Marco and Haji decide to go forward. Kiboy yet again going in through the back. Didn't even, I think he just went ahead, raised his movement speed, got that extra bit of crowd control. That just doubles down on the great communication of Onyx. Falcons seemingly lost in the comms and lost in the sauce in the draft. Didn't know how to deal with this.
Great breakdown, and again, we have to reiterate how fast this game moves. Sometimes in a tight match like this with two very competent players, people who have won championships on either side, who have been at the best of the best internationally for many years, you know, somebody beats you on a line drive. Like, it's just the way that it goes. When you have great teams, you're going to take a loss, but how well can you bounce back and give it back is going to be what we look for from Team Falcons, who definitely from both of your analysis, but also probably from just the common eye, can see that they maybe thought there would be more to that draft that they were trying to get deeper into, when the reality was you let go of the Phoveus, you let go of the Marcel. You didn't get an advantage almost anywhere in that draft, and it made the Harara, your key advantage, less impactful.
Yeah, you also let go of the Valentina. Again, I keep scratching my head. Why prioritize the Hirara right away? I know she's a great pick, but you already found the answer to the Hirara and to those kinds of lineups into the Harley. If ever Onyx picked up the Marcel, then picked up the Hirara later, Falcons could have picked up the Harley at the next point of the draft.
Yeah, I guess that's true. My thought is they realized the Harley was a prio pick, not only for the jungle from Onyx, but also the fact that felt like that would be good for their jungler. And I think that if they gave away the Marcel, they were looking at giving away the Hirara as well if they didn't take her.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
I think that's probably in their mind. Might not have been the right call.
Yeah.
But you feel like they were just like, we can't give him Marcel and Hirara, and, you know, I feel like that's maybe where they were at.
I feel like their draft was more focused on taking things away from Onyx than actually just drafting and trying to counterplay. They ban out the Uranus, they take the Esmeralda, they take the Hirara. It's more of, let's see if we can take away some of these power picks from Onyx, instead of exactly thinking too far ahead, because you're completely correct. They could have given up the Harara. They would have got the Harley, which probably would have done better against the Marcel because you're not getting up close and personal, which probably would have done better against the Harara because you're not getting up close and personal. It gives you more kite to pair well with your Jushin that you're possibly going to get. Just overall, the draft could have been approached differently. But one thing about Falcons that we have to remember is they lost 2 games in a row yesterday and were still able to come back and win 2. It's definitely not out for them. They have the ability to always recuperate themselves.
Yeah. I mean, when you look at this conversation and you take a look at the head-to-head and the player spotlights, it's Kelra who also had a very good game, 9-0 on the Granger. Remember that Claude was banned on the side of Super Marco, and while we do focus a lot on jungle, EXP, we even focus on mid, one of the stable foundation points for both of these teams is who has a better game. Is it Kelra or is it Super Marco? And it felt like they leaned better in the draft on that one as well.
Yeah, they ended up with a great combo for the Granger. If Harley's not going to get the kills, and Granger's going to quickly get the stacks. We saw the Marcel, Valentina at the center. Again, if Falcons, you got to stick to the textbook. If you're willing to give up Marcel, pick up the Valentina. For ever since Marcel popped up in the meta, that's always been one of the things you want to pick up against it. That's why you see some teams on the blue side who want to get Marcel. They ban Valentina in the first phase because they want to be able to set up and manipulate the draft so that the other side is thinking, oh, do we ban Marcel? What are we going to do? I think this is just one of those cases where Falcons made it easy for Onyx in the draft, making it easier for them in the game.
Interesting. Trex, your thought on this Valentina? Renmar's pretty focused on.
I mean, it's one of the reasons why Valentina has consistently stayed in the meta, because every time some new crazy hero comes out with an insane ultimate, how do you counter it? Well, you just get the ultimate for your own team as well, right? It's something that even if Valentina gets a little nerfed in terms of damage, her utility, her package, her skill set will always be viable.
I think I have a little theory as to why they didn't want to get the Harley up against the Marcel, because technically you could also use the golden hour on your own teammates if ever, let's say, Kyle TZ was on the Marcel. Excuse me, Kyle just now. If he was on the Harley, he gets the pop off the ultimate, and just when the Deadly Magics pops, that's when you bring down the golden hour. But then in that case, you're going to be using the golden hour in a defensive way, which is good
better
for
than
Falcons.
Offense.
Yeah, better than offense, where Kiboy was just on the offense all the time with that golden hour.
Yeah, that's interesting. That's a really interesting thought. All of these are great to hear the opinions on, and obviously the players, they've got their thoughts. I know you do in the chat as well, and if you're streaming, you're definitely already sharing your thoughts with your community. But if you haven't streamed and you thought about it, say, I have something to add to this conversation, not just at MSC, but in all of EWC, join our creator program. You have a chance to earn some cool prizes. You also have a chance to go live and share your thoughts. Get involved in the conversation. We're here for 7 weeks in Paris. We'd love to hear what you think. Scan that QR code and join us.
Man, I don't think Falcons expected that to happen in that fast. I think that's why we saw Flap laughing there at the end. It's like, oh yeah. Even Leo was pointing at it. I was like, yeah, at some point they probably just said, let's just go to the next one, guys.
If it's a natural oversight that looks so obvious to us, I have a feeling they were just in the moment, caught off guard. And now they have thought, okay, we can't let that happen again. The interesting thing, though, to see, and we don't know where they'll be, red side or blue side, we mentioned how good Onyx is on red side. Almost a 50% win rate, when that is much lower on average for most of the teams who deal with getting that second 2 picks and that final last pick. They thrive there, and they make it an even match. Will they switch over to that side? Will we see Falcons fall for another trap in that 5th pick? Or will we see it going back and Falcons realize, you know what, we can do this on red. We understand what they did. We won't make that mistake again.
I mean, Falcons in past has opted for red side. They're one of the few teams that enjoys it, and I think in a meta like this where there's just so many power picks, the swing back of the 2 in the first phase can be dealt with very, very well, especially in the hands of Falcon and their coaches. So I think, it's just to recalibrate, regroup, think about whatever side they choose, they have opportunity. It's definitely not over yet. I think that's the most important thing that we all need to keep in our minds.
If Falcons decide to go on the red side again and they still keep the same bans, then I think their mindset is really just Lutfi on the Uranus is something that they'd rather not deal with. They've seen the 5 games where he went undefeated with it and realized that there's something with how Onyx plays the Uranus that even their Esmeralda might not be enough to just deal with that pick. But I don't think they should lean too hard into that. We've seen them go up against teams with some fantastic Uranus players and beat them with the Esmeralda.
Well, I mean, is it better, right? I mean, they said no Uranus, but like, okay, Phoveus, and then you have a Marcel and a Golden Hour to deal with. I mean, let the Uranus through if that's what you're facing. Notably, no Belleric as well in response to slow things down and try to set up some counter initiation if they do try to get aggressive. But again, I think you've got to get the Giants off the table. And I'm sure the bands will look different here, Renmar.
Trex did mention it really felt like Falcons just kept wanting to deny things from Onyx, but in that desire to deny what Onyx wanted, they ended up giving everything Onyx wanted, which is a fast game where you cannot stop them.
So there's the choice, though. Falcons opt for blue side. They take first pick, which immediately forces something different. And even the way they're banning already changes up. We still do see the Barats from blue side. Last time it was Onyx, but this time Falcon decides to take out the Melissa. Oh, could we be searching for a possible Fanny here? Something of that nature?
Yeah, maybe.
Definitely something divey, looking for the Harar again as a possibility. Onyx have taken out the Freya and the Selena, similar to their last set.
Yeah, I think that's the definitely the play here for Falcons. You don't see this Melissa banned out often on the blue side unless you're trying to trap your opponent into getting some specific bans so that the Fanny is open up for you. But they decide to ban out the Marcel instead.
Yeah, meaning there's still an Atlas on the table. There's still a Fanny on the table. There's still a lot of things that Onyx is forced to choose from here.
Yeah, and at the same time, if ever Falcons decide to rush pick the Fanny and not give it to Kyrie, fair. But be ready for Kiboy to show up with something like maybe the Badang that's going to be a pick. The Cho's still going to be an option. You mentioned the Atlas as well. There's a lot of picks that if ever Fanny gets rushed, the composition might not be enough to set up for it.
Oh, Onyx says, let's play the game. Let's roll the dice. We are going to leave it all open. We take out the Valentina. So Fanny open, Atlas open, Herrera still open. Lots of opportunity.
In some ways, it's saying take the Atlas. Take the Atlas. You know we can't get the Valentina. You're going to have the Fatal Links. But we've sometimes seen teams that dive into the Atlas without the Atlas Barats, without the Atlas Cho, without something else to be that kind of lockdown alongside to burn Purifies, to burn Ultimates, to burn Flickers. And I like it. I think Falcons have a good response there and said, no, that's okay. We'll grab Fanny.
Yeah, I think the internet would have dogged on them more if they decided to just give Kyrie the Fanny. So fair to just go ahead and pick it up despite there being so many answers open.
Yeah, we have to remember what happened in Game 5 of Onyx versus Aurora. The Fanny was the nail in the coffin. And when you're behind a game like this already, it might not be something you want to give up. But this means Atlas for Onyx +1. They don't need to pick up a jungler because Fanny's already been picked on the opposite side, so they have freedom to pick up something else big in another lane. Do they go into EXP lane? Alice?
Uranus Esmeralda still available, so is Zushin, so is Phoveus. A lot of characters that we've seen banned, and it's the Herrera back in it. Interesting, but I think just trying not to show their cards too early.
I wonder if there's just going to be a Belleric Atlas trade here, so we get the Belleric for Team Falcons. Will make things disruptive. I think Belleric Esmeralda would be okay. You don't pick up the Uranus. You don't pick up something like Hilda to hard focus an assassin because the Esmeralda is still open, and that if ever the Hilda gets picked up, Esmeralda will be an easy pickup for Onyx. I think Esmeralda plus mid laner. Oh, Claude, yeah, you're right. Claude and Esmeralda wouldn't be bad for Falcons.
Yeah, it denies it,
Claude
saves
Belleric.
a ban.
Oh, Claude Belleric, excuse me, yeah. So they decide, do we pick up the gold laner or do we pick up the Esme?
Honestly, with how deep the EXP lane pool, the EXP lane goes right now, they go for the Jushin instead. You get a little bit of crowd control. You get some possibility to kite, so definitely not a bad idea. This is a hero that is never so stable and sitting in the same spot that it can kite back from the Atlas.
Yeah.
It also can pick up the Purify and still be very, very valuable.
At least now Falcons know that they don't need to worry about that Harley. I think either you can make a case for any of the picks that show up here, whether it's going to be the Claude, and then Onyx will later just ban out the Brody. If you pick up a Sans pick, then Falcons will ban out the Claude and maybe even ban out the Harith at some point. Should be worthy. So they leave everything open again. They don't fall into the trap. They pick up the Uranus. They're probably going to ban out the Esmeralda. That forces Falcons to ban out things like the Brody, as we mentioned, and the Moskov as well. But if you ban both of them, then you're going to have to worry about a mid lane pick being very free for Sans. Onyx decides to ban out the Deeroth because they're expecting Falcons to put that into the EXP lane as a response to the Uranus.
You play-by-play in this draft right now?
The way, did you see how they looked over at Flap and Flap smiles?
Yeah,
The moment the Dairoth gets banned, Kyrie looks up, Flap looks back and smiles.
How do you guys feel about the Dairoth?
Yeah, it's
Ban out, obviously.
It could definitely be a clutch pick. I don't think they needed to,
Right?
but
Is it keeping something open? Is that why they're doing it?
well, I
What's
mean,
the
it
thought
can
process behind that.
It's a shredder, right? It's something that could be the possible counter to the Uranus,
Yeah.
and maybe whatever else Onyx has in store.
Obviously, looking at the Uranus and the Esmeralda as two kind of yin and yang, two pieces of the same pie, and Sans already grabbed that for his team. Obviously, still looking for that mid laner for Sans as well, who went crazy. Kind of something we've called him before, Crazy Sans. Finally had that big game.
They banned out the Hanabi too. Okay, that's some really good respect by Onyx, not gonna lie.
It's interesting. It's definitely respect, but this means that I think of this. Are they just having fun at this point? Are they just having fun?
I hope not, man. I mean, I hope they are, but I also hope not. I feel like they got to understand the implications. I mean, this is for Falcons as an organization. The back-to-back-to-back, I'm sure that's not taken very lightly. With a quick game, you've got to get some edge.
I'm almost wondering if this is is Onyx going to get a little crazy, go for double fighter here and like a Farza in the back or something? With the Dairoth ban, with the Hanabi ban, it's making me think that they could be going heavy front line here.
Yeah, to be fair, Paquito is still open.
Yeah.
Paquito in the gold lane for Kelra. Give it a Sea Halberd at some point, so you get some form of basic attack damage. That would be good. And then you pair it up with even more burst in the center. So as you mentioned, the Farsa pack. The thing is, are they okay with playing the Paquito into the Jushin and the Belleric? So they pick up the Vexana, one of the heroes that we did mention all throughout this draft. Again, Onyx damage profile, their strong front is just good. The Vexana for the Hirara in the mid as a means to support that jungler is so much better.
Have they had an answer to the Fanny yet? Do you feel like they're missing something here on the side of Onyx?
A little bit.
Yeah, could be the Moskov as they end up getting the Claude.
Okay.
The fact that they locked in this Vexana first, though, means they're definitely still thinking about how they want to round out this draft. But yes, Moskov could be an answer. I mean, it's not exactly an answer, but it doesn't get targeted down as easy. They haven't found any hard crowd control. Picking up the Uranus, also a little bit dangerous, because the reality is he has zero crowd control as well, and Fanny can just move right by him. The Paquito,
and it is the Paquito gold.
Yeah, they're willing to play into it despite the presence of the Jushin, Esme, and Belleric. They're feeling it today. Onyx is feeling it today.
Kelra mentioned he's more comfortable on a marksman, but he can play it.
Yeah, and this is where that Dairoth ban comes in, right? Knowing we're going to have this heavy front line where if a Dairoth comes in and shreds down the armor of this Uranus, shreds down the armor of this Paquito, there could be a problem. The Vexana also will be more protected. And now you have this big group where everyone can kind of stick together, Ube-esque, and the Fanny coming into that, it is a death ball for... So that is your answer. Instead of crowd control, we just all stay together, and if Fanny comes in, you die.
No need to control it. We'll just all stay in a crowd, Onyx says. They try to go back-to-back with wins. Can they take a 2-0 lead over Team Falcon's PH? Naisu, Leo, what do you think about these drafts?
I like them, man. You know, good drafting here for both sides. It makes sense here, and I think for Falcons, after essentially that first game stop that Onyx had, this is what you want to go ahead and, you know, bring in some of your best heroes, make it work. Kyle got his Fanny. But again, this is also Onyx, right? Remember when they brought up the Fanny, Leo? And so they know the game plan to play against a Fanny here.
And that's what I like the most, is both teams came in with answers. There are less questions than there are solutions. So I'd like to see Falcons equalize here 1-1.
Yeah.
Because game one, I think 95% of the community will say that was no game.
Yeah. Like, in their minds, they want this to be game one, basically. But nonetheless, Onyx, if they do happen to go ahead and secure this game, they'll be at that match point. And again, we've already talked about what's on the line here now for Falcons, specifically, you know, playing into this one. Putting something like the Claude on Marco is way better, I feel like, than having that Clint, just because, again, you can be a little more self-reliant. He's got a Purify to work with. This was the hero, again, that, you know, this bulletproof Marco moniker started on, and just the fact that he's really hard to kill on it. So some of that alleviated by the fact that you complemented it well with a Jushin, who could help control some of these team fights, you know, around this beacon and that Lantern Flare. Flap, usually pretty dominant on the Esmeralda. I mean, the XP lane is going to be, you know, nothing's fancy is going to happen against Uranus and Esmeralda. It's more of what happens into the first objective fight, which is just seconds away here.
It's interesting that both sides actually commit a few rotations to bottom. I think they knew that both of those gold laners needed a little bit of help unlocking themselves to try and make for quick rotations. Lutfi, man-to-man defense here on the Flap, trying to get a bit of damage before Flap actually hits level 4. The Prior actually does that first. Keyboy looking for a quick frigid breath to stop Flap from pushing in. Quick knock up on that Lantern. Keyboy down to an 1/8 of its health. He does survive. Jump in, falling Star Moon, answered by Internal Guard. Extra bodies for Onyx does help reset the turtle.
Kelra comes through. Rest of the fight, they already got the beacon out. A whole lot expended for this first turtle.
Another big knock-up. Put that Eternal Guard Witch, so why not? Kelra punching Haji in, forcing him to go back. Suns with a little bit of burst damage from that Vex takes down the turtle. Lutpi threatening away Kyle's purple, but I guess that was Falcon's priority to begin with.
Oh, look at this threat too. Kelra enough just to plant himself right here. The full champ stance here in front of Kyle, but again, he wants to go ahead and secure his golem. Keepaway and Sands are just here too.
Whoa! Oh! Massive fatal links catching Kyle, serving him up face to fist on Kelra, but Haji trades it out for him. 1 for 1, all in an effort to secure the golem. Joseph, I don't think that was worth it.
You know what? I think at this point, Kelra, he's happy to take it. You know, it slows down the Fanny buildup, I guess.
Oh no, another EG. In comes Kyle. He wants to go. He gain. But there's 3 of them there. Make that 4 if you're counting the EG. What this does allow for Falcons to do, though, is put a lot of bank on Marco. Marco spent the past minute just taking waves. Unfortunately, he did not get the chip away at the shield. So I guess he's just half happy with the outcome on that.
Yeah. So it looks like at least Kyle's going to be able to get his orange buff. I didn't know if Onyx would continue to put pressure there. A couple punches here from Kelra. Keepaway's here around the corner. Okay, nothing's going to happen after this. Again, good responses here on both sides, but alleviating some of the pressure. Nothing built up on either side off of that, but it's mainly that kind of nature, right? When you have a fan, you got to go ahead and help secure that jungle, and that's why Onyx knows. Let's put pressure even on the green camps, the small camps if we can. Kind of slow that down a bit. And you can see there was a small lead now in terms of XP being built up by Kyrie.
And Kyrie slowly rotating, holding that fence brush. Will not force it, will not push his luck and try to steal away the purple. Kyle will get it, so this will allow them to at least go 50-50 on this turtle spawning lower quarter.
All right, Kelra in position 2. Fighting for that. Whoa, Kyrie gonna get forced off his green camp.
Oh! That wall was the bane of Falcon's existence. Tower shot coming through. Cyclone Eye to get the safety. Oh man, Kyle is not in any shape to take the turtle. Gets taken down by Lutpi off of an Ionic Edge. It's all Onyx. The Sky Kings are taking their second turtle as they apply more pressure on Falcon's jungle.
I thought it was going to be the perfect escape, man. The cables, going through the walls, getting a little speed boost, but then Lutpi comes through with the flicker to take him out. So now, Onyx looking to build up more. Confused.
Oh, Ogwin used that Wrath of the Dryad defensively to stop him from pushing forward. Are we back to square one? Is this the game 1 situation all over again? Onyx playing on Onyx time.
Yeah, feels like it. I don't know if they're going to be able to get this turret too. It looks like. Oh, hold on. They want to attempt.
Falling Star Moon. Flap. Put down about 0. Just like that. Onyx are 2,000 gold up, given that was 4 members of Onyx underneath tier 1.
Yeah. It's not as devastating as game 1's turtle take that, where we had that one team fight and Onyx pretty much took everything.
6-0.
You know, 6-0, but Falcon's still okay. This lead is building up. They got to look for something to slow this down, though. That's the big problem. I mean, look at this. Keyboy's waiting position 2. Lutpi enough to zone out.
Oh my god, Haji had a couple of major members of Onyx behind him. And now Ogwin tries again. Comes in with a Wrath of the Dryad. Kyle does not have enough energy to start running roughshod in that small little avenue near the purple. This is tough because Onyx are now up 3,000, push tier 1 in mid and bot, so the map is shrinking.
The crazy thing about it is Onyx not really doing anything too fancy. It's just they're kind of putting pressure where they need to on the camps here of Kyle, but you know, because that's the thing. If you put enough pressure, you know that Falcons has to respond to allow Kyle to get this kind of farm or even his purple buff hell, and Onyx can just continue to press down on the wound here.
Uh-oh. Get a quick knockup, but answer with a fatal link. Super Marco couldn't make that blazing duel last more than 2 seconds. Ogwin underneath 3. They got 4 EG coming in, knocking up the big tree, chopping him down. Lutpi scores another, but they find a punish on Suns. Can Kyrie finish what he started? And Kyle falls. They might find a shutdown on a Kyrie here. Kyrie gets away.
Oh man, the mobility again with Hirara on the showcase here. Just when you think, you know, sliver of HP left, we're going to at least take something down. At least Kyrie, but he gets away. Let's look at the replay here. Brought to us by STC again. The Eternal Guard in this fight. Enough crowd control to keep Ogwin in place. Obviously, Kyle comes and gets a kill, but at the cost of his own life too. So, you know, again, it's just Onyx playing to the advantage. And now we're going to see that continuing happen here on this side of the jungle. And they've already got this lead built up, 5,000.
Oh no, Onyx knows.
Oh no!
They force Kyle or Retri as he goes for his purple. They take him down, and they are gonna continue to march through. They steal away his buff, kill him, go for the turtle, and then pressure mid continuously.
Man, I don't know. Onyx lineup is just like having. They just got bouncers, man. They got the Uranus. They got the you got to count the Eternal Guard from the Vexana, and then you got Keyboy and the Atlas. Like these are 3 tanky dudes just giving so much space to Onyx to work with.
Technically 4, because with perfect match, that's another body you have to worry about.
True.
Team Falcons are getting smothered here. It's literally just dude advantage.
Yeah.
There's literally more pieces that Onyx are bringing in, and 8 minutes in, almost 8,000 up. The math does not side with Falcons.
Yeah, I mean, you can see this. I mean, Loopy of all people on this Uranus, just go ahead, face off against 4 members of Falcons. Doesn't really matter. You know, he's not going to get shredded down at this point, unless somehow Falcons can catch up to this. But just like we saw in Game 1, being down, 8,000 gold leading in to eventually this First Lord, you almost expect Onyx just to secure that and start approaching these base turrets as they now take down all Tier 2 turrets of Falcons.
And I would not doubt in this next wave, they're able to actually pop that holy shield. Ogren falls once again. Kyle secures his Malefic Roar, so there should be some. Oh, Flap gets knocked out by Kelra underneath that inhibitor.
I don't know if there's any hope here, Leo. It looks grim. 2 of your tankier heroes being taken down in the lineup here against Onyx. Kyle's got no choice. Oh, Kyrie jumping in. Gets the beacon out too. They might just take a base turret now.
All right, the siege minion will fall. They will have to wait. Kelra sitting at 3-1 and 2. Sure, look at Kyrie 404, but Kelra since minute 1 has been the forward assault. He's been basically the bouncer that can't wait to get some quick knockup on a Lutfi, but it's enough time to buy that takedown on mid. This is the best position for Falcons to be in, but Fluff gets taken down first and Oakwood too. Kyle was dealing with the wave down bottom, and now they have to clear the wave in mid, lest Onyx end it now.
No way. Okay, they should be able to clear this. They still have a wave, though.
There is still a wave, and Marco's here, waiting for staffs on AOT and Blazing Duet. Onyx are taking game number 2. Match point for the Sky Kings.
Back-to-back games of Onyx clipping the Falcons' wings. This was faster than the Game 1. I mean, I didn't think it would end there, but Falcons, it just seemed like they really couldn't do much. Again, that was the nature, that was the story of Game 1. And you took the gamble on bringing in, this kind of lineup, this kind of jungle in the hands of Kyle. We've seen him do it before, but Onyx knows how to solve it.
More than just raw time and speed, Joseph. The velocity at which Onyx won this. Looking at their lineup again, 70% of it says we're going forward, that there's no re-engage on us. We literally are in your face and we win fights. And sure, this might have ended, under 11?
Yeah.
But it felt twice as quick as Game 1.
It did. And it was one of those cases, again, where off of maybe, I think it was a second turtle this time, where they just flipped the switch and it became Onyx time again, and you would think they'd have a little bit more difficult time getting into the space with this kind of lineup, but they just had such a lead that they brute forced their way through it. And again, Falcons left kind of wondering what happened here through this one. So just a really tough game, back-to-back games here for Falcons, and for the Falcon fans out there, let's go ahead and throw it over to the studio to break down our Game 2.
Well, jubilation continues for Onyx as they go 2-0 up and are only 1 game away from $100,000. It has been less than an hour. It has actually been less than 25 minutes of game time to earn $100,000. And what many people couldn't even go get their Uber Eats or whatever delivered by then, that's a pretty good use of your time, right?
Yeah, we've yapped longer on this panel than we've seen actual gameplay in this series. It's Onyx time, man. It feels like this is like years of frustration from Onyx against Team Falcons and their members. Years of frustration from Indonesian players against Filipino players, just going out all with a bang here.
Yeah.
Because even in the draft, it was good. They had answers for both.
Yeah.
You can just put it together as Onyx are simply better today.
He said, I mean,
We basically walked back to the Talon room and then ran back here.
Yeah.
That's about how that.
That's about, you're right. It was a walk back and it was like a light jog over this way because that's how fast it was. I mean, I got to say that the word coming out of my mouth right now feels a little bit of disappointment to start, but that is also the sign of what could be a great comeback story because I'm sure Filipino fans were watching that originally and then Falcons started to turn it up against Yangon Galacticos. They brought it back 2 games. They got Super Marco on that Claude, which is yet to happen again and again, and they made their moment. So guys, I'm not going to continue with the dismay, maybe the doubt that's occurred here. I'm actually going to talk about what if we can see this Team Falcons PH team bounce back yet again, because that's what I know everyone at home is hoping to see.
Yeah, at the same time, all right, I might be the voice of the community here. I feel like a lot of people are thinking, do they really want to see that? After years of Filipino domination, and yes, this is a Filipino saying it.
You might be right.
I gotta be honest, there are probably a lot of members of the community right now watching this game and enjoying the hate watch.
You might be right.
Listen, you know me. Even I want to see this go to 5 series.
Really, Mr. Fear? I feel like you want to see this end now.
No. Even I, for the love of esports, want to see this go 5 games. I don't ever want to see a 3-0 sweep like this. 2 20-minute games. I mean, 2 games in essentially under 20 minutes at this point. I want to see this at least go 4 games, and I think Falcons can definitely do it. I know that they've had a rough 2 games so far, but we saw them do it yesterday. It was tough yesterday going up against Yangon for them, and they were able to bring it all the way to Game 5. And I still think a lot of it has to do with possibly draft, maybe a bit of execution, but they got to pull together. They got to play them.
The disappointment is in not showing up. It's not showing your identity. It's not claiming a way that you want to approach the game and kind of being on the back foot, saying we didn't even get a chance to be us. That's what the disappointment would be. And if we take this maybe one step further, this is the last statement before M8. We talked about it coming into here. How do you want to leave? What do you want to put on the table and say, yeah, we didn't get where we wanted, but boom, take that, we will be back. That's what I know Team Falcons wants to do. Let's not even talk Club Championship at this point, because they are 3 games in a row away from being able to do that, and that's a tall task against any of these semifinalists, let alone Onyx, who are playing this well.
Yeah, I wonder what else they have left in the tank. I feel like Yangon Galacticos brought them to their limit.
Yeah.
And Game 5 could have been anyone's game. I still clearly remember at the end of that draft, I did utter those words like, this is up to anyone. And we thought it was going to be Falcons. Then they committed those 2 errors. And I feel like those 2 big errors, diving into the base and then taking that one fight, I just can't remember exactly when, is still haunting Falcons.
Yeah.
Because a lot of their movements are very awkward and they look like they can't decide on what to do.
I know we're going to get a Telestrator in a second, but just looking at those notes, it's 22,000 damage for the Fanny, which they first picked, which they set up to be able to be first picked. And then you go on the other side, it's the Harara, who was not performing well in Game 1 when it was prioritized by Falcons. Now on the side of Onyx, it's got 37,000 damage. It's a 15,000 damage increase over the competition. And so that just shows that it might just be more than the draft guys. I do want to break this down, but there is something mentally going on. There's something execution-wise going on for sure.
Yeah, it really looks like Falcons are second-guessing themselves a lot in terms of what to do. And in those moments where they're finally decisive, they overlook that one thing that could turn their dive around, that can turn their attempt around.
Yeah. Well, let's jump into that telestration. I know, Rinmar, you prepared some clips. What do you have for Game 2?
All right, so it's not just me here, Trex. If you want to jump in at any point, especially discussing the clips or the draft, let me know. But we first look, again, the priority of Falcon here is they want to make sure that they take the Fanny away from Kyrie. Good. All right. Everything set up really well. And as expected, the Atlas is going to come in through for Onyx because, well, you want to be able to invade that Fanny. And you don't want that Atlas to go to the side of Falcons, because if you do, then no matter what you put in the jungle, in the end it was the Hirara, Fanny's going to be well protected and diving against that is going to be fine. So one thing that you do up against a jungler that wants to have really good tempo and be the one to be aggressive is that you pack strong side lanes. Yes, so far in this tournament, Esmeralda versus Uranus has been somewhat maybe 65% leaning towards Esmeralda over the Uranus. But what Lutpi did in this series as this Uranus is fantastic because he just kept cutting the waves. He didn't take that duel. He said, looking at the map of Falcons, what am I? Gonna be at the risk of getting taken out by a Belleric and Juicin? That's not gonna happen. The Fanny's not gonna be able to take me down right away. So Lutpi kept cutting waves to control that so that Flap is always late in helping out the Fanny. Then you go into the other side of the map and then you get the Paquito in the gold lane for Onyx, which again adds more to the idea of strong side lanes, faster tempo, so that from the sides and even through the center, because you have an Atlas, the map of the Fanny will feel ridiculously small. The pick here that I feel like won it for Onyx and lost it for Falcons, funnily enough, are the picks in the mid lane. You get the Vexana for Onyx, which in the one clip I will show you, crazy that Sans is actually able to get a great Terrify off onto Kyle, and then the Juicin on the other side. The Juicin for control, great, yes. But then, similar to their draft previously, they were putting a lot of the pressure onto the damage simply through the jungle. When your roam mid trio is very jungler damage coded, strong side lanes beat that. We saw it in game 1 and we saw it in game 2 again. Before we go to the clips, is there something you want to add to this, Trex?
No, I think you did everything perfectly.
Oh, hey man,
Me too.
I'm gonna start blushing here, guys. Thank you. So the two clips, I'm not gonna take too long with this, but this one was one of the toughest decisions for Falcons because after Kiboy showed his perfect match, that's usually your go sign to just go ahead and keep fighting. But they have a timer in the arrival of the Paquito through the river. We go out. They get Kiboy down low, force out the flicker, the targeting. Kyle, he's hoping there's just enough in the tank to take down Kiboy, but he won't be able to. Because right now at this point, Marco has made the call for the rest of the team that, hey, the Paquito's on the way. And when the Paquito joins in, the Falcons made the right call here, but it was a tough call to back off. Despite the really good Falling Star Moon, despite them forcing out the ultimate of the Vexana, once Kelra shows up, you really need to back. Despite Kiboy being very low, you just need to go back here. There's enough crowd control, enough damage from the Herrera as well to mess them up, and they just got pushed back. Again, because the Uranus, yes, doesn't have crowd control, but constantly being in the fight, a long stretched out fight up against a lineup that, again, assassin burst damage coded. Uranus is very happy for that, and eventually Falcons just had to give up that turtle. They needed that turtle one and some kills to add on to that to get some momentum going, but they couldn't. So they make their next big play, their next big attempt. Flap and Kyle find the opening through the golem and want to go for it, while Ogwen and Haji are still clearing up mid. And look where Lutpi is coming from, as we said earlier, cutting lanes. He's a little bit behind this time, but it's gonna be fine because they know that they can survive this because Sans is gonna pull off something really freaking cool. Let me just zoom in right quick. Terrify. Mid-air, doesn't care. He made that look way too easy. That ruined the flow of the cabling for Kyle and the damage, forcing the Purify out from that Esmeralda easy. And Ogwen and Haji, who are taking their sweet time, clearing mid with a Belleric and the Juicin together. That's another reason why Onyx just felt so fast here. They cleared the mid lane much faster. Vexana, terrific at clearing up minion waves. Add a concussive blast on your Atlas for that, and then it leads to them just getting around the map faster, taking control, and Falcons not having any time whatsoever.
It was really a pace issue for Falcons. It was an identity issue. We talked about it, maybe a draft issue as well. But more so, it might have been an expose, not just on how Falcons didn't get it done, but how good Onyx really are, and how yesterday's match versus Team Spirit exposed how great Blink has been playing. Because finally, Kiboy getting that moment to shine, you can see when he's on the right roamers, when he's on the right characters, he can make a world of difference. And last series, it was really Blink who went so deep into the roam pool. Kiboy didn't have as many options. Now he's on an Atlas. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna do what I need to do. That was a great showcase. So again, yes, we're looking Onyx, we're looking Falcons, but also the grand finalists took both these teams down. Maybe there's a nod to how good they have been playing that have not allowed us to see some of the strengths that these two teams have brought into it. Speaking of two teams, speaking of playing together, we have a new update from Acecraft and a new mode in co-op, and we fly together to check out. On the other side of that, we'll be in the draft for Game 3.
A lot of people are haunted by their past. I'm inspired by it.
They're not just playing for themselves, they're really playing for their entire family.
They have defeated their demons! They have crushed the curse! He thinks he can come in here and play my game! Let's go. He knows nothing! Let's go!
Tyler, why? You're done.
Raw energy! House from blow the house down! This ain't no regular thing. Came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights, better get right, champion.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind. And we're here. Now. The proud founding partner of EWC. Powering the biggest event in gaming. Shoulder to shoulder with the world's best. Making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible.
Well, if you're here in the crowd, you're having a fun time. Our Snapchat filters catching members of the audience. And speaking of the audience, it's packed now. It's going to be even bigger when we get to our grand final matchup, which is set for 2 p.m. CEST. So in Paris time in about, let's see, an hour and 40 minutes from now, we'll be heading towards that grand final and seeing who will be our new champion in the new era, Yangon Galacticos or Team Spirit. But for now, it's Onyx and Team Falcons PH who are going toe-to-toe. It is the final game potentially for Onyx Trex, but that also means that the Philippines run here at MSC could come to an end with Team Falcons going down one more time.
So much on the line here for Team Falcons. If there was any team that I thought could come back from match point right here, it would definitely be them, but there are a lot of things they have to answer. We focused on draft, we focused on in-game mistakes, and the whole plan just needs to be shifted at this point. For me, coming to this draft, I do really think Falcons needs to get back to the basics. So many target bans, so many things that just seem like they're trying too hard to big brain the situation. Just go back to banning Fanny, banning Phoveus, banning whatever else plus that, and keep the draft simple.
I think they're also coming into this with the same mindset as maybe what helped them realize how they came back against Yangon Galacticos. They put a Juicin in the center of the map to help control the tempo. I understand that Yangon and Onyx are both teams that want to play aggressive and play fast, but Onyx are not Yangon and Yangon are not Onyx. So I think one way to start with is you deprioritize that Juicin, get something else for Haji, and get it in the second phase.
Falcons have brought things back to some simplicity. The Atlas and the Fanny ban on blue side. Final ban coming in. You could still take out the Barats if you want. You could maybe even take out the Uranus here if you wanted. Keep it simple, and that forces the side of Onyx to take out the Marcel most likely, which I think is clean play right here. They go for the Valentina, which again forces Onyx to most likely ban out the Marcel here.
Yeah, and then when they ban out the Marcel, most likely either a Belleric Rush or they go for one of the Assassins open. And then on the other side, Onyx will get the Belleric. If they still let go of the Belleric, then Falcons should not bite into that bait and then just pick away a Keyboy signature hero like a Cho. I think I'd rather Falcons give the Belleric to Onyx because Keyboy doesn't look like he's not that comfortable with it because it's not a Keyboy hero. It doesn't feel like Keyboy.
Right. Yeah, the Fanny has been pretty standard. The Atlas as well. But the focus on Roam early, I think, has been more beneficial to Keyboy and to Onyx than it has been to Falcons. And I do believe that maybe second phase is what's important. There's been a lot of EXP bans. We've seen the Uranus ban twice and then picked up. That's been high priority for this matchup. It hasn't really worked out well in the hands of Falcons, but Flap now trying to pick up something that could shift the tide. The Barat's finally open, has been banned 2 games in a row, and now could be something that they go for.
Got to go for Marcel here. Yeah. Marcel gets picked up, which is huge for Falcons. Unless, I mean, if Onyx has an answer to this right now, then I guess Onyx just, they were destined to win this series at this point. They take up the Harara. You go for Belleric here. I feel like Belleric is okay against the Marcel. You want someone that's going to come in. Yeah, another possible answer down the line.
Yeah. Again, though, but my only problem with the Belleric is it's Belleric for Keyboy. Just to me has just never felt so comfortable in terms of an idea. So they go ahead and prioritize the Barats. Tough thing about this now is if you decide to pick up the Harley, you have another big stompy boy coming in through the EXP that could mess you up and mess up your engages because essentially it becomes a 1-for-1 trade. They're going to get the deadly magic off onto someone and will deal damage. Barrett's is going to choose someone up and then it's going to be a -1. I think Jusin should not show up for any of these drafts, and both of the mid laners need to go for burst, high crowd control. Get Vexana back, get Lo Yi back, Farsa, anyone who fills in that idea.
I think if they can go for a solid front line on the side of Falcon, the Harley can still be viable. And honestly, it kind of feels like it's the only option right now. Or the Guinevere. Guinevere, another decent option, honestly. They also fall into Marco, give themselves some comfort. And I think, in my mind, this is the only way this draft should have really gone for Falcons. Don't big brain it too hard. They get the Marcel. They get so much power in these first few picks. Play what you know you can do and what you know will work.
He gets the Claude for the first time as well, Super Marco. And I am a little bit worried. The only reason I'm worried on the side of Falcons continuing this on is because wouldn't you just think Onyx no? I mean, they're giving the Marcel, so they must have an answer in mind. Maybe it doesn't work in practice, but they know what they're doing.
One thing that Onyx needs to ban out, I feel like, would be an R-Lot for Flap. You see the Matilda, there's a chance for Matilda Barretts together. With all that dive and aggro, some strong crowd control. Again, I think Falcons this time can lean towards a little bit the idea of tempo control as long as it's not around a Juicin in the mid. You already have a Guinevere, get burst on your mid, get a high sustain, high mechanic EXP laner in the R-Lot that can be disruptive, and that would be great for Falcons.
I gotta say, this Matilda is one of the possible answers to that Marcel right there. The thing about the Golden Hour is it's a pretty long animation, right? You have a few seconds, and this Matilda could buy the time. It's also not a roamer that wants to just be in your face. It's not super stable. You get movement, and to pair that all up, you can actually keep up with the Marcel in terms of rotation and moving around the map. So possibly one of the things that Onyx was thinking about when they let this Marcel over.
Lapu Lapu and Zushin on the bans so far. We've seen EXP bans focus now shifting a little bit towards the mid lane on the side of Falcons, which is maybe going to open things up for Haji. He's had a tough matchup against Sans. These two have kind of gone back and forth. They were highlighted earlier on before the set. Maybe just taking away a couple of things. And right there, as you guys had mentioned, the Arlet banned out against Falcons.
Yeah, very good ban there by Onyx. And let's not turn off the possibility that this Matilda might surprise and go into the mid lane, and then you have a different roamer.
Definitely a possibility. Definitely a possibility. I think so many things are open. Falcons for EXP lane. Do we think Esmeralda's a possibility here with the... since they're going up against the Matilda, you have shields. Maybe not the greatest matchup against the Barats, but it's a little bit faster in terms of rotation.
Actually, their bans on the Arlot and the Lapu Lapu might already be a tell that this Barats is going into EXP. because those two heroes would be somewhat be dealt with all right, not answered by, but it's a moot point if you get an Esmeralda with you. So I think that Barretts is already going to the EXP.
I mean, Esmeralda on Falcons.
Oh.
Be a decent pickup for them.
Yeah.
Is it enough to mix things up? Eudora feels like a forgotten thought, but should be top of mind with how well she has performed throughout this MSC. Picked up late after the bans from the mid lane have come through. Selena, Valentina, and Zushin. And now we see the Harith band.
I mean, it is already, it's not a jungle Barretts, an EXP Barretts because you already have the Herrera. They ban out the Uranus. I don't know, man. What else can they put? Onyx really took out the two best ones. I think Phoveus is not going to have a good time with this lineup either. You don't put that Guinevere in the jungle, you just stick it into the EXP. They do need range or constant damage. They could go Kimmy in mid with the Marcel as a combo. Get a lot of pokes in, but no, they go for the Farsa. I was asking for burst and they got it. Oh, and the Sora! Sometimes I forget he exists.
Banned game one.
And I mean, this is a pick that can capitalize on this close. You have the Eudora, who's very close range, not a lot of range. A lot of Onyx is going to want to stick together a bit. Everyone's going to kind of want to huddle around this this Matilda, especially with the Barretts, someone that wants to peel for this Eudora, kind of protect. Obviously, Herrera's going to be doing her own thing, but the Sora, one big shifting skies. Yeah. And it could be detrimental to a way that Falcons wins here. You pair that up with a Feathered Airstrike, Violent Requiem, a lot of combo play on the side of Falcons.
And I think Onyx were considering something maybe like an Itcha as a surprise idea, but nope, they're still going to lean in towards the damage. They can still play fast. This lineup that they drafted is still very Onyx coded. If Falcons mess up the execution, then it was definitely Onyx Day and Onyx Series to win.
Paquito in the gold lane for Kelra one more time. And we'll see if this can be the time that earns them third place. Kelra had a chance against Onyx prior. And this time it was an Onyx matchup. Can he do it against the Philippines? This time representing Indonesia. As Team Falcons and Onyx go up for game 3. Is it going to be a sweep in our third place match? Guys, that would be crazy, but I know some fans that would enjoy it. Let's send it over to Naisu and Leo.
Hey, I'm hoping it's not a sweep here. We got to get one on the board for Falcons. They need it, and their fans need it. I think they brought the draft here, though, Leo, to make that happen. I like what they brought to the table just because, again, there's some burst, there's some crowd control, and even the Marcel. I think this all pairs up really well against what Onyx brought to Game 3.
Not just that, the fact that they've basically over 3 games changed their identity. They let go of the glue, they let go of the Esmeralda. They're no longer living in the we will fight and die by this kind of rotation. There's a lot of re-engage here, especially to answer Onyx's own re-engage, especially with that Matilda in the hands of Keyboy. Early start here, a little bit of footsies between the mid duos from both sides, and then we eventually just return back the roamers protecting their junglers from getting their early buffs.
Taking a look at the emblems here too. It's a little scary, as you mentioned, Keyboy, on this Matilda. Not only the mobility, but that focusing mark, the emblem there to go ahead and help. I mean, we already know the Eudora for Sands, like the burst potential there. Just yesterday, we saw Sunset Lover play it pretty much 5 games in a row. And, you pair it up with this, even the emblem interaction, there's a good amount of burst that comes through to almost solidify yourself a kill. So then you get the numbers advantage, and you can work around that, plus mobility. And I think that's what makes the Barretts even scarier here for Lutpi, just because, again, you already cover a lot of grounds with the flicker, but then now you have a Matilda. Like, that's great. But over on the flip side, with Falcons, I kind of forget about Sora too. I have to be on the same wavelength here with Renmar. You kind of forget about him. But just as we saw in the hands of Kid Bomba yesterday, you're reminded why he can be so deadly, especially when teams are kind of clumped up together.
And Onyx knows best exactly what a good Sora can do. Kyle backing off. They see that there's 3 members of Onyx pushing forth. Down bottom, though, who'd have thought that by bringing a pair of boxing gloves to a gunfight, you could get away with a lot. Kelra's bullying Marco. I doubt that Marco can even double wave as soon as this turtle dance or fight fully breaks out.
Yeah, right now Onyx got control of it. We'll see if Falcons is in a position to fight. Kyle's going to be spotted out here, though, by Keyboy. Can they go in?
That's a shifting skies started up by Flap, but to no avail as Onyx secures the turtle. Down goes Flap. That feather airstrike may be a league too far out of the fight as Onyx barrels forward 1,000 gold up.
Good enough burst, it seemed like, to be the case, but what happened there with Onyx was just able to go ahead and zone out Falcons from the fight. And part of that was just Loopy. I mean, on the Barretts alone, he just kind of separated the rest of Falcons from that, and they were able to go ahead and capitalize a kill on Flap when he tried to initiate things. And, you know, honestly, that kind of choreography for these objective fights is kind of what I expect, unless somehow Falcons can figure out a different way to go through that. But that's what makes it really difficult. Again, you know, playing around the potential to surprise them with having this Guinevere, with having Ogwin on the Marcel. Now, the Golden Hour could help make that happen. You know, could slow down or kind of make things weird, the rhythm weird for Onyx team fighting, but that first one was not it for Falcons.
To be fair, Ogwin wasn't ready quite yet, and that means 3 out of the 4 possible ults that were laid down to help disrupt Onyx form wasn't ready. Or they were lacking one major resource. So going into turtle number 2, spawning in the lower quarter, out in about 30 seconds and change should be a different story. But again, that is looking at Onyx. They still have all of their resources. That as well, into the wall, plus the better airstrike, but it's Kyle who falls! And Loopy walks away with it. Flap goes down too by Kyrie's blade. Onyx showing no quarter, as even Haji might fall, does not have the wings by wings! Kyrie, bloodthirsty, finds another.
Even before that Kyrie play, give it up to Loopy, man, to be able to go ahead and respond that fast. Again, he saw that Kyle came through. Daytona's welcome, flickered defensively to get him closer to the team fight. As we look at the replay, this is what I was talking about. Boom, right there, sets things up. San's also coming through to make sure that he got that stun off in time to make sure Loopy survived. And then, of course, Kyrie cleaning things up under a tier 2 this early on. Man, it's not looking good in game 3.
Turtle number 2 is looking like a non-starter once more. Lutfi, Detna's welcome. Good amount of nothing he's chomped down, but that's just but a consolation prize for Falcons. They are in no shape to contest.
Biggest lead we've seen so far throughout these 3 games. Onyx going to go ahead and stall it out a little bit so that Kyrie can go ahead and grab his buff. Again, already sitting at 3-0. You know, this is the power spike already for Harara. It's going to be really difficult to play against, and that's why even your frontliners for Falcons are having such a hard time here, because even if they put themselves in this, I mean, look at that. You either get stunned, you get chomped. They are going to slow this down a little bit, but, I mean, you buy an extra second or two with the Golden Hour, and Turtle secured for Onyx.
They're delaying the inevitable. Onyx knows that they were going to get the turtle anyways, but I don't know if they saw that Marco was going to work the opposite lane. So that's at least a turret on the board for Falcons. They'll help keep this lead down to a palpable 3K, but Kelra will make quick work of that turret on the other side as well. So I'd say it's still just the free turtle that Onyx are riding on that puts him up at about 4,000 gold. They find one! Ooh. And Kaku saving himself. Keyboy with a circling eagle. Onyx refused to give anything over to Team Falcons.
Falcons was so close to at least getting one on the board, and then Keyboy is able to survive, man. That Purify, even if they popped it, he still had the shields to go ahead and keep him alive. Really good usage there. Now they're knocking on this tier 1. Oh, Kelra.
Better airstrike. Kelra coming in from the flank. Stop. Flickered in. Hadouken. Might take a Haji, but Haji does get the fly off, even with the flicker from Lutfi, and the punish from Falcons is real. Ogwin punches him down. Golden Hour will not save him from Sans, though, as it turns into a 1-for-1.
All right, the 1-for-1 trade, at least Falcons is on the board, but man, again, you're seeing it. Onyx playing around the lead that they have, and you know, one of the difficult things here as you see these fights break out is just how kind of, hold on, Flap, whoa, burns a flicker. Okay, Sans is gonna be okay. So at least a battle spell expended. But again, it's weaving into these fights. The thing that Onyx lineup does so well, especially with Kelra or Kyrie, is how much they can maneuver around these team fights or around these...
Whoa. Was that a circling eagle leading up to Lutfi underneath tier 1, getting hit with a Requiem, and they get another. Keyboy falls, the punish from Falcons, getting 2 kills on Marco.
Yeah, did they just guiding win to their death. I mean, Onyx tried to make it seemed like he wanted to make a play, and then they got punched in the face.
Yes, the only reason why it seems so unbelievable is it happened as we were swinging the camera over, and then it happened. So turtle number 3 might actually be Falcons' way to redemption. And it looks like Onyx are not going to contest, so they accept the folly of their fumble. Falcons on the board when it comes to neutrals.
Yeah, that's when you say, that's my bad. That's my bad, right? But
MB, go again.
MB, go again. Falcons able to get the last turtle. They still have some ground to cover, though. They're down a bit, a few thousand gold up to this point, but they are starting to farm up. And a big part of that is going over to Super Marco.
Whoa.
All right, wings by wings out. Marco, can we take a look at the items to see where Super Marco is? Again, okay, so he's got his 2 items. He's working on his 3rd. That golden staff is what he needs to get that Trinity locked in for this Claude. So he's done a really good job, despite how things have kind of fallen apart for the early game for Falcons. Your gold laner for Falcons is really what you're leaning towards. Obviously, Haji, too, only having the glowing 1. You can already see when he drops down a Feathered Airstrike, it's got some damage. So Falcons is waiting.
A little bit of a sting there. And he's down a full 1,000 gold up from Sun, so Falcons have to play this very precariously. A minute until Lord spawns lower quarter. Fortunately, the long lane is in control of Falcons, so that's what Marco's been working on. Shifting skies, but he gets answered by that as well. The Feathered Airstrike 2, golden hour, compromising the rest of them. Requiem on a Suns, and Falcons get a kill. Now into the back line, circling Eagle, knocking up Kyle. Kyle's not long for this world as Kyrie scores. Killer knocks out Haji. The Blazing the Wet fade away by Marco. Pushing them back, but they're not done. Oakland runs through, recalls back, fight's over.
Okay, fight's over. Onyx gets the upper hand in that one. Sans, unfortunately, had to deal with the spatial migration coming through from Kyle. Oh, Kelra with a couple punches. Checking Ogwin here. They're going to take down the tier 1 in mid. So Onyx reestablishing that lead that they had earlier on. But Falcons, they're showing some fight here. They're showing some promise. They've just got to find the upper hand. Again, this Daytona's welcome, locking down Flap. Look at Kyle, he finds Sans. That's great, but then this fight kind of gets split up, and they don't really have the room to work with here. Flap has to disengage from it. The Blazing Duel from Super Marco didn't get as much value as you'd hope for if you're Falcons. So it was just, again, having that upper hand in terms of itemization for Onyx, and now this Lord is up. So they've got control of it. Falcons here. Do they contest? Ogwin jumping forward to give some information. They will reset the Lord, though.
Flap holding this brush behind the Lord pit. He's going to get flushed out by Lutpi. Missile expert to throw him out there. And look at Kelra. Kelra is just doing God's work right now. The fact that he's threatening that long lane, all this while Onyx is also just threatening the dance, makes it so weird for Falcons. Like, what do they commit to? Sure, they have a BMI. Sure, they have the wings by wings, but those are massive resources they're going to need if they want to fight against Onyx, who's up by about 4,500 gold.
Hold on.
Denna's welcome, throwing it over. Golden hour to delay the damage. Coming on a Flap, and he goes for the shifting skies. Jumps through. And now in comes Kyle. Marco looking for the perfect Blazing Duet entry. And there's some wings by wings. The damage on Kyle is real despite the Requiem. Feathered Airstrike at point blank range. Kyrie finds the double. Make it a triple. Marco with a defensive Blazing Duet. But he's the only survivor left, and Onyx wanna clean up house. Kyrie in the base. Can Marco do it? No! Kyrie finds him! The Savage in the groups gets another, and I think we're close to calling it.
Oh, man. Ignore the Lord. They've got waves pushing in here. They'll take what they want. It's Hunger Games right now. Look at the replay here by SDC. Again, this was a fight that was not in favor of Falcons from start to finish. And the team fighting here by Onyx, again, just able to kind of dissect the fight.
Lutpi denied the Savage. I counted 5, but that's why it didn't come up, because the 4th went to Lutpi, and then Marco got cleaned up.
Well, you can still take the Maniac. Right?
And then the Savage from earlier in the tournament. But regardless, Falcons find themselves in an so familiar spot in this series. Onyx knocking down on their bases. Waves coming in from all directions. Down being almost double digits. Again, this is an 8,000 gold lead. Eminent.
Yeah, and they got a Lord coming up to that top side. Big item pickups here for Onyx too at this point. 12 minutes in. BOD for Kyrie. Divine Glaive for Sans. You know, again, it's just you've got these items locked in that you needed, and you're ready to go ahead and knock down some of these base turrets. So, Daytona's welcome.
And it's cancelled by a golden hour. In comes the rest of them. Down goes Flap. Ogren barely gets away. Pops that Purify to buy time after the top lane inhibitor crashes. So Falcons are just staunching the bleeding here. Feather Death Strike coming in from Haji, blasting away those waves. And they will save mid lane inhibitor. Top lane still in jeopardy. Bottom up next on the docket to defend. Onic looking to control the amount of bodies that they put underneath
Kyrie's
that.
in the base.
And Kyrie's just looking to burst it down. Ogwen looking for the punish. And Kyrie survives.
Okay, I guess Kyrie's like, you know what, if you guys are going to deal with the defense, I might as well just go ahead and hit the crystal a little bit here. So he does some damage to it, but they maintain 2 base turrets. It looks like Onic wants to go again, though, because Lutfi's got a flicker and a Daytona's welcome set up. He doesn't have many stacks. He's going to throw out the rockets here. Oh.
Eats up Ogwen. Answer with a Feathered Airstrike. That is a Shifting Skies lightning form by Flap. Lutfi put down 1/8 of his health. Keldra trying to do the same Kyrie was doing with the base, except on that lower inhibitor, does not find it. Falcons still keeping their eyes on the prize. At least we can say that the Philippines' last representative is just on point, keeping it on lockdown when it comes to the defense.
They holding on, man. They have to. Again, even staring down this lead, this deficit that Falcons is against, almost 10,000. You know, they've only got a couple turrets that are down on the map to work with. They're nearly down to the last base turrets here. 2 stand for Falcons, and honestly, all these team fights have just been Onic throughout it. There's been a moment where you might be able to catch 1 or 2, but Falcons just doesn't have it just doesn't seem like they have the ability to win these team fights just yet, unless something goes really wrong here for Onic. There's so much vision provided that Onic can just kind of take into this, because you know, you have control across the jungle. Your Lord's coming up here in 15. I would be surprised if Falcons tries to contest it.
Realistically speaking, the best thing that Falcons can hope for is a pickoff off of Onic, but wait. They do force Ogwen here to back off. I think he held on to his Purify, so he is fine. I think Onic are also looking for Falcons to slip up. They're looking for them to, you know, waste an ult here, waste a battle spell here, to confirm this Lord and to confirm the end. Detna's welcome answered by a Requiem here. Wings by wings back. So a couple of ults spent already, as well as the Feathered Airstrike.
Those are big ults that are expended by Falcons. I don't think you want to be anywhere near this Lord.
Whoa! Big knockup on Lutfi once again. He answers with Detna's welcome. Golden Hour trying to save that one target. And there's a Shifting Skies pushing back and splitting up on its attack. And they find Keldra, forced to back off. And now it's Lutfi up next. How has Falcons done this? He goes for the freeze, winner crowd, Feathered Airstrike, and a big knockup by Kyle. Keldra falls. Straight up for Flap. Sans goes down as well. 2 for 1, make it 3. Yeah, Marco chasing Kyrie. And the wind of nature saves bulletproof Marco now inside the base. Kyrie wants to end it. He sees the base exposed to a couple minions.
Oh, he picks up my mortality.
And now we go back to neutral. Ogwen looking to stop Kyrie from taking any more from Falcons. The ending tally 3 for 1, but the Lord is still inside Falcons base.
Okay, that was a fight. The Falcons ends up getting under their belt. They got to deal with this Lord. It's going to be cleared out. Good thing for Haji and Super Marco to be up there. Again, they're slowly but surely getting into a fighting position, but man, did that take some work. And also, some mistakes made by Onic into that one. I mean, I guess they just, the Golden Hour threw them off. Even though the Feathered Airstrike came back off cooldown, that really helped Falcons. They got caught by Kyle's Spatial Migration, Requiem combo. So that'll keep Onic in check.
Joseph, for the first time in about maybe 10 minutes, Kyle was able to taste the purple, and it was one he stole away from Kyrie. What's the most impressive out of this is the fact that no Purifies were spent by Falcons. So that means they were in the right spot at the right time for their positioning to matter and for them to split Onic up like that. If this happens once more, if this is replicated some way, somehow by Falcons in this Lord pit spawning in the upper quarter about a minute and change from now, then say goodbye to this lead. I think that puts us at deadlock.
Yeah, it might just do that, and that's why now Onic, they need to be a little more cautious on how they approach these fights. Obviously, you can see Super Marco online now on the Claude. You know, the ability to hold on to these Purifies are crucial for Falcons to flip this game over. They've done an amazing job holding on to the 2 base turrets too that they had to. Again, even seeing 2 Lords being secured by Onyx. They only lost that 1 base turret. They maintain here. Now, they still have some time to go ahead and do something before this next Lord comes up, but that's why Onyx is just kind of playing the patient game.
Yep. Onyx are on Overwatch right now. You make the wrong move, get in range in the wrong spot, and it's over. It's a pick-off, and then next thing you know, Falcons can't even contest, can't even leave their base. So they're sending bodies here to try and confirm a slow push on this tier 1 down bottom. Onyx knows this. Onyx knows this. It's just they don't want to risk it yet because it's so close. Oh, what is this? Ogwin. All right, he holds on with Purify.
He did get the Thundering Wrath out here, so ultimate use, but again, that's a short cooldown up to this point too. Suns will have that back up before they maybe commit to this Lord. A Guardian Helm picked up too by Kyrie again. You know, he hasn't died. He's very elusive. 10-0-2. Picked up the Immortality earlier on the runaway, but now this Lord is up. Again, forget the gold lead that Onyx has. Falcons can fight this through. Kyle's going to jump forward, just checking out that bush. He sees Kyrie. Oh, so now it's fighting for the space around this Lord here.
Here we go. Some warning shots out of Marco on the Lutpi. Lutpi chunked down about a quarter of his health. Sets up.
Oh, Lutpi.
Finds one. Answered by both. A feather airstrike gets them both, but Kyle falls first. Golden hour. In comes the rest of them. Shifting skies, but look at this from the side. Kelra and Marco dueling guns versus fist. Oh. And they are so close taking down Flap. In comes Kyrie. Flap with the dash and back gets taken down. 2 out of the picture for Falcons. Onyx can smell blood in the water.
They want to take down the base turrets now. Super Marco had to pop his win in nature with the pressure from Kelra onto that fight. So now backs against the wall. They want to stay in this game.
Feather Airstrike. Finally, mid lane inhibitor falls. Circling Eagle by Keyboy. Minutes away.
Oh,
seconds, possibly from the end. And there's way too many minions. Onyx have delivered sweet revenge. This one's for M5. Sweeping Falcons.
Who would have thought it would have been a sweep for Onyx? But they made it happen. Game 3 took a little bit longer, but still clean as ever. And this one was definitely Onyx time.
This confirms Onyx's 3rd place finish and a difference of $100 grand in the bank for both teams. GG well played, the team of Falcons of PH.
Man, again, for the Falcons fans out there and the Filipino fans rooting for that last representative of MSC from the Philippines. Tough loss here to see that just kind of unfold the way that it did, but as has been MSC, you know, this year, probably the biggest and most surprising MSC we've had. And even this one, you know, this series, when a lot of people thought this would potentially be the grand final, well, you know, I don't know if Falcons was ready for this. Onyx definitely came in with a game plan. They executed it very well. I feel like even Falcons tried adjusting game to game to game, but unfortunately, it was just a little bit too late in this one. Leo, this one definitely could have been a case where maybe they turned it around enough, maybe they got a game under the belt, but Onyx really responded well. Kelra was a big part of this. Again, getting that one in nature, putting that pressure on Super Marco, as Super Marco was the main point of contention for Falcons in these fights, but it's just too much to deal with, I guess, from Onyx.
Onyx just had that much of a lead that they were able to use that space and time to be able to get into better positions to threaten Falcons' imminent comeback. If this game lasted maybe 5 minutes longer, then maybe we would be going into game number 4. But as it stands, Onyx are locked in and they want history to go a certain direction. Already we're entering an age of uncertainty and massive change in MLBB Esports. What more? A flip on the script from the M5 World Championship.
And I think, you know, as we saw this one unfold, history will rewrite itself later on. But right now, we're going to throw it over on stage with Rose and I believe Kelra for an interview.
In this 3rd placer match, Onyx comes out on top in a sort of rematch up against Team Falcons Philippines. And of course, right now on stage, we are with none other than the gold standard, Kelra. Hello, Kelra. How are you?
I'm good.
Okay, Kelra, let's talk about this. last year in Riyadh, you were in the same exact position where you were in the third placer match. This is a back-to-back match. And after that match, you told me and you told a lot of people, I don't want to be in that situation anymore. What happened today? Why are you back here?
Tagalog na?
Go ahead.
Ako sinabi ko na ayoko na maglaro ng battle per third uli, and last year and ngayon sasabihin ko uli yun na ayoko na uli maglaro ng battle per third dito sa AWC, and papangako kong hindi na maulit tong nangyari sa amin ngayon.
Kelra said that yes, last year he did tell me that he didn't want to play for the Battle of Third anymore. This year, although unfortunate, he had to play for the Battle of Third once again. But he said he is making a promise to everybody that this will be the last. And you know what? Maybe next year it's going to be in the Grand Finals, no? Maybe next year it's Grand Finals?
Let's see.
Okay. Now let's talk about this matchup because we know it's like a rematch for Onyx and Team Falcons Philippines, like a M5 rematch, right? M5 Grand Finals. How do you feel about beating a Filipino team here, you know, in MSC at the third placer match?
Malungkot na masaya kasi dito, yung ina-expect ng mga tao sa nung una sa yung magtatapat is kami ng Falcons sa Grand Finals nga lang. Kaso ito battle per third eh. And wala rin nag-expect talaga na makakapasok yung TS and YG, and sobrang galing talaga nila. Wala kami masabi sa performance ng Yangon and TS. Magaling talaga sila.
Now, Kelra actually said no one expected this to happen. Of course, he feels mixed emotions. He's happy that he won. At the same time, he's a little bit sad that he had to beat his fellow Filipino brothers on the other side. And of course, they expected this matchup in the Grand Finals, and yet they are here battling it out for the third placer match. He did, however, say though that Yangon Galacticos and Team Spirit both deserve their Grand Final slot because they're just so good. They have nothing to say. Now, you mentioned both YG and Team Spirit, who in a few moments' time will be playing in their first ever Grand Finals. What does that say about the MLBB ecosystem as a whole?
Siguro parang nag-ano yun na kumbaga hindi naman end of PICera, kumbaga lahat talaga ng team kailangan mo respetuhin and kailangan pag-aralan.
Kelra said that not having the Philippines or, you know, the Big Three region in the Grand Final does not mean it's the end of the Philippine era. But it's more towards the teams actually need to start respecting other regions more, those underdogs, because at the end of the day, they can actually give a surprise. And that's what's happening later on. So Kelra, what's next for you?
GOF.
That's it, GOF?
Yeah.
What are your expectations for your next tournament then?
Mas ina-expect ko na mas magpe-perform kami sa GF muna kasi yun yung pinakamalapit na tournament namin, and ina-expect ko sa team namin na magiging aral sa amin yung mga nangyari dito sa AWC.
For his next tournament, obviously, he has one coming up really shortly. So he's expecting to learn from their mistakes here and apply to their future tournaments to hopefully gain better results. So Kelra, any message to the fans who are here supporting you guys? I see so many Sonics, Onyx fans here in Paris. It's like home ground for you guys. And of course, those that are supporting you back at home online.
Sa mga sumusuporta sa amin, maraming salamat. Sa mga pumunta na mga nag-effort na Indonesia and Pilipinos, sa lahat ng mga pumunta dito ay nag-effort. Maraming salamat sa suporta nyo, and yun lang.
He said thank you to everybody who came down to the arena, came down to Paris to support, you know, Onyx and of course their journey here at the MSC at EWC 2026. Thank you as well to those who are supporting online. And any words for your family?
For my family, I really miss na ko na kayo.
He misses them. Thank you so much, Kelra. I hope to see you on the next tournament once again. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, Onyx finishes at the third place here at MSC at EWC 2026, ending their journey. Thank you very much. With that, let us show it to the panel.
The Sonic representation here in Paris. It's been electric, as it should. The yellow and black have filled our stands at the Lenovo Legion Gauntlets, and now they've fully got something to celebrate. $100,000 in the pocket for Kelra and his squad. The gold standard earn a little bit more money when it comes to standardized gold prices, that's for sure. Heading back to our panel, guys, it's a third place match that doesn't give us too much drama, doesn't give us too many storylines to, throw in, but it just makes it very clear. It was a day for Indonesia. It was a day for Kelra and Onyx, and I think this is a nice kind of close for Kelra, having faced that Onyx third place match as well, to switch sides from the Philippines and now do it for Indonesia.
Yeah, it's long-term storytelling if you look at it. If you look at it in just a singular tournament, it makes no sense. But then if you look back at previous years, if you take it all the way back to 2023 in the M5 World Championship, and of course all the other times that Filipino teams have beat Indonesian teams, it's a great day for the Indonesian fans. It's a great day for Onyx fans. Great day for Kelra. Pretty sure Kyrie, Keyboy, and Son just went, finally. So this is what it feels like. So very happy for them. Very happy for them.
It's definitely a new chapter, right? And I think in a way, the fact that it was for a third place match is a little bit poetic, and maybe them realizing that they weren't enemies all along. Maybe there was bigger fish to fry, bigger problems in this bracket that they both should have been focusing on. And now it's a new chapter, right? Maybe not a new era, but essentially for MLBB in general, we're seeing, with all of these new teams coming up, with two of the biggest faces in MLBB fighting out for third place, we have to start looking at the ecosystem a little bit differently.
Yeah, and I think that's a great age-old story where you see two powerhouses, or maybe three in this case, looking at each other only, and then underneath it all, there becomes this kind of underdog, this dark horse that's building up strength, building up passionate communities behind them, and now also building up the ability to challenge them, unbeknownst to those who held the power for so long. And now that's where we will eventually be able to turn our attention with our grand final matchup, Yangon Galacticos and, of course, Team Spirit. It's EECA and Myanmar. But again, let's put a capstone on Falcons. Let's put a capstone on the Philippines. Renmar, I'll let you kind of speak on that. The journey, that's the official final game of a Filipino team. And from the shock of Team Liquid falling out to now this performance, what's your takeaway?
I think my takeaway is now, even more so, I am more excited to get back home and cast MPL Philippines, because I know the teams who have seen the Titans rule for so long. Of course, Onyx is expected to be a contender now heading into that. I think all the teams back home, they are salivating at the opportunity and the realization that this meta game, how Moonton has now developed this game where it's not so clear-cut textbook. You have to have a lot of room, creativity, cheese picks, pocket picks, all the more welcome now that the biggest dogs back home now have to worry.
Yeah.
They have to worry.
And if everything stays like this at this point, not even just MPLPH, but so many different leagues around the world, I feel like are going to be chaos at this point. Because it's true, even from that match there, we just saw the possibilities of no matter what you get, sometimes it can still lose. And even some of the best coaches in the world are still scrambling in draft, are still scrambling in game. It's this meta, this MSC has been one of the most dynamic and interesting ways. And I mean, even us as casters, we haven't really been able to guess drafts. We have been scrambling, trying to figure everything out.
But part of that is that sometimes they're wrong. I mean, the players are sometimes wrong, and we're proving it here. Not that they haven't put the effort in, not that they aren't amazing and some of the best in the world, but they're trying something, and it's clear that there isn't a clear answer. I think this is the way that the world is going, though, as you can see it. You know, school is hopefully becoming more expansive. We're getting out of those. There is one right way to describe this or to say this. Out-of-the-box answers are being appreciated because we're getting exposed to so many different ideas, and I think that's just what's happening in MLBB as well.
Yeah, for the longest time, the Philippine era has been highlighted by what we call checklists. Checklists of conditions that you need to take in the draft and in the game before you commit certain actions. The dynamism of this meta, as Trex pointed out, came from the fact that that checklist has been thrown out. Because now you have heroes such as the Hiraro and Paquito, who, by the way, it's kind of criminal that they both ended up for Onyx alongside that Barrett's, wherein you can now just have one or two to do whatever they want in the map, and that's your checklist. Because they gain so many things from that. Either they already take out one member of the opposing team, and with that gone, it's the Wild West. Do whatever you want as long as you're man marking properly.
It's tough.
It's tough to
definitely
overanalyze, Trex. I want to, kind of lean into your thoughts as well. Coming in from a region in the Americas, we saw Entity 7 have a really nice run. They obviously were able to take down Team Liquid Philippines, but it's more to the story of these regions that we maybe don't expect or bring a unique perspective, having less of a spotlight and therefore less awareness of what they believe, how they draft, what they're doing at the global stage. Maybe we're just seeing some of those ideas. It's their time to shine right now.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely, Opportunity has shown that teams that are thinking outside of the box are winning games, right? Opportunity has shown that. Even Kelra in his interview there saying that it's time to start respecting other regions. It's time to start respecting the fact that MLBB globally has grown so much in a competitive esports sense that so many regions are ahead of the trend, and with an ever-evolving meta like this one, it is favoriting those regions that are constantly playing against, not your checklist players, not your checklist coaches. People are like, hey, well, let's try this, or let's try this, or let's break the box a little bit and get outside of the mold. And that's exactly why we have the grand finals we're going to have today, right?
Well, I think it's interesting because we just saw, if you were paying attention to sports, another world record being broken for an under 4-minute mile. Earlier on in our lives, we thought that was not possible. Many people did not think you could break a 4-minute mile. But now that we've seen it happen and we've seen a world record broken again with that, you now can train for a 4-minute mile because you know it's possible. Before then, Rimar, no one's training to get a sub 4-minute mile because they don't think you can do it. And that's kind of the thing here. A lot of these teams, I feel like, and again, this is the eye test. This is me not knowing MLBB and coming in. Didn't know that these types of ways of playing the game existed. And now they're like, we need to go back to the drawing board. I can't just adapt in a day. Like, I need to rethink the way I'm thinking about MLBB.
Yeah, I think there's always been a very clear distinction of how you play the game in the pro scene and how you play the game just for normal people like us. Now, even more so, you're seeing a little bit more of a closer reflection of somewhat RG style thoughts where it's like, yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and do this thing. Is it the most efficient looking move possible? No, but it's gonna get me something good, and that might translate better for the rest of my team.
Yeah.
The game slowed down and then now it's sped up again. We're back to what MLBB was like years ago. Faster, damage. Whoever gets the most kills simply wins the game. Be willing to give up objectives. Get bodies because you can get more objectives.
Yeah.
For the longest time, it's just been objectives.
It is highly micro, yes, this is true. And I noticed it when we came into knockouts, even to the point where Lord dances aren't as long anymore, right?
Yeah,
sometimes a Lord fight could last 2 or 3 minutes, just kind of testing the waters, trying to play off lane, things like that. And it is definitely tightened down. Yesterday, I think we saw Lord get bursted down in about 6 seconds from Falcons, stealing it away from Yangon. Teams are willing to take those risks. And I think that is, it's high-risk situations, and the teams that are willing to do them and execute them correctly end up getting the wins.
Yeah, the esports side, the pro side was forced to evolve because the game evolved.
Yeah, and you can see, when it comes to performances, there's no doubting that Kyrie had a great game, that he was able to be dominant across all of these matchups, whether he had the Harara or whether he didn't. It was really good for Monic over the board and I think across the board, of how they approached each draft, of how they approached the play. And this maybe wasn't what you expected because we didn't get to see any of Onic. And so maybe being a little bit let down at not winning a game and the semifinals, Falcons almost made that huge comeback. Now Onic get a chance to say, listen, this is really our last statement. We do know what we're doing. We haven't figured it all out yet, but look at what we do when we're in a good position to win. We can make ourselves go toe-to-toe with the best of them.
Yeah, I think Falcons, especially in that last game, really approached it in a sense that, yes, we might lose early game, but we normally have the capabilities to drag it out. And that has been the MO for a lot of Filipino teams. Even if they're unable to control early, playing for third turtle, first Lord has always been a major winning point for them. It's like, yeah, we can let them have a 2K gold lead. We can always get ahead, but Onic is a team that is not going to let that happen. We will push and push and push and push, and Onic just did it successfully. 3 games in a row, essentially.
Yeah. I just hope this doesn't start a precedence for future metas wherein we just get even more busted heroes. I mean, Suyo, excuse me. Hirara and Paquito has changed the game so much. It brought Barrett's back. It brought Eudora back. What a world we live in.
You mean for the first time, right?
For quite some time after I lost that one.
Yeah, I do love some Eudora, man. That's all I know. All I know is this meta. So it's kind of fun hearing their past, kind of nostalgia for these moments. I was talking about a movie, Midnight in Paris, as well. And kind of the interesting thing is, whatever present you're in, you think that the past is a little bit better. That's kind of the theme of that movie. So you guys wishing for something different as well. Maybe, I'm looking at just enjoying what we've got here. I know we had a chance to talk with Falcons. It's not quite an exit interview, although this is the end of their time playing at MSC. Their coach, Moody, was standing by with the turn-up.
We are now backstage with Coach Moody from Falcons Philippines.
Hello.
Coach, what happened?
I guess for this series, based on what happened yesterday, Onyx was the better team today. Like, they did the reset better. Of course, it was tragic for us, but yeah, we'll surely bounce back.
Okay, so it was maybe mentality going into the game?
Yes.
Because it was a 3-0, Coach.
Not what we expected as well.
What did you think happened? Do you think was it from the drafts that were a little difficult, challenging?
For sure. I mean, the drafts were pretty much also... We kind of messed up as well. So,
okay.
In general, all of the team, I think.
So including execution or more
execution
so...
and draft, yes.
Okay, so 50-50?
Yes.
50-50. Were the players okay? Like, what was the mentality coming into this match?
We were trying to boost their morale, but somehow it's just not there, Like, the energy was different from yesterday.
Understandably so.
Yeah. Sorry.
It's okay.
I have nothing more to say.
Okay. Well, the rematch, succeeded for Onyx.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think was different about Onyx this time?
Just like what I said, I think they were more prepared and they did the reset better. And they were just a better team today.
Just a better team, just in general, better team. Is there nothing specific that you saw, as a coach, like you saw maybe a certain player's performance was better, or?
It's hard to say because I feel like we were also playing bad,
Okay, understandable. And of course, again, I think we talked about it a little bit yesterday, but what I really wanted to emphasize on was the fact that it seems like all the other regions are catching up.
Yeah.
No ID, no Malaysia, no Philippines. What do you think this means about the ecosystem right now?
I think it's better for the MLBB community in general, just because it's, like what they said, it's a different era right now. At the same time, I feel like this is an eye-awakener for the Philippines and Indo and Malaysia just to step back and look like where we at. But for sure, M8, it would be different.
I'm excited for M8. So that's the next on the checklist, M8?
For us, it's GOTF first.
Okay, so you have GOTF first and then M8.
M8.
And we can expect you guys just...
Hopefully.
Flip the script.
Hopefully.
But I'm actually curious, Coach. I mean, when we're talking about new meta, new patches, usually the Philippines are the first to adapt. So what really happened this MSC?
I guess before MSC, I think there was a 1-week patch or a patch happened before the MSC.
Right, yeah.
And we kind of struggled with adapting as quickly just because the screams that were the opponents that were also screaming are also an MSC. So it's just like it depends on how creative you could be coming up into the tournament, And we did really saw a lot of new heroes and new picks in this tournament.
So that was a setback. That was a challenge. But obviously, like Philippines, Indonesia would have had the same challenge, right?
Correct. Especially that they're not in the grand finals,
Yeah. Don't remind me about that.
Sorry.
It's okay. We're all in the same boat here. But Coach, what was the biggest lesson that you learned from MSC?
I guess it's still the mental really matters, Like, just based on the game yesterday, I think that was the biggest thing, that you really need to prepare your players on stage. And I think it's still the preparation in general, besides the draft and whatnot, because you do see a lot of games before the matches. It's just a matter of how can you adapt well and how I'm sorry, I'm out of words.
It's okay. It's okay.
I'm so sad, guys.
It's okay. Are you more sad because of what happened yesterday, or
Times 2 right now, you know?
times 2?
Because we didn't even give a good fight. Not what we were expecting.
But I guess it is difficult to bounce back after.
It is, but it's a must because we still have a tournament after a week, you know.
But I think you got this.
Thank you.
Coach, this is the final interview I'm going to be having with you. You particular, is there anything that you want to share? Maybe to someone or about anything? What's going on in your mind? Anything like that?
I guess overall regarding the MLBB community, we're still people trying our best and doing our job. Regardless if you're a Filipino, Malaysian, or Indonesian, whatever, this is still good for the MLBB community, and thank you so much. And I'll speak in Tagalog. Maraming salamat sa pagsuporta sa Pilipinas. Babawi kami sa M8 or GOTF, especially next EWC. Maraming salamat, guys.
Keep supporting Falcons, guys. Coach, thank you so much for this interview. I know it's not easy, and I'm seeing emotions coming up to the surface. Let's end this now. Thank you, guys.
I like Moody. I like the approach. I like the energy. I like the fact that he's just being straight up with it. And that's sometimes what you got to do when a loss shows up for you. You just have to be straight up and try to learn from it.
I feel like we were robbed of an opportunity to see Coach Moody sing on the international stage.
Yeah.
But there's always MA. There's always the next big major international. Hopefully he gets to sing then.
I'm glad that he wasn't completely broken down like we've seen some of the. He was able to keep a positive attitude. You know, I mean, obviously sad. Obviously, these two teams that weren't able to make it to grand finals, it was tough for them. But I think he was able to hold his composure well and knows that there's still a lot ahead for his team.
Yeah.
I mean, you've got games of the future coming up. You have more tournaments. You have M8 around the corner as well. And this is not a team that's going to just take this loss and we never see them again. And also, they're still walking away with a decent chunk of change.
Yeah, they're still walking away with a decent chunk of change. That's for sure. The difference, I think, 150 from that fourth to 250, which Onik just grabbed by winning in the third place matchup. Guys, as we take a look at the bracket and the schedule coming up to close out our day, close out this part of it, I want to give you two opportunities to talk about what we're going to be seeing coming up. A new chapter being written. I know we said history rewritten, but maybe that history is there. Maybe it's important that it's there for this new chapter to have the same amount of significance that it does, because you're not seeing any of the three top regions. You're seeing Myanmar going up against EECA. So I'll start with you, Rinmar and Trex. You can close us with your final thoughts on today's set, but also looking ahead.
It's great long-term storytelling on the side of Spirit. I'm looking at two people. Sawa and Sunset Lover have been here since the very beginning. They have been the faces of their region since the start, and now they're fighting the grand finals of a major international. A long time. Meanwhile, on the other side, for Myanmar, Trex, it's long-term storytelling for a country that's been begging to be back on this level, and here they are.
It is honestly, no matter who wins here, the storyline is supreme.
Yeah.
You have Team Spirit that for the past couple of years have been so close to this moment and always fall a little bit short. They have been regular top 8 team, top 4 sometimes, have always had it just within their distance and then just can't quite make it. And then you have Myanmar, who have essentially were so hyped for a while and then they kept on not making it. Falling out early, not making a top 8 or just making a top 8 and then getting cut short. And now 5 years later, they're finally sitting in the grand finals again. And from both sides, it is hard to say who's really the favorite here.
And seeing them clash up, it's just going to be history in the making. We do love it. And I think maybe that's a better way to put it. It's going to be historic, whether we're going in the past, whether we're going in the future. This is going to be something that is noted of. Will it be as noted as the Odyssey, something that happened like 3,000 years ago? I don't know. In 400 years, we'll have our MLBB Homer writing about this. But maybe we did say Yengo Galacticos are the best team in the galaxy. So far, no one has been able to disprove that statement. And I don't think anybody from another planet is going to be able to join us before 2 p.m., which is when this final will start. If you think you know who it's going to be, Team Spirit or Yangon Galacticos, get your pick'ems in because you have your chance to earn $300,000, your share of that prize. So maybe you were right on this first one. Maybe you'll be right on this next one. Rinmar. Trex, it's been a pleasure, guys.
Been a pleasure.
Truly. Fantastic MLBB, fantastic MSC. Coming up, we got some more fun content. You'll hear from those guys about their highlights of this tournament so far. And on the other side, we will begin our grand finals.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
This is the talent show with Rachel, of course.
Hello.
Look, we've only been doing intros and stuff together, but we haven't actually had a chance to do this kind of thing.
What are we doing?
But I am gonna ask you some questions.
Okay.
Who is most likely to get arrested by the police out of the talent team?
Mirko.
Maybe be careful with this one. Mirko?
Mirko.
Okay.
No reason why, right?
No reason?
We don't have to give a reason, right?
Well, you can, I'd prefer if you give a reason. Actually, sorry, we're not actually doing this at all.
What? Brother, you can't do this to me, brother.
I can do what I want.
Brother.
Hello.
What? What is this?
Would you like to take a seat?
I would love to take a seat.
No, you know. Oh, am I moving? I'm being. Oh, okay,
I
you know
would love
what?
to take a seat.
Brother, whoa, whoa. Okay, everyone calm down. What's
Hey, how's the hot seat feel?
I feel like we're surrounding her.
I heard that you've been the mole lately.
No?
Yeah, it's been discovered, Eterna.
I feel so betrayed right now. Betrayed right now.
So nice. I think you've got a specific question.
Oh, I've got plenty to ask you, but I'm just going to ask you this one. You know, we have heard, Eterna, that you are a record-breaking international recording artist on Spotify. What's the latest single that everybody watching right now might be able to go ahead and
give me a tune,
find you at? Like, where can they find you? What's the latest single?
This is so much.
What is the latest single?
I mean,
You and I.
You and I.
You and I.
Can we get a sample?
No. I'm so shy about this.
No, well, I'm sorry. So another thing, actually, these are more questions from me. You have a very supportive and creative family. What's it like to have a Jedi dad and a younger sister that's more popular than you?
Weird walks in malls.
Mm.
Weird walks in malls. That's all I can say.
Is that all you can say?
Yeah, it's like walk into a mall. She gets her pictures taken, and
Really?
me and my
Actually, for
sister,
real?
me and my other sister were just NPCs. Like, yeah,
Your sister's famous, huh?
yeah. She has to wear a hoodie and like a mask everywhere.
Oh, yeah?
Okay.
I didn't know that.
Well, we got
Oh man.
Oh,
hey,
there,
your
Renmar.
questions were nice. Your questions were nice.
I know, yeah, my questions were nice.
They were nice.
So I have a very nice question. May I?
You may.
So I really need to ask. I mean, you promised me, and I think we should all know, whatever happened to the limited edition Eterna shirts? Where's mine?
Low key, that actually kind of good. That kind of.
It has 3 pictures of you. What happened to them? Do you still sell them?
Don't look at me.
Your questions were nice.
This is nice too. I love the shirt. I wanted one.
I used to cosplay. I used to cosplay.
Is that the cosplay?
When I was younger.
That does kind of go hard though.
So yeah, update. What
damn.
happened to them?
They're gone.
They're gone?
They're gone.
How wide is the lens? That's what I want to know. We got the whole gang on here.
Wait, why is
Wait, I've got another question before we actually jump into things. What happened with Goni?
What the
Gani.
Goni. Hey. Look,
Hey, my questions weren't this bad. Donnie's an ex. He was a cast. Well, he is a caster, not was. Sorry, guys.
I was only allowed. I was told you're still friends.
We are.
Okay, well that's okay then.
Everything's fine. We just grew out of each other. Why are you guys laughing? Like, grew apart.
Wow.
America, I believe we have another question from you.
Eterna, you questioned my goats, and who are my goats? Well, I don't know if you did that, but I want to test your knowledge. If you're a plastic fan or a real fan.
Oh, wow.
You say you're a liquid fan, you say they're your goats. Can you mention 5 Aura players?
5 Aura players. Godiva. Hi. Fluffy. Wait. Wait.
This is part of the game. I'm pressuring you. I know you don't deal well. We know that you don't deal well with pressure.
Kabuki.
That's 4. One more Aura player.
Palevi, coach.
I said member, I said player. Palevi ain't no player.
Who am I missing? Their mid laner. It's not Yeheskiel, right? No.
Okay, I'll give it that. But
Okay.
I can't believe you forgot your favorite face hugger.
Oh my god, my goat face hugger! I love him so much.
All right.
I love him.
We'll end it with one more question that I have. That we know that you can find love online, but can you find love in online role-playing games? I think that might be enough.
Kill me.
That was Eterna's confessions. We got her in the end. We got her in the end.
guys.
Guess my question.
A lot of people are haunted by their past. I'm inspired by it.
They're not just playing for themselves, they're really playing for their entire family.
They have defeated their demons. They have crushed the curse.
Welcome to the talent show. I don't know who the talent is. Is it me? Is it you guys? I don't.
I don't know.
No, there's no talent here.
Do you ever find it weird that we get called talent? Does it ick you out a little bit? It makes me feel a bit weird.
Yeah.
No, I love it. We're all talented. We're all very talented. We're special.
So you say. All right, speaking of talent, let's talk some questions. So we want you to answer these questions, write them down on your, I was about to say piece of paper, on your cue card, and then reveal to the camera your answer. Some ever so slightly embarrassing questions. Rachel, this is not another...
Okay.
Don't worry, we're not sabotaging.
Nervous.
All right, verse 1. Out of the talent, who is most likely to get arrested by the police? You started writing before I even finished.
When you said arrested, bro.
All right.
I'm done.
3, 2, 1.
LaFell?
Oh, damn.
You're cool.
What? Wait, no, it's LaFell for sure. You remember the airport?
No, but if it didn't have him,
Okay.
it would be you. It would be.
I kind of feel like LaFell's an acceptable
LaFell,
answer.
right?
I've known him for 2 weeks, and I can see it.
Chat agrees, LaFell.
It's Mirko's mouth. Okay.
All right.
Yeah.
Throw them away. Throw them away. Go on, yeet them. Yeah, do what you want. There you go. We'll go on to the next one. Okay, who is most likely to get deported from Paris?
Oh.
Brother.
Oh, God.
Well, I mean, I feel like this is low-hanging fruit.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm done.
I feel like I have the same answer for most.
Yeah, let's get it. Let's see it.
Same answer for mine.
Oh, wow. Same.
What? What does it mean?
Again, your mouth.
Okay, LaFell. It's LaFell, 100%.
Okay, yeah, no. I mean, Nelly happened to LaFell full stop anyway, I suppose.
Okay.
There's a couple of people who this could be. Who is most likely to fall in love with a player?
Oh, God.
Well.
Oh, she's not even here to defend herself. Hold on. Does that say me?
Okay.
No, that didn't.
Okay.
All right, 3, 2, 1. Let's see. So we went Brigida
Oh.
and yourself. Yes, okay.
Oh, but I mean, like.
Yeah, well,
I
that's
mean-
yeah, that's yeah.
Well, you got eyes on anyone, Turner? Or?
No,
Whoa.
no,
Multiple, not just one.
that is true. I'm kidding.
Okay. Who's most likely to fall in love with a fellow caster? You might as well have just kept that same one, Turner. Where is it?
No.
I mean, based on the track record, brother.
No.
Based on the track record.
No.
Yeah, let's see it. Let's see it.
No. I choose Renmar.
I mean, someone is. I mean, yeah.
Who does
track
Renmar?
record.
Who does Renmar love? Oh, is this?
He loves me. Renmar loves me.
Renmar loves Mirko.
Renmar loves me.
Okay, we'll keep it at that. Who's most likely to get ready? Take the longest to get ready for a broadcast.
Oh, the talent pool here, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Now, the fact that both of you didn't take very long.
Oh,
there we go.
chemistry.
I can kind of see that.
Right?
I can kind of see that. And she's not being late yet, though.
We're not late.
No.
We just wake up earlier.
No, she's not being late. We did have somebody be very late yesterday, but
We did.
kind of remotely the same. Who's most likely to fall asleep during a game? Who's a sleepy boy?
He's not here, but I gotta write his name, bro.
Do it.
It's my boy.
I'll choose from this talent pool. Oh, that's actually pretty good.
All right, Gideon and Arashi.
He's not here, but hey, shout out to Arashi.
Is he a snoozy boy?
He's a snoozy boy.
Okay.
Gideon as well.
Who is most likely to get blacklisted from a broadcast? Well, be careful how you answer. Because you never know. Yeah.
I misspelled his name.
I'm seeing Mirko. Yeah, I mean, that's just without question.
100%.
Without question.
He'll never be blacklisted, though.
No, I honestly
That's
think
favorite.
that he's that crazy that it's kind of just like...
It's his branding.
He's untouchable.
That's true.
It's his brand.
He's
yeah,
untouchable.
he's fine.
Identity.
All right, who's most likely to survive in a zombie apocalypse?
Hey.
Ooh.
Pause.
Okay.
Okay, let's say it.
Again.
Naisu, yeah, I mean... I wouldn't want to take a punch off Naisu. I'm just going to put it
Exactly, I
out
think
there. I
he's
feel like he'd kill me.
He's a runner. He's athletic.
He runs? Like that?
Yeah.
I feel as if like a slightly bigger guy running is quite difficult. So if he runs like that,
It's
yeah,
the endurance, bro.
fair. Okay, fair. Who's most likely to spend the most during an international event?
Us.
Spend the most. This is the easiest one. I know the answer to this. Oh, really?
Okay.
For real? Okay, let's see it.
Ah.
Yeah.
Oh, actually,
This event.
this event is it being biased?
Okay, that's true.
I know you guys run the
But
outlets.
traditionally, I would say this one.
Yeah, probably.
Room
Wait,
service.
what have we been spending it on, bro? I don't.
Hey, it's for the girlfriend.
Oh, okay, fair.
For the lady.
For the lady.
Who is most likely to crack under pressure? Who is not very icy?
Dang, this one's
Ooh.
crack under pressure.
Ah.
Three, two, one. Oh, damn. No,
Oh.
no, Eterna,
Oh.
you're fine. You're fine.
I think I cry more than Brigida.
You cry?
Oh, cry,
No, but
crack.
crack under pressure.
Yeah, but like to crack under pressure, I cry.
Dude,
when
you
I
should have seen
crack,
her
I
reaction when like
Oh,
the
but-
I love you things and adults.
Okay,
came out.
okay. That's also a valid answer.
Okay.
That's a very valid answer.
And final one. Who is most likely to win MVP in a game? So who's the best player in the talent group?
I can't believe I'm doing this.
Damn.
So
We've been
disgusting.
very nice to each other on this last one.
So disgusting. I'm disgusted.
Is he nasty?
The boy's nasty at it.
Nasty.
Pretty good at video games.
All right, man. Well, thank you very much, guys. There were some expected and some unexpected answers. We might drag some other people onto the talent show. Thank you. Throw them away. Be dramatic. Go on. Yeet. Well, we have a little bit of time to fill since Onyx just absolutely swept through Falcons, so I thought I'd have a bit of a chat with the boys. That one was a little surprising to me in a certain way, but looks like Falcons just didn't show up, did they, Remo? I mean, honestly, it's been a long 2 weeks.
Yeah,
That was bad.
Come. You wanna take this? Yeah.
They didn't show up. They didn't show up. I'll speak for him. He's very sad. This is he's never had to feel like this before. Welcome to my world, Renmar. Welcome to my world.
In the world of everyone else, apparently. But you know what? It's again, I can't help but also feel happy for the Onyx boys because it's like
a huge sigh of relief from them. Even Kyrie, the way he celebrated, I don't know what he said, but it felt like it was something along the lines of, "Oh, finally, I got to beat these dudes."
And I think for them as well, there's sometimes you see these third, fourth games, and you're a little bit like, okay, well, it's it's a bit of a rubber match, if you like, but it was $100,000 difference. So that's a huge difference for these guys as well. I mean, if I'm coming from my point of view as well, club championship points, Falcons really needed those, to be honest with you. To see that happen is going to be a massive disappointment. I think I've kind of been saying along the lines, though, for Falcons overall, today will be extremely disappointing. But how would you say their tournament overall has kind of went? Would you have said that fourth was an acceptable position for them kind of coming into this? I know they would have said all the time they want to win it, of course, but would you said fourth is acceptable?
I think globally fourth is not acceptable. From a unbiased, just outlook point of view, the way that they came into this tournament to how well they played in the top 8, I think coming into the top 8, a lot of us thought that they might not even win their first match. A lot of us thought that they might secure something lower than that. So the fact that they got where they got, definitely not a horrible finish for them. For the rest of the world, there's always going to be high hopes for any Filipino team, any Falcons organization at that as well. They're a dominant organization in the club championship. So yes, they fell short, but if you look at the whole picture, it's not as bad as maybe everyone thinks.
I mean, let's be honest, it could have been as bad as Liquid, right? I mean, that.
Ooh, yeah.
I mean, not to.
How to bring that up?
They already don't like me, so I might as well. But look, I think, when you look at expectations in that sense, though, they have got to be the team that everyone was looking at. Mm-hmm. That's got to be the biggest disappointment of the whole entire 2 weeks of the MSC.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure it was a massive wake-up call for the team and for the org and all of its players that, wait, we came from such a high of winning it in the Philippines. We get here as one of the team's favorite to win it, to get some very important points also for the club championship, for Liquid as an organization.
By the way.
Yeah, they are also struggling. So a lot of the big dogs who've been duking it out for the club championship for the past 2 years, now Vitality has a chance also to just sweep in through any other club that are ready for any surprises. It makes the story of MLBB, this MSC, actually made the story of club championship even crazier.
I mean, it was massive for us, especially when Falcons beaten Vitality. That was one of the biggest games of the entirety of EWC over the last 4 weeks as far as the club championship is concerned. Who would you say has been the biggest surprises, though, Trex? I mean, coming into today, I mean, a lot of people, is this the final they would have maybe expected to a certain degree? I'm not too sure, but what would your biggest surprise be?
Throughout the whole tournament?
Yeah.
I think Aurora and Team Spirit are probably the two big surprises for me, both of them being able to break in. And not just break in, but show up as possible favorites. I mean, we had Aurora literally labeled on Instagram as the new big boss. So overall across the map, MSC in general has just been a huge surprise.
Yeah, Young God Galacticos, though I know a lot of people are saying they are surprising, especially the road that they had to go through. But I think the story of Spirit is even more surprising. They went through, oh my goodness, are they actually not going to be able to make it to knockouts? And a team from China will be able to make it to knockouts first in Guangzhou Gaming, and then they get through, and then in the first round they get to defeat Vamos, who destroyed them during the group stages, and now so far Team Spirit have actually yet to drop a game heading into this grand finals for the knockout stage.
It's insane to see how well they have performed. Guys, thank you so much. I mean, we get to kind of kick back a little bit for what is going to be an absolutely fantastic round. You know what? I'm kind of joining you. They were asking if we could get your jackets off here on this one. You know what? We might just kick back. We actually went a completely different room in studio.
It's nice.
And we've just kind of taken over for a little bit. And this might be the spot that everybody wants for the grand final. Very excited to see how it's going to go down. And it's time for the desk to get us started. Reindeer.
Thank you, Chris. It's an amazing time to be an MLBB fan, especially with how this MSC, the tournament of upsets we have declared it, has been going. You can expect the unexpected, and you can be sure that watching today will give you a chance to see history as it unfolds, as it is newly written, with a new team raising the trophy here in the middle of the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet. This is going to be an amazing one, and of course, I have the pleasure of introducing my panel who will be alongside me in this best of 7, the first time doing what they have done all of these 2 weeks, which is keep the energy high. 2 hands, LaFell, I like that. They're good at it. 6'7", anything else you want. Looking flashy, both of you. Brig, LaFell, it's great to have you here.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
That's it. This is the new telestrator, huh?
Yeah, this is me practicing in case Briggs wants to screw me over and be like, you know what, maybe I can just put it here.
No, I can like
hands free.
Be a backup dancer or something, you know, when
Oh,
he does
yeah.
the illustrator while we do the analysis later on, because who knows? I have never experienced a sweep here in knockouts, Rain Days. So
Yeah.
I'm just assuming the pattern will carry over.
Well, if that happens and we see 4 games in a row won by either Team Spirit or Yangon Galacticos, that would be one of the most incredible things. And by the way, speaking of incredible, I want to introduce you to our Crunchyroll story of the day, which is that we will see the rise of a new champion here at MLBB. It is historic either way you slice it. History has been made before we even got to this final stage, but now we have a chance to see who will claim this as a part of their destiny, whose journey will be diverted to look at another grand finals for their chance to raise the trophy. Brig, this is a momentous occasion across the board.
Yep, I know we are all probably still in shock over the fact that there's no region from the big regions actually partaking in the grand finals, but more so when you like look at it based on or from a perspective of what history could be made, especially for these regions, none of them have actually had an international championship ever. So it's going to be such a great achievement for either of these two teams if they ever get to make it that far.
I do have to say though, Myanmar got very close. M2, that was back in Singapore during COVID times. They went all 7 games against Bren Esports during that time where Call TZ was playing. So now this is like their second chance of making it so that they actually become champions.
Well, just to put it into perspective, Zaur Egoist, the star jungler on the side of Team Spirit, was about 10 years old at that time. So he didn't really have much to say in that conversation, Brig.
No. But look at him now. He wasn't really able to partake in the most recent one just because of, again, he was yet to actually
He was born too early.
Yes, he was born too early.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
he couldn't be part of it. But now that he is, I still see and you could feel the hunger and how his mechanics. Everyone's been looking forward to it and he
Sup,
did not
Zaur?
disappoint.
Sup,
Hello.
Zaur?
Hello.
Sup, Coach? See, they're all saying hi. They're all so nice.
You think that's live? This can't be live. It's
Bro.
live.
I
Wow.
think it
Look
is.
at that.
It is.
Hey, guys. Hey, Yangon.
So they have different preparations.
Go.
Team Spirit had like a, what's that, a tennis ball?
They're not listening to me.
They're just practicing their mechanics. They're practicing their timing.
Yep.
See, Briggs, that's what we should do, right? I throw something at you.
Do not give these 2 props. Please do not do it. That is
By
going
the
to be
way,
chaos.
I threw 2 things at you and you didn't dodge both of them.
No, it's okay.
You got hit by both.
The other one was a necktie.
I will say, LaFell, you're looking very nice today.
You are looking better. Briggs, mediocre. But other than that.
I agree, yo.
No, because everyone keeps saying she looks good. So
Brig obviously is looking great. She's mogging both of us. However, I will say that, LaFell, I know you might have taken my comment yesterday to heart, and I just love your hair, buddy. I just got to say, I love your hair.
Hey.
No,
Either
for
way
me-
you style it, I
no,
like it.
for me-
I didn't know if you were sensitive.
No. I just shower, take my shirt, do whatever, and then how it sets, it sets. Like, I have so much to think, Ray Day, and how my hair looks is just not on the list.
It's just not on the list, so that means that it's just naturally looking
It's
that good
RNG.
today.
It's
love
RNG.
that. It's RNG. The gods have been with you today. Will the Galaxy be with Yangon as well? And will Spirit be with Team Spirit? This team has done so much to get here. They've represented ECA and they've turned their nomenclature of being described as the gatekeepers to the ones finally entering the gate. At this point, they stand at the precipice of becoming champions, but it's Hiko who had a chance to catch up with Eterna to let us know how this moment feels for him.
And we are now with Hiko from Team Spirit, one of our grand finalists. Congratulations, by the way.
Thank
Top
you.
2. How does it feel?
It's such a great result and it means a lot for me.
I would imagine.
Yeah.
Hiko, coming into this, we've been seeing a lot of, journeys. And then, of course, 2 years ago, you were here as well at MSC, but you never made it to the grand finals, and here you are 2 years later.
Yeah. It is such a great result. I am feeling very good and I have such a great feelings for me and my team. Yeah.
You're very close. You're very close. Hiko, if we had to ask you, what is the difference between Hiko in 2024 and Hiko in 2026?
I grew a lot as a person, I think a lot, and my gameplay improved so much, and I have much more connection with the team before. So yeah, I grew up.
You grew up.
Yeah.
2 years later.
Yeah.
Because I think back in the day, like during your debut, you were one of the youngest.
Yes,
At MSC.
youngest one in MSC, I think.
And now you're in the grand finals.
Yeah.
It's such an amazing journey. Hiko, talk to us about that maturity, that mentality. Like, what did you learn specifically, as a player, and how it could affect your performance here in the grand finals?
I learned a lot. Like worst thing to me, what happened in my journey was lose to Onyx PH in MSC 2025. It was such a I have such a bad feelings about this match, and many talks that I'm a bad gold winner and something like that. And here we go. We meet again with Kevra in MSC, and we shut him down with the team. So it means a lot for me.
So you were able to prove that you're on par with the gold standard.
Yes.
Hiko, how did you expect this? Did you expect to be here right now? Because I think we talked to Kid Bomba, and then he said, like, yeah, he had a good feeling that they'll make it all the way to the grand finals and even maybe win this tournament entirely. Did you share the same idea with Kid Bomba?
We have like great preparation in Malaysia, 3 weeks worth of hard works and trainings, and we have such great results. We have like 80 win rate in scrims, so it's not a surprise that we go into grand finals, but we have some issues at the start of this tournament, and we fix them and we adapted to the meta so quickly. So here we go in grand finals.
And we're very proud of you. But
you.
in this grand finals, you're going to be up against Yangon Galacticos. I heard that you were scrim partners. Is this true?
I think we met them like 2 times maybe.
Do you think that that's going to be a good thing coming into the grand finals? Like, do you have a read on Yangon?
We knew how they gonna play, but I think we better as a team, and we have better drafts. I think so. I think I'm sure we can win them.
Okay, so there's a little bit of insight there, but you're still confident that you're going to win this. And you won against them before, right? M7.
Yes.
You were the ones to knock them out actually in the lower brackets.
3-0.
3-0. He has to remind me. 3-0. It was 3-0 guys. Replicate the same success? Oh, what are you going to say?
But third game was like longest game in M series tournament, so it was such a great series, and they give us a fight sometimes.
So are you happy that you're going to meet Yangon again?
I'm sure we will beat them again.
Okay, they're sure they're going to beat them again. But what do you think has changed about Yangon Galacticos? Do you think they improved? How have they improved?
They ran up has a little bit of changes. They changed gold laner and mid laner, and their old trio like XP, Rome, and Jungle right now in like their prime. They have good connections and they play good team fights. So they have great roster, but we have better. So.
Okay.
Let's see.
This is going to be a matchup to watch. It's a new era, people are calling it. Hiko, do you have anything else you want to say before your grand finals match?
I'm just very grateful for my team. They support me so much in this journey, and all our fans also. I want to thank them because it was such a hard journey to get to grand finals in major tournaments, so I'm very thankful for my team and fans. So keep supporting us in grand final, and we'll see who better in this grand final.
We will see who is better in the grand finals. Hiko, thank you so much. That was a remarkable message. I'm very excited for you. Good luck. Because now we are going to throw it over back to you guys.
Well, Hiko's already let us know that he was one of the youngest people at MSC the first time he played. In fact, this is how young Hiko was. We have an image of his first moment in MSC. It was quite a spectacle. Zaro Egoist, I know, is sometimes who we talk about, but you see that right there? That was young Hiko winning 3-0. Kid Bumble couldn't believe it at that point in time, guys. Pretty amazing.
I mean, like for me, even I didn't know.
Yes.
Let's face it.
Because it's a baby.
Asian babies, they all look the same. I'm sure you look like that when you were a baby.
Brig?
Probably not the hair.
Not the hair. Okay, you didn't have as much hair as he.
If I'm not mistaken, I look very different as a baby. I almost got disowned as a baby because they thought I was the wrong kid.
Oh no.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wow. We're getting to
awkward conversation with my parents.
Yeah.
As well as the nurses and the doctors. But hey, I grew up normal.
So you had that convo as a baby? Because you said the nurses
why,
were
Mom?
involved. Oh, LaFell.
Mom,
Wow,
it's
what a
me,
life.
LaFell.
Brig, are you sometimes like just fascinated by the life LaFell has lived or is living?
A bit too fascinated, honestly.
We spend too much time together, and I feel like we're like brothers and sisters at this point. We always fight, but we can't get rid of each other.
Well, and we're going to keep you here for a best of 7 as well. It's the longest time we're going to have to spend together this entire tournament. And of course, Hiko feeling confident as well. All those jokes aside, as being one of the youngest players, when he first entered, he actually now has the youngest player in MSC on his team in Tower Egoist. We'll see what they can do against, of course, Yangon Galacticos, who I have been saying is maybe the best team in the galaxy because no one has been able to do anything against them. You look at the way Ying is playing. We're coining the Undying today because he has been so good at the bottom of the KDA or at the top. Either way you look at it, he's not dying very often. Han, Kaizi, Blink, and Sanji. He talked about that roam, that XP, that jungle synergy that they have. They said they're a great team, Hiko, but we're better. We'll see what the coach of Yangon has to say about that.
We are now here with our grand finalist, coach from Yangon Galacticos. Welcome, M-God.
Hello.
How is everything? How are the players doing coming to the grand finals?
They are so excited.
They are excited.
Yeah.
Yesterday we had a chat with Coach Marvs and he mentioned that everyone is such a positive bunch. Is it the same thing going to the grand finals as well?
Yeah, sure, because we have a good result in screen also. Yeah.
Oh, okay. So good results in the scrims, boosting confidence.
Yeah.
But what's the mentality coming into this, coach? Initially, did you think that you would come this far, all the way to the grand finals?
Actually, yes, because before we start off the EWC, whenever we are playing screen, we win a lot of the good team. And then even if we don't win it, we have like an equal attempt. So we know that we're gonna be something in this EWC, where we didn't just sure that we're gonna make it to the final or not, but we already know that we're gonna be at least top 3. That's for sure. We already know that.
Okay, so even initially going into it, you already thought that you would go top 3.
Yes.
Now top 2.
Yeah.
How about top 1?
Yes. Yes. I'm hoping that. Yeah.
It was really, I would say, heartwarming to see the winner's interview with Coach Marvs yesterday. Could you talk to us a little bit about how you guys met?
Actually, I'm already leaving the Mobile Legends sense. I'm resting. I don't want to come back to this anymore. And then the player from the former YG, Stitch, and then Blink is my friend. So they asked me, Coach Amgo, we need a coach, and that kind of, we need a coach. So you have a coach, Marv, and then Coach Marv also doing the draft. I only know how to draft. I don't know how to be a lifestyle coach. I don't know how to be a lifestyle coach. So and then we chat. I chat with the coach Ma, and then I'm willing to be a lifestyle coach as long as you can do your job really well. Oh, then okay, let me try. I'm gonna try my best and watch it. If we walk out, we're gonna do it. If it doesn't, I'm gonna go back to my resting area.
So even with that, you're now top 2. Was that something that you expected when you made that decision to come back?
Actually, last year at this time, I don't do anything. I don't even know what is happening in the Mobile Legends meta. I don't know anything. I just lying in my bag. I'm trying to walk a corporate life or attending the any university. I'm thinking about should I attend the university or should I join to the corporate life? I'm thinking about it, but. That one decision really changed, and then the player mentality. This guy want to win so much that they are willing to sacrifice everything. That's a thing that take us here.
We heard about Marv's journey. Now we're hearing a little bit about yours. How was it like, though? Working with Coach Marvs. I heard that initially you weren't as great with English, like you had to learn the language.
I can speak a little bit, but not as good as that. And then we have to learn through. And then Coach Ma have a really good at English, so he only uses simple English. In that way, we can communicate. Yeah.
Is it better now, though?
Yeah, it's better.
It's better now. That's good. That's good. And now you guys are working together. You're made it all the way to the grand finals, and a lot of people are saying that this is a big rematch.
Yes.
M7 Yangon Galacticos was knocked out by Team Spirit.
Yeah.
3-0.
3-0, yeah.
3-0. So, what's going to be different today, coach?
Our mentality.
Mentality.
Our mentality, yeah. We are
How?
different because at the time we are like a first time in the international. So, if we saw something, we are like, oh, that is huge, that is huge. Everything is different for us, but we have enough experience. So right now, we're like, oh, they're just a team, we can win it.
So, was it experience on your part, or was it more experience on the player's part?
Both.
Both.
Yeah.
Both. So, what mentality shifted for the players, particularly? Like, are they a little more confident? Does the stage not affect them anymore?
Stage also affected, and then they became a lot more confident because of before that. Whenever we try to do something new, they want to go with the comfort. But right now, if you want this, we're gonna do it no matter what. We trust you, like something like that. So it's a lot easier to work with, and then like I mentioned, they willing to sacrifice everything just to win it.
I heard a lot about Kai's as well. Is he still boosting everyone's mentality? I heard he's a really, nice kid, very positive.
He's the youngest among us, and somehow he is a positive one among us, and then he always boosting other people's mentality. Like, it's okay, I will do it. If you guys want to do it, I will do it. Don't worry. Just play the game or something like that. Yeah.
I'm getting so much positivity from you guys. I'm getting so much positivity from the players as well. And I'm seeing a lot of positivity from the community.
Yes.
The watch parties viral.
I mean, I'm not sure about in other country. Like there will be like only 1 or 2 watch party, right? We have watch party in every city in Myanmar. We have a watch party. Even like in Yangon, I think there were 3 to 4 to 5 watch party even in the one city, and then there are a lot more in the other city also.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
How does it feel to have that much support?
Oh, I mean, it feels so good because you're trusted by the people that you didn't even know.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you're carrying their hopes, so it feels so good.
And now it's time for you to give a message to them.
Thank you for supporting us, and then we're gonna try our best to take the trophy to Myanmar. I don't want to spoil it, but I'm gonna do some aggressive movement.
Ooh, do some aggressive movement. I'm gonna let the panel break that down. Maybe they have, an idea of what you're talking about, but it's been remarkable being with you, Coach. I had a great time as well with Coach Mars yesterday. Good luck for the grand finals.
Thank you.
Wish you all the best.
Yeah, wish we win.
Wish you win.
Yeah.
We're gonna throw it over back to you guys.
Aggressive movement.
Punch him in the face.
Is that what you guys thought?
Which, by the way, we were talking and we're brothers and sisters. You know what? Rain Day?
Yeah.
You're my brother. You're our brother. Dude, I always wanted a brother, man.
Come on, man.
Always wanted a brother.
Come on, man. Come on, Brick. Wow. I was trying to. Here we go, Brick.
Yeah, handshake.
Hey, man, we're a family. 2 weeks of any show will, bring people together. It'll bring people together. I've loved this experience of this game as well, guys, and I think I got lucky because I got to see what many of you have said is maybe the wildest international tournament that you can remember. I mean, and definitely in recent memory, and it's ushered in a new era of MLBB here. We're about to see it, and coming off of the back of that interview with Yangon Galacticos, I know we joked about making an aggressive move, but there is something about seizing the opportunity, and for me and Mar, this is an opportunity. 5 Myanmar players, a coach that is driven, that is emotional yesterday after the win, Brig. And speaking of just that, you could see the photos on Facebook. Yangon Galacticos posting photos of young, up-and-coming students and fans looking at the games with pride, saying, that's us. We're represented up there. How special is that?
Yeah, because in a way, this win and this achievement has brought together more and more of the Myanmar community together in support of Yangon Galacticos, who prior this tournament already had a very decent fan base, I'd say. But because of this, I think more and more of the support and the community has become alive again in terms of MLBB, because it took a while for them to get back on the stage. It took a while for them to make it this far all over again. And at the same time, it was also a result of certain changes here and there, as highlighted in the interview. There were players they had to replace, and there were people they had to take in. But all in all, you're seeing how everything's just worth it.
For me, Rain Day, the way that I see the world is a place not a lot of people want to be. And esports is a good way to escape reality, because everyone is going through a tough time in their own daily lives. And then seeing people achieving their dreams, especially people that are close to you, whether it's in terms of country or their stories is similar to your stories, I would say the fact that all the favorites are out, and now Myanmar as well as EECA, they're here at the grand finals. Every single player brings their own story from their own region, from their own personal life. And I feel like the reason why we see so many people invested in tournaments like this is because they give hope. And sometimes that's all that people need. They just need hope to live one more day.
Well, when you think of the implications and Muntan and this game, what MLBB has done, not just for players and for hope, which, as LaFell mentioned, is the undercurrent of humanity, the ability to hope, to dream, to have faith. One of the big things that has occurred here is the ability to change your life. And $1 million is on the line. $1 million for these players from Myanmar to win and change their families, their legacy, their grandkids' potential. $500,000 just for making it here. But on the flip side of this, there's also a team from EECA, and that's Team Spirit. And when you talk about fandom, it's hard to ignore the obvious. Mom Bamba, Sis Bamba in the crowd. For Kid Bamba, the tears, the passion. Team Spirit also is bringing just as much motivation and just as much impact with their win and potential that they have here, Brig.
Yeah, that time where you saw Kid Bomba's mom
Bob on stage.
Yeah.
That was probably one of the highlights of this tournament.
Let me just say,
the referees didn't know what to do, by the way. They were like, "What, do we let her?" I mean, just it's happening. It's happening.
I gotta say, if I win $1 million, you can change your family, but I think you can keep some of the family and then change out the rest. I feel like you can keep Mom Bamba and then Sis Bamba, and then if Kid Bamba wants to change the other members of the family, I can.
I didn't mean change your family like that.
Oh, not like,
No.
Oh,
yeah.
miscom.
Yeah, change your family's circumstances, not swap.
Do you want to change your family?
Wow.
No?
See, this is, you got to be careful when you give certain people money, what they'll do. LaFell already thinking of, if you're a family member of LaFell, let us know in chat. We're here to support you, okay?
And
please don't let this man get $1 million because you may be next.
I feel like can someone dig me out of this hole? Dude, it's just a misunderstanding. I thought people keep saying, "Oh, you would change your life, change your family." I'm like, this one is not that great. This one is a failure. We're just gonna. I mean, I don't know. If I can have Billie Eilish as my sister, that'd be great.
I think we should keep it as life.
You want to be my sister?
You need Briggs already your sister. You need Billie Eilish too.
I mean, Billie Eilish is pretty cool. I wouldn't mind having.
What does the total social Instagram following of your sisters need to be combined? Because at this point, you're in the millions.
At least 2.
That's too much, man.
Oh my.
That's too much. Guys, this has been fun. At this point, I want to just give us some hype. Brig, Yangon versus Team Spirit. This is going to be fun.
Yep. In a way, you kind of already see, and it was suggested too in that previous interview, that the last time these two went up against each other, there was already some sort of story brewing. And this is Yangon's chance to get back at Team Spirit and potentially make an even stronger statement by winning this championship.
Dude, MSC has been one of the best internationals we've ever had. This grand finals better live up to the hype. Brig, all of your games have been going all the way. This one, if it goes all 7 games, at that point, I don't care who becomes the champion. Just show that you are worth it. Just show that you are the real champions that everyone has to respect. I'm going to have a good time.
7 weeks of the Esports World Cup here in Paris to determine champions across multiple titles and multitudes of special moments. But just 7 games now will decide the fate of these two regions. Myanmar and, of course, EECA, Team Spirit, and Yangon Galacticos will usher in a new era of MLBB.
16 of the finest MLBB teams from around the world gathered in Paris to battle it out for their dreams and hope. But now, only 2 remain.
9 days of grueling competition, from 9-minute one-sided affairs to half-hour slobber knockers and everything in between. We've had a taste of it all here at MSC at EWC 2026.
This year, we bid goodbye to the top contenders. We witnessed the rise of the underdogs. And for the very first time in the history of MLBB, we head into the grand finals without any of the big 3.
It just shows you that even 10 years into the long lifetime of our beautiful game, the esports scene keeps reinventing and reinvigorating itself. That just means you get an even longer life to witness greatness like today.
You know what, Milosh? This grand finals is one for the books. It is history in the making. Myanmar coming back to the grand finals after 5 years. And of course, EECA making their international final debut after 7 years.
What a day for it then, ladies and gentlemen. Please join me in welcoming our MSC at EWC 2026 Grand Finalists, Yangon Galacticos and Team Spirit!
After 5 years, a new Burmese representatives return to the grand finals in attempt to write a legacy of their own.
7 years of blood, sweat, and tears. The effort pays off. The hard work shows results. And Team Spirit are the first ever ECA team to make an international final.
The past 2 MSC champions headed into the grand finals with a 100% match win rate. And today, Yangon Galacticos attempts to follow in their footsteps. Can lightning strike 3 times in a row in the land of dawn?
At M7, it was Team Spirit that ended Galacticos' run. Today, 191 days later at MSC, they have the opportunity to do it again and claim the championship title, both in one fell swoop.
Throughout this MSC, both these teams showed their ability to come out on top no matter the circumstances. And in this meta, they showcase excellent drafts and the cleanest of the cleanest gameplays.
So for our final time here at MSC at EWC 2026, let's bid our captains welcome. Please join us for our face-off. Teams, you may go already. Get set for yourselves, please, on your desks. Come on close, gentlemen. Face off into one another's eyes. Let the truth shine. Any final words from Yangon Galacticos?
Wala. Have fun, guys.
There we go.
There we go. Captains, you may place your keys and once again meet in the middle for a handshake.
Let's get up for a handshake.
There we go.
History is about to happen, ladies and gentlemen. It all comes down to this. What will unfold before you over the next few hours will go down in MSC history. Our promise is simple. Today, you're about to see some of the best MLBB you have ever seen. Enjoy.
The final echo fills the land of dawn once again.
It was pretty cool for our journey. In our first experience in MSC, and we go to the grand final. Yeah.
Reaching the grand finals means a lot to the dreams of Myanmar. After seeing our flaws in M7, we are laser focused on what are the things that we need to adjust right away and understanding the meta and the patches. The good thing about the players are they are willing to understand things and they're willing to listen to what's really currently happening in every day. Yeah.
From the ashes, the Burmese rise to claim the crown.
Winning this MSC, we want to make a statement that we're not underdogs.
The Dragons of the North have proved it. They brought the Sky Kings to their fall.
We had a rough start to the tournament, but we were able to bounce back. And now in playoffs, we're like in our true form. We overcome whatever problems we had. This is the first time we're going to play a grand final in the international scene. And that's why I think everybody is really happy and excited to play. I don't think there's going to be any pressure at all. The pressure is always on our opponent.
For the first time ever, there will be no major regions.
We are here to write our story. We are here to make the impression. We are here to win.
No PH, no ID, no Malaysia.
We expect us to win this finals and finally claim trophy for ECR region.
According against Team Spirit, we are very confident to beat them. We are going to revenge them because we lost M7.
We give you all in, you give us the all in, we give us the best games that we can have. This is unfinished business. Looking forward to see them.
Myanmar team, they improved a lot. They made this journey to the grand finals, and especially their win against the Falcons. Coach Marvs, he wished us luck to meet in the grand finals. He was also really hoping to meet us there. So it's the last step before we can lift the trophy.
Esports can change life if you grind harder in each day. Don't let anyone destroy your dreams.
As it starts, sometimes the dreams, they feel out of place, out of reach. It was for the Sky Kings, it was for the Philippines, and even Indonesia couldn't get to this moment where Myanmar and EECA climbed to the top of the mountain. And one thing about championships, I've been in my fair share, it's lonely at the top. Everyone else has gone home. It's just you, what you've prepared, who you are, and especially who you are when the lights are bright, LaFell, because that's a different version of us that's asked from our game, from the world. When things matter most, and you can't shrug off defeat, when you have given it all and you've gotten here, how do you show up? Without doubts, without reservation. Yep. That's what these teams are set to answer in these 7-game series.
To answer that, we got to look at the fans, man, because again, both Yangon Galacticos as well as Team Spirit, they're far away from their homes, and yet people made this sacrifice. People came here. You can hear the chants. They're giving their energy. For one team is giving their spirit. Because here's the thing, this reminds me of how I and a lot of Malaysians felt back in 2024 when no one expected us to go to the grand finals. But the moment that came true, so many tears were dropped, so much emotions evolved out of that. And now both these teams, the people that have been supporting them are feeling the same thing. Some have waited for 5 years. Some have waited for 6. And now, finally, it's paying off.
And leading to this day, I feel like even just yesterday, these teams have already had a fair share of all these posts showing, extending support, passing through their own individual feeds. And I hope that is going to be enough boost, because whether we like it or not, we are indeed very far from their respective homes. And you can only count on so much to show up here on site. But the support you can and expect to receive from your very own regions, I'm pretty sure everyone's really paying attention to what's about to happen right now.
It tells a bigger story, and maybe that story is still just a glimpse of what can happen here. The ripple effects of $1 million passing between the 6 or 7 people on either side of the stage with the coach and these 5 young men facing off. It will have implications for their grandchildren. It will have implication for their grandparents. It will have implications for life. And as we do that and we set the stage, we have to focus down now into the micro, the draft, how these two teams who are so good and have played different ways now come in and try to work that strategy to get the edge here in the draft.
Well, right now we got to talk about Yangon here. They're batting out the Valentina, very early ban, showcases that their first pick might be something that Valentina can, I would say, counter, something like an Atlas, as well as I like this Harley ban, because so far, Team Spirit, when they do get that Harley, it enables them to play this double fighters. something that I do have to look out for is that Barats, because again, when Kip Bomba gets the Barats, it's a little bit too much. So I don't know whether they're gonna answer that or they're gonna steal it away.
And at the same time, I feel like they just really want to secure Kaize and his stability in mid, because I feel like the Harley will make things so much more difficult for him positioning wise. And he's been very fluent in heroes like the Eudora, Gord, heroes that would really just want to have an easier time finding position. Apart from that, it's maybe the juice in, but considering the amount of heroes that are actually open, I agree. But they actually take out the Atlas alongside the Valentina, so there could be a different game plan here for Yangon in first pick.
I think they are opening up the draft just a little bit here. Either they're going to take away the Belleric, making it so that they have the only S-tier roamer there. But I like that you shout out the Zushin, because the Zushin might actually work out, considering that Team Spirit, they might still go for 4 melee heroes and just 1 range hero. So that's a good shout, Brig. Now the Zushin gets banned out. Team Spirit was able to read out the draft.
Yeah, so at this point, the Marcel is going to be left open for Yangon, which I feel is going to be real great if Spirit want to focus on their teamfight prowess. As the Poketo is actually still open for Hiko to pick up here in this part.
We've seen Blink have, I mean, just one of the best performances on Roam that I can remember in my only 2 weeks of watching MLBB. But I do think that this Marcel is a different approach. We saw the depth of his ability to go to different stages and really force the Roam bans and make the other Roam on the other side uncomfortable. Now he's just taking the best one.
And I feel like because there's a chance that Team Spirit is going to have 4 melee heroes, it does make it so that it's Marcel can actually get maximum value. There's a good chance, even if he doesn't catch all of them with the golden hour, even the Platinum Snapshot is just going to be good for that small stun. But now the Barats as well as the Harara. Team Spirit is already starting off very strong in their ban.
Yeah, I don't know if part of them is just really complacent that Yangon is likely not going to pull off a Paquito Gold anyway, because I don't think Sanji has ever gotten his hands on a fighter gold lane. So the possibility of them still getting that is very high, and you see it right now. Claude is going to be locked in by Yangon, so the Paquito possibility is again still available for Spirit if they want to lock in their side lanes right now.
Some very good composition in the Uranus and Marcel. You've got Lockdown, you've got Comfort for Sanji, Blink's on a top tier hero, but you got to look at this Paquito, Hirara, and the Barats. I mean, it's arguable that the Barats might be the most contested, most valued pick between these two teams.
Oh yeah, for sure. Speaking of, Brig, today you can, be the analyst, you can do the tellers, or you've been calling this picks very well. So now for Team Spirit, either they get rid of the mid laners or get rid of the junglers, because as of right now, I kind of feel like there's no real threat in the jungle for now, so they might just go for mid. The only question is, what are they going for? Instead, they're batting out the Guinevere, trying to make it very difficult for Han to really get a good pick.
So they're looking at YG just probably playing around the Claude instead, if that were to be the case, because it feels like a Guinevere is a more futility.
No, because I like this ban because they understand if YG pick up something like a Yi Sun Shin, a Ling, that's going to take so long and they're going to lose so much pressure. And the meta right now, you need immediate pressure in the map.
Which I think will accelerate what Spirit could do with their lineup, because they're all on fighters. They have pretty much a very decent lane matchup for the sides, at least based on the first 3 picks that we're seeing from them. So they just really want to limit the options for Yangon to at least spread out and create the space for Sanji here. I think it really works.
I do have to say, if Team Spirit just wants to go much faster, they can even go for something like a Selena.
Oh yeah.
The bad thing about that is that their wave clear isn't going to be great unless they pick up a gold laner that can, basically clear faster. But here's the thing, if they do pick up a Selena, I think Team Spirit is just going to end the game pretty quickly. And now even the Lucas gets banned. Now, we've only seen one Lucas so far. Didn't actually do that well, but hey, maybe in scrims it's just something different.
Yeah, and they're probably digging deep because of the Valentina ban again.
By the way, that was in Bahasa, but they basically say, Kid Bomba, you're the best.
Oh.
In case anyone wants to know what
so
they were
saying. So we have a lot more international fans now.
Yeah.
For Spirit and Yangon. Oh, then the Cho gets taken out as well. And Spirit steal away the Eudora. So the only comfort, at least based on this tournament, that's available for Kai's is the Gord, which I don't think is going to be a fun hero to play here in this lineup.
I don't think so. Maybe something like a Kimi so they can pair well with the Marcel, but even a Kimi, I think will have a very bad time here. Do they want to play range? Because if they do, something like a Farsa might still be okay, because the Hirara can jump onto you, but hey, you cross that bridge when you get there. Yeah. But speaking of the Eudora pick, I'm 50-50 just because there is a Uranus there, so You can basically make it so that Eudora makes a mistake, but at the same time, you can time it whenever the claw wants to go in and then just stun them up and then kill them very, very fast.
I guess Spirit are just relying on their combo burst damage because at this point they're looking at Eudora, Paquito, Hirara. They can pretty much deal with any tanking hero if they get to a point where they've scaled enough in the game. But they do indeed lock in the Gord alongside a Suyo. Yangon, it's always a Suyo last pick that you feel is kind of just them being forced to pick it up, but if they make it work this time, that's a great start for Yangon.
Well, here's the thing. As the draft progresses, we remember in the interview with Eterna where he could basically say that we have better drafts. And for now, I kind of got to agree with it. How do they get Barats, Paquito, Hirara in the first 3 picks, and then pick number 4, they still get the Eudora? This is an insane draft to get for this current meta.
This is like what Onyx got in the last game.
In the last game against Falcons, And even we were like, wait, how did Onyx get that? That was no way another team is going to get that. But hey, c'est la vie, here we are. And the last pick is going to be Chip.
Whoa.
So talk about trying to accelerate the game.
Okay.
This is kind of like almost no range. Eudora has range, but it's mid-range. I'm liking Spirit's draft. This is the kind of draft that says like, you know what, Grand Finals, we're going all in.
Yeah.
I love it, guys. This is a big one. Marcel giving up. You see the Claude early pick, the Suyo, the Gord for Kaize. Something that just feels familiar for YG. And if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And of course, Team Spirit say, we'll give you those. We got what we want. We're bombastic over here. Kid Bamba trying to lead them into a Game 1 win. But Undying might have something to say about that in the EXP lane. It's your grand finals here at MSC, a best of 7. And it's time to send it over to our casters, Mirko and Gideon, to get us started.
Thanks so much, Rain Day. Today, we bear witness to history in Mobile Legends. For the first time ever, 2 regions, not from a major, have made it all the way to the grand finals here at EWC for the Mid-Season Cup 2026. And by God, this is some life-changing moments. The money that's on the line, the series of full BO7.
It's a Cinderella story for both sides. YG finding a way to make it back to that top 2 after seems to be forever. Sunset Lover and Team Spirit, though, with Saul. The journey started all the way at M1. So, hey, we have that first blood rate comparison. We know that Spirit love to get it going quicker. But Yangon, they're actually still the ones that actually are the more active teams when it comes to just brawling.
TS want to keep it hot and heavy as naturally as they do because of the way that they play the game. Not to mention, they're running the double fighters. So far, Hiko's had an outstanding win rate here as his secondary fighter Gold. But I think this game really just boils down to how does Yangon Galacticos wombo combo with each other. We've seen many times where Gord, even within the early stages of the game, if the combo ain't clean, you're not going to be able to find anything. And that's going to be an early flicker coming out from Sawo's side. No punish here for Yangon, but that's a big resource down.
Absolutely, man. We got to also take into account the fact that Marcel has been left open, picked up by YG. And we saw in the 3rd place match earlier how big this Marcel could play into the game. Was able to stop a lot of these slow-ranged opponents. Back in that match, Onyx versus Falcons, it really stopped the Hirara as well. So YG are utilizing that, really just using Blink as a way to actually zone people away, trying to take that XP crab. It's going to be Han who actually secures it. Ying caught in the CC lockdown, has to purify out.
Yep, you can see a lot of respect coming out from both of these teams. But really coming back at it, we're seeing the TS now taking a lot of the space here, forcing Yangon back just before the turtle. They want to make sure they get that first position really, really quick. And Kais understands that, hey, I need level 4. Without it, this ain't going to work. So they're going to back off, make sure that there's no damage on their side economically, and make sure that they clean these lanes back up. Because the next thing they have to worry about is Sawo hitting level 4.
YG have studied Team Spirit's game. Spirit just yesterday against Onyx in that crazy upset victory. They were able to take control of the game so early on through pickoffs, through finding tempo on the map, and YG, they don't want to fall for the same trap. They know, all right, we have a Suyo, we have also the Gord and the Claw. They can play it late. Ying, no Purifying Bomba. Puts out an attempt there with a Desert is welcome. Can't find it, but again, it's just YG trying to survive in lane, especially here up top.
Oh, wait, hold on.
Okay.
They summoned it really, really early on. Luckily, at the very least, while this is happening, look on that top side. Blink is already in position and trying to alleviate some pressure onto Sanji, who's being denied his level 4. I mean, these are the small incremental leads that they're looking for, right? And that's what TS wants to do with the double fighter comp. Build these small leads and then eventually cause it to get that big cash out at the very end, usually coming down to the third turtle, closer to the very first Lord, and really taking the reins from that point onwards.
Sunset also had a fantastic performance just yesterday on the Eudora, on all the mages actually. Flickering out of some crucial sets away from Onyx. YG, this is one of the first times we actually don't see a big setting to on Blink, right? Mainly because of the Marcel. So it's also going to be a big question mark because the only other time we've seen Blink on this Marcel was all the way in the group stage. It's been a while.
It's true. If we're looking at it, you know, in boxing terms, I think the best way to describe it, it's Southpaw versus Orthodox, right? And Yangon, they understand where they need to play defensively, make sure that they don't set up potential dives to their gold laners, but in the meantime, because of their defense, now the dive.
Purifier with the Blazing Duet actually gets away with the PMI as well. Now it's the Golden Hour plays down. I'm going to go for the Blade Surge and the Soul 7, but it's misplaced because the Golden Hour Blink taken low, is taken out. Straight up by Sunset Lover. Zaur's able to get the targetable dive frames, and he gets away in time as look at Sawo.
No punish there. What could have been a really great combo, a good one-for-one trade, ended up falling into the hands of a profitable win for TS. They're doing it again!
Shortcut of the Crash Course. Kaiser has to flicker out, and it's Team Spirit again with the early relentless pursuit on YG's jungle.
And that's the beautiful part about this composition, right? They're using that shortcut not as a means to just engage, but also control tempo. And now Ying is in a lot of trouble. He still has his Purify, but that's no consecration.
Consecration, but it is early even through the Purify. Sour picks up a kill, now goes straight into the neutral objective. That's going to be free for Team Spirit.
Look, in the meantime, look, he's already trying to proxy this wave, and Sanji, he's well aware of this, right? Again, defensive against aggression, and Yangon understand that they have to play very, very defensively for the first couple of minutes of this game. Arguably now, with the 2-kill lead and the 2.3k deficit, that probably bought them an extra 4 more minutes on TS's side. So we're expecting probably around the 10th to 11th minute when Yangon get into position, unless we do see a huge turnover fight.
That turret conversion down below. Bomba, man. Just like yesterday, Gideon, he's conditioning YG to see these misses, to see these whiffs, and then all of a sudden he's going to pull off a crazy dead center flicker.
That's the beautiful part of it, right? Get the early conditioning down, because technically there's nothing to fight for on the map as they're trying to get Sanji out of this lane, but they can't seem to do so, especially with Hiko. He's playing this really, really well. He's pressuring life totals, he's maintaining control. Bait! Doesn't connect.
Yeah. Good reaction on Sanji. Could have had his Purify out taken. Spirit definitely want to play around that now, and Sanji's going to recall. That means Hiko will again be able to find a tempo up top as now they look for a cut on mid. Kaize has the flicker back up in 3. Spirit will play it slow, and look at Bomba,
They're playing so well, and now they want to collapse down on this mid-tier 1. If they don't get it, they might be able to contest for this purple buff, but I don't think they have it. As we look towards bottom side, even Zaur making sure that Sanji feels the pressure.
Shortcut's going to be dropped down. Bomba.
Okay.
Goes for the chomp. Purify out. Golden Hour catches 3. And the Mystic Gush. Not too sure about that. Bomba's going to take hit all the way through. He's going to soak it in. No problem.
Yeah, we both saw this was going to be somewhat of a nothing fight here. No real commitment on either side, and more importantly, just not enough items to actually cut through all the base HP coming in from TS. They are still in the phase where it's their turn to play the game, and Yangon have to just defensively and honestly be really creative with these small little cheeses that Spirit have taken full advantage of. Whether it's in-lane baits, the pressure that they apply, and also the information that they give has been immaculate. Free turtle take.
Free everything. The first 2 kills were free. There was nothing to retaliate against it. The structures as well. And a mid-lane Blink bursted down. Oh, God. The Marcellus looked so untouchable. Just being pick or ban every single time. And went... Oh, God. Even when we see it open, Gideon, when we see it pick, it dominates so early. But when you fall behind on it, especially against this burst comp, man, is he squishy.
Yeah, they're taking everything into condition here, right? They're making sure that whoever opens the map gets punished. Adepna's welcome connected.
Big chomp into Sunset Lover with the ball. Lightning straight up with the Thunderous Wrath as well. Killing Street picked up as Zaur's able to get the immobilization. But Blink will be zoned away just by the shortcut. Another health bar to deal with at the bottom lane. It will be a minion wave to play with. Team Spirit converting on these objectives. And YG cannot respond. That's a 4-level lead. Almost. Han gets sent.
They're just letting this happen, unfortunately. They're not using the Golden Hour as a creative tool to kind of retain some semblance of control over their waves.
Zaur should be gonna go for the solo. Oh, under turret, almost got it. Has to force Han away. Blink! Burst it down, that leads to ignition.
Connects, and it's good. Sanji, he's in trouble. He has to use the Purify alongside with his Blazing Duet to stay alive. Detna's welcome connects again. Combo's good. Oh, wait!
Good Mystic Gush and the shutdown. Finally, YG. It took him 8 minutes to get on the board.
Finally clapped down onto the backliners here, but at the end of the day, yeah, sure, it's a bit of a shutdown. It goes to Kai's, but that was going to be the main bullet anyways for Yangon. So TS don't mind this so much as we look at the items, right? It's a Lightning Truncheon in comparison to just a Glowing Wand. The item difference here allowing TS to actually be stronger in the majority of the scenarios, but not to mention, if we start looking down towards everybody else and that lead coming from Zaur, that is ridiculous. He's going to get that BOD in no time.
Wow. He might be 5 levels ahead by the time he clears out his jungle. 9 minutes in, he might be able to get that record again.
Oh man, it's going to be the fastest level 15 we've seen in a while. And the Lord is up, but look at TS. They're not rushing it straight away.
Nope.
Denying, not only denying information,
he's 15,
but they're setting up like a great net on the side lanes. Oh,
Sunset instant flicker away from Blink. Take a look at Sawo up top as well. It's free. They can't react to it unless the Golden Hour gets placed down, but Zaur's able to get it, and now into the Deathless Welcome. The big chop over it, straight to Zaur with a BOD.
Yeah, the combo not exactly landing, but it's good enough. They've zoned Yangon completely away from their neutral. With this Lord take, I want to see how much they can actually get off of it, because this is where it gets scary, right? As much as Zaur can dive underneath the turret, most of the time, if a composition like this wants to get an inhibitor against a full 5 on the opposite side, despite the 8.2k lead, it does come with its risks. A lot of it just comes down to juggling the aggro from the turret to make sure that everybody can absorb the damage and spread it out evenly rather than one person just taking it. But worse yet, it's about Kid Bomba landing the Detna's welcome to really set the tone.
Big chomp down again. Purify still available though, he's just trying to bait it out, but Ying stays patient with it. Pops into Consecration, Sunset Lever coming in as well, the Golden Hour will be able to find it. Blink slow, Hiko goes in, a flicker out from Blink. And Ying's just trying to hold. Holy Shield already depleted, now as Zaur walks up to zone. Turret gonna go down, up top. Purify as well, baited out by Ying.
Yeah, they're getting everything out of them. And unfortunately, every single time that Ying gets hit by the Detna's welcome, it almost trades ult for ult, and they don't mind this. It's actually good.
Hey.
Oh!
There's the gush on Bomba. He's taking that 2 damage. Blink goes down. Bomba stays alive. It's Sawo now with a crash course and a shortcut in the mid lane. Sawo taking low. Flickers out of the way, but Hiko is making quick work of that turret. Up below, Sanji!
He's done it. He's already turned this around at least. He's taken something back at the bare minimum, but they can still chase this actually. Ying making sure that Hiko can't close the distance. He's forced to flicker back out, and Zaur now there. He's waiting just in case they need a secondary disengage. Considering everything that has happened in this game, yes, it is a bit of a shutdown, going over to the right targets, in this case, Sanji, but the lead is already too wide. 8.9k, now turning into a 9k lead, 11 minutes into this game. This could be a make it or break it on Lord's side, and with 2 missing inhibitors on both side lanes, there's just no way, not even the spawning of the Lord RNG will work into the favor of Yangon. It's going to be very difficult. We've seen so many forced mistakes here.
But YG were able to get a few things, right? They got a kill. It's not enough, I agree. I mean, that's for sure a win for Team Spirit. It's a top lane and bottom lane base turret. They're gonna have far lane on top of that. But it's something to work with. It's a Sky Piercer stack as well for Han. So we have to take that into account right now.
It's 1 stack though. Unless we see
and
the
he's
next
3 levels down.
He is 3 levels down. Like, we know for a fact that this Lord is pretty much impossible to take, so they have to play for the fight. And if they are going to play for the fight, I'm looking at Blink and Kai's here to make a combo play.
Whoa, they use the Mystic Gush. It's chomp down, doesn't land on anybody. Kaize gets away from the missiles just in time as the bottom lane comes pushing in. Sanji sent down below to deal with it as the Lord spawns up in 7 seconds. It's gonna be, the pullback to Purify out already. Crash course coming down and the Thunder's Wrath. Now it's Blink in the back. Sawo gonna be taken low, taken out of the fight as Han picks up the second Sky Piercer of the game. Sanji with a jump. Oh, bursts it down by Zaur.
Can't get any more than this. And they've already got the last Purify down as Blink is trying to actually disengage the rest of their composition. But Team Spirit played that well. And unfortunately for Ying, just a little too early on that Purify. If he held it just a little bit longer, he might have survived it, but it's a difficult composition to deal with right now. Just look at this, right? As everybody's able to get their damage down, as soon as that Purify is timed out, that's when Sunset Lover is going to let that Ball Lightning rip. The rest of the composition here also very ready for Sanji's re-engagement as well. So TS, they've covered all their bases. They are playing very good game one.
So clean. And YG, you can clearly see they're getting desperate. They're making these plays happen. They think they have their power spike, which is true. But the thing is, Team Spirit with the 10,000 gold lead, they kind of built past that power spike, the initial power spike.
Yeah, and the worst part about it is the frontliners have opted to go for the Chastised Pauldron to ensure that it's really, really difficult to actually chunk them out in key critical moments here. And now they've got that Lord pushing on that top side. They're synchronizing the waves as well, and they want to have a delayed wave down on bot side. TS now on the attack.
Into the mid lane they go. Zaur knows there's no Purify on Ying. 8 seconds for it to come back as the Rose Gold Beater gets built up by Zaur. The winner crown is ready. Hiko with jumping forward. Sanji doing some damage over on Hiko. Bomba's still there. Golden Hour catches Sunset Lover just in the brink of it now as the Mystic Gush comes around.
It's good, and they want to go for a little bit further. Hiko wants to get right on top of Han, but they cleared the waves already. They need to reset. They have one more opportunity and one more wave to deal with.
Massive Mystic projectile landed on Sunset and Bomba. But luckily for Spirit, Sanji did not have anything to capitalize on it. Team Spirit, though, again, classic Spirit, classic EECA, that discipline, playing around these structures, objectives, backing away straight up, and then slowing the game down again. They're never letting YG touch their comfortable tempo.
Yep, but they've also got one more opportunity with their 10k gold lead, right? By the time we see Yangon hit 42k, we're expecting both Han alongside with Sanji, arguably 3 to 4 items onto Kai's at this stage of the game to be complete. They really, really need these items. And Sanji finally gets the extra range with the Malefic Gun. He needs that crown, unfortunately. We've seen many plays where he actually gets really deep with the Blazing Duet onto multiple targets, but without that winner crown, he is going to trade himself off, which is not something Yangon can accept right now.
And a win the crown from Kaize as well there. Picked up for him. Radiant armor for Ying. So a little bit more defense, but you could clearly see that big diff in gold between the XP laners. Bomba is just a big chunky boy.
He's thick. He is thick. And he's also taking the winner crown as well, just in case a scenario like that happens again, right? They got to be careful because at the end of the day, it's still going to be up to Kai's to land that Mystic Projectile. If it hits on multiple targets, that's great. But the setup really just comes down to Blink. Han, at this stage of the game, has to be the finisher, and Ying needs to start peeling. But we see every single time the sequence is the same. TS will start to target Ying first, get his ult out. Maybe if he doesn't have the Chastised Pauldron ready to go, even better. Then immediately start moving towards Kai's position. Disrupt the anchor. Once the anchor has unhooked from the bottom of the ocean, the whole ship is going to start going out of whack.
Still going to be difficult though again for, wait a second, Blink. No. There's a projectile thrown out as well. YG, they really got to get control over this top side. TS have done such a good job at denying it away from them, and now it really just seems like Team Spirit will be able to take this one for free with Sanji showing up in the top lane.
They're trying to punish this.
Uh-oh, Blink. But the conceal in the back is able to find two with the golden hour. Now the chomp down comes in, the shortcut in the back line is able to get Zaur in a good place. Hiko with the jump. Bomba with a crown. Blazing coming around, and Zaur is able to get the untargetable 2 iframes as Hiko walks up again.
And now Ying trying to at least delay them. Sanji is on the run, but Han should be able to go down here. Zaur in the 1v1 and wins it out.
He gets immortality, still able to chase away right now. Can he get Sanji down? He walks up, base the BMI back again, and Sanji's thrown away from the base. Team Spirit secure game number 1.
Woo! Clean, tactical, all beautiful plays coming out for the side of TS Yangon in the southpaw stance. Cannot just play defensive against them. I don't know. It might be a moment where their drafting has to force a scramble.
They have to.
It seems like the only way Yangon Galacticos can actually start to get the tempo and start falling into these positions, because if they are going to be playing for really difficult wombo combos and power spikes against a team like TS and what we've been seeing so far, either you disrupt them on that red side, take it away from them, or you're going to have to keep it real simple.
And it's as LaFell said in the panel, right? He mentioned it already. How are you going to give the Barats, Irara, and Paquito all to Spirit in the first phase? They need to be able to take some of these heroes away. I understand the Marcel's Prio. But that's where you have to go back to the drafts again and the bans. YG, I think, put too much respect on Team Spirit's picks that beat Onyx. Valentina was banned out. The Atlas and even the Harley, they need to try to open up some of these picks. Yes, those picks are great, but I think there are picks to deal with it.
Absolutely. And let's also not forget that second half of the match. It's very telling for both of these teams what they are genuinely worried about. They are genuinely worried for the side of Team Spirit. Hey, we're getting rid of things like chill, things that can force us to change our battle spells. We want to always have flickers in our double fighter composition so that nobody feels safe at any point in the game. And as we see these combos get dropped down, that shortcut really allow them, giving them multiple access points into these fights. But we'll let our panel break it down for y'all here for game number 1.
Thank you, Gideon. Mirko, that was a game that set the tone for what this best of 7 could look like. And not only did it showcase how valuable it is to have seen these semifinals and seen the way these teams came into it. Team Spirit with a 3-0, continuing now 4 games in a row that they have won. It also shows where maybe Yangon Galacticos' heads were, trying to over-predict, trying to see the things that worked or didn't work against Onyx and see if they can shut those down right away. But it ended up giving too much too early to EECA's representative, and now they are in the deficit, having to claw themselves back. Still plenty of time to do so. Rain Day, Brigida, and LaFell to break this one down on the panel. Brig, what'd you see?
I still cannot get over the fact that we saw the Paquito, Hirara, and why are you copying me?
You always copy me. Why can't I copy you?
Okay, you can. The Hirara, Paquito, and everything else. Even the chip came in as a surprise, but it complemented the idea of the lineup so well. It took time. It took time for Yangon to actually hit their spikes, and at this point, if this keeps going, it might be Spirit with a much cleaner record in the knockouts finishing off this tournament.
I mean, honestly, this is a good showcase of the new and old, because what Spirit is showing is the new meta, the current meta. But honestly, what YG showed is reminiscent of metas of the past, right? Where we got the Suyo, the Goret, as well as the Marcel, even the Claude. This is all good in the previous patch. But now they gotta, speed things up, where honestly, like, our illustration moment is just gonna be about how big of a difference the new style of playing against the old style of playing.
Well, sometimes the Marcel shows up and it's, whoa, you let us get Marcel. And sometimes it shows up and it says, well, you get Marcel, we get Paquito and Barats and Hirara. And, at this point, it doesn't even matter that you have Marcel. And that's what happened in this game.
I would say the draft that YG has a very bad relationship with Team Spirit. It looks like Team Spirit, they got like abusive parents, and then Yangon, they just got the abused kids.
Oh my God.
That's how mismatch it was.
That's one way to put it. Wouldn't be my metaphor off the top of my head.
It wasn't the first one that I came up with, but it's the funniest one.
Okay, yeah, it is funny. Again, not the first word I used to describe that. It wouldn't be
I
off
think
the
you gotta
top
change
of my
your
head.
description for it.
It's the one that grabs people's attention.
Okay.
I wouldn't mention grabbing off that as well, because that feels like you can get into the same.
This is just the story of my life. Everything I say. Damn.
Okay, so guys, you have a lot to break down. Game 1 gave us a lot of answers on the side of Team Spirit. They're the real deal. Zauer, Egoist, Kid Bamba, you mentioned Sunset Lover and Sawo, of course, Hiko, trying to make a statement here. LaFell, what was the statement you saw that was made by Team Spirit in Game 1?
Now, hold it.
You could do it if you want.
Yeah. Bawaskit. All right, thank you very much. It's nice that you understand Malay now. So we got to look at the draft, because there's a whole lot wrong here. And let me explain as well, first things first, what I mean by having bad relationships with each other. Because we're going to start with one of the more important picks here, which is the Suyo. The Suyo being the jungler is definitely one of those picks where it's going to move the map. It's going to move the tempo, right? Now, one of the problems is Suyo has been adjusted before, where he had armor as well as magic resist when he is in his immortal form, but they removed the magic resist. Now, the problem is we got one of the best mage bursters here, which is the Eudora. It makes it so that if he goes in, he dies. That's why we don't see him really do much. And it's honestly the same with the Claude. The Claude goes up against the Eudora. Also, he goes in, gets stunned, and then the damage is just going to be too much, and then he's gone. And that's not over yet. We got to talk about the Marcel. I play the Marcel. Here's the thing. He gets stronger when the Thunder Belt stacks actually gets to stack up. But before that, he don't want to deal with burst. He don't want to deal with anyone that can stop him. Now let's look at how many people can do that. So Eudora could do that.
Probably just
Paquito
one.
could do that. Barats
two.
could do that. So there's three members that can deal with the Marcel. One of the reasons why they don't really mind letting the Marcel go. So right now, it does seem that Team Spirit, they just get all of the answers before some of the problems even existed, right? Because Suyo came out late. And then, well, the Marcel's first, but again, they were able to answer that. So let's see how it translates in game. And in this current meta, it's all about map pressure. Let's look at what happens when there's no map pressure here. We're going to be seeing, this is, by the way, look at this, it's 2:43 in the game. This is fairly early on. And we can see that the goal lane here, Hiko is winning by a lot. And then we're going to go to the EXP lane and look, three members of Team Spirit is already in the jungle, and it's already like, look at this. This is the second tier turret of Yangon, and they're able to go in. This is 2 minutes, right? This shows how much domination they got with the Barats as well as the Paquito, which, by the way, I feel like Barats is #1 EXP laner, and I would say Paquito is sharing that spot with Freya in terms of the best gold leader right now. And then we'll be looking at what one of the problem is here, where we see that Team Spirit, they overcommit. And yet there's not enough damage. There's not enough instant crowd control, and that's part of the problem that we have if we look at the draft here coming in from YG, where Ying can be a frontline, that's great, but not immediately. He needs time to set it up. Kaize can kind of stun, but only if he hits his skill shot. And then Blink kind of stun, but here's the thing. In the golden hour, some abilities go through, some don't. And we're going to be looking at this clip here, how it has been stunned up, and then Han tries to attack, but the guy's frozen, so no damage is going through. So this draft honestly doesn't really harmonize together all that well.
I guess the clips that I also...
Yeah,
Okay,
speaking of harmonizing.
We are trying to harmonize right now. I guess the clips that I also picked up are just to further complement the idea that we're trying to put out about the bad relationship. I still don't completely understand the metaphor that he put out, by the way.
Yeah, me neither. I think it's deep in his past.
Yeah, but I think this will really kind of establish how within the team and within the lineup, it hasn't been really that great. And at the same time, against these opponents, against this lineup, it hasn't been as great. So where's the play button? Oh, there. Okay. So I chose this clip in particular. Was it this one? Or I chose this clip in particular because I think it was just very brief. But this was a quick movement from when they actually went to steal away that purple buff and immediately transition to this turtle, which, by the way, Ying was just trying to hold by himself. So again, we mentioned he is expected to be the front. He's capable of being the front, but that's just pretty much it. He can kinda tank the damage as of this moment because it's not like he was really able to scale up either, because again, both the sides were really matched really well. The guy beside me is doing a really well job as well, trying to mimic what I'm saying, but at the same time, what I'm trying to point out is you see how the combo of the burst is actually put into action here by Team Spirit. It was probably a bit of a worry for us that the Eudora had to deal with a Uranus, that the Eudora had to deal with a Marcel that could probably just be everywhere. Thank you for zooming it on my face so you don't get to see him anymore. But yeah, so at this point, I feel like this moment already meant so much to how Team Spirit have pretty much secured the game, because the moment that they were already able to deal with Ying and no other member from Yangon could actually provide help nor trade whenever Ying actually went down, I think that was pretty much it. It was one moment where they tried to trade. I feel like they kinda hit their power spikes, but I think it's a keyword. It's always kinda. It's never really enough for Yangon to actually go in for a fight against Team Spirit, and that was a one moment where you saw Blink or Sanji, as much as he already had items on a Claude, try to go in, but just look at what happened afterwards. You just kind of see how sad this engage looked like. There was a full stack Blazing Duet, but he just gets cancelled out by Hiko and Tsar Egoist. So there's not much you can do with this lineup. There's a clear lack of synergy from Yangon Galacticos.
Not to say that the draft was bad, it's just that in the team itself, the chemistry isn't there, and there's so many answers that unfortunately was able to be drafted by Team Spirit. So it's just a very big mismatch.
That was a great breakdown. I also you know, when you look at something go wrong that way, but Team Spirit has a few moments, I think you see the quality of both of these teams shine a lot. And when you see the caliber that we're looking at, these teams deserve to be here. They've played and played again. They've been knocked out. They've won. They've had bounce back wins and victories. And I think you look at what is valued, and there's maybe 4 picks that seem to be kind of driving a lot of this. And it is the Barats. It also is making sure the Atlas isn't available. So someone's using a ban on that half the time because you don't want both. And then, of course, you're going into the Paquito. And that is becoming a bit of an issue. And the Harara, which is the priority jungler before you start getting weird. And I'm not saying it's too weird, but, you know, you bring out the Suyos, the YSSs, the things that aren't really meta. So my question is, do you leave more open knowing that, hey, let's just hit each other with everything? Like, you're going to get that, I'm going to get this and this, because it felt like they lost that trade. If they're on blue side, do they leave more open? Do they not ban the Valentina? Or do they try to just focus the bans on the Roam and see how deep we can go? Because I think they won that Roam battle with Blink. I think he can go as deep as possible.
Because I think even Yangon don't want to use the Valentina anymore. Like, based on their game yesterday, so they just probably took it out. Well, it does kind of tell you something about how they want to draft. But being in blue side and still not having a better draft is a really weird thing to look at. So I do think there are a bunch of things that have to be dealt with if you'd look at Yangon.
Yeah, to answer Rinde's question, I think yes, leave a lot of things open. The problem is, I feel like YG came in with that mentality where they tried to get a lot of things open, but the problem is they let Team Spirit get all of them.
I actually agree with you. I think that's why we saw the Valentina. I think they actually left
Valentina, Harley, as well as Atlas.
I think they were trying to make sure they could get Atlas and Barats, or at least get something like that. But they just, I don't know, they were late to the game. Maybe they just need another crack at it.
I feel like if they try that again, maybe don't first pick the Marcel.
Yeah.
I feel like Marcel
that's probably
is strong,
what it is.
but not enough.
Yeah.
I feel like Barats or Paquito, both of these are probably like the highest prio now.
Or not in terms of the Yangon play style. Because I don't think Marcel will just really enable the kind of play style that they've been wanting to play based on the previous matches. Because I think even though in previous matches where they had much better drafts, or hero synergies to be exact, they've been doing things individually and they just layered together so well. But in this scenario, it just really requires you to follow a certain sequence, which I don't think they really would want to go for if they want to play fast, especially against like a team like Team Spirit.
Yeah, they need something for the early game. They need to deny it. They need to match it. They need to keep tempo. So now they're back to the drawing board. Team Spirit have done something well, and they know exactly why it works. Can Yangon make an adjustment to tie us back up? So far in our sets, we have not seen many teams go 1-1. We've seen the 2-0 and then 2-2, which means we are in a heavy momentum swing for this meta. I think it also means that generally, LaFell, some team figures it out a little bit earlier, a little bit faster, and it takes a minute to figure out how to handle that.
I feel like game number 1, it's kind of how Yangon want to test the waters, right? Because we even heard in the interview with Eterna where their coach said that they're going to be aggressive, but that was the kind of draft that was not aggressive, right? So maybe they just want to test the waters, and now Yangon, they just ban out the Barats as well as the Paquito, because I think even they agree with that. That's too much of a problem. Let's get rid of both of them.
Yeah, the question was, do you leave everything open or do you take everything away? And it's clear that YG said, we are going to take away the Paquito. We are going to take away the Atlas. We are going to take away the Barats. And now we're going to be on a more even playing field, because in this situation, we're getting one of the two that we think are the most valuable. But I like this too, because we're just going deeper into those frontliners, those fighters, those roams. I think this works for YG. We've seen it work.
Yeah.
Eudora gets banned. I feel like Hirara should be the top prio here. Marcel can kind of work, I guess, but I don't know, man. Hirara's been like one of the faces of MSC.
I'm thinking between Hirara or Jusen for Yangon.
I think Hirara.
Yeah, same. If it's just about what really works, I just think if Yangon have been drafting according to comfort, then that could have been a consideration. But now that will remain open. Honestly, to Spirit, I think there's even the Belleric Paquito that are available.
Paquito's banned.
Oh, never mind.
So yeah, I think like there's a chance that they could actually steal the Zushin away as well, because again, the Eudora has been banned out, so you need someone else to control during the fight. In terms of Belleric, I think it is an okay pick for Sao, but Sao does show quite a lot of heroes so far in MSC, so that might also be something that they want to play around. And with the Paquito as well as the Barats band, I think Hiko is just going to get a marksman here.
Yeah.
Like some kind of marksman. The Esmeralda gets picked up as well as the Belleric. So now Team Spirit has already established they have a front line and they have a counter-engage hero in the Belleric.
I almost think we've seen Sora picked up, right? And he's done okay. I like that maybe going deeper into an EXP lane. Remember, Phoveus was available last time. You had some interesting matchups. Lapu, I think you go Claude. Sanji's very comfortable there. And now Kaize can get his Zushin.
I think he really should get a Zushin unless there's a prior roamer that, I don't know, I want to try. I don't know about that though. Because Glue is counterable either with the carry or mids like the Vexanas. Yeah, so it's a good hero, it's just counterable.
So the Harley picked back up, and that's something they banned earlier on, Brig. But the second Zower has a chance to get it, brings it back. We'll see how impactful this is.
Okay. I guess they've been eyeing the Harley. That's why they didn't really lock in their mid laner first. But at the same time, I feel like a Jusin was an okay pick into the Harley either way. Because you had the Crimson Beacon, you had like escape tools to just really keep yourself safe. And that goes the same if you want to get out of dangerous situations, since Spirit are looking to draft a really good comp against Dive.
So at this point, just ban out a lot of mids, and I think you're pretty golden, because at this point, I really feel like banning out EXPs isn't really all that great, but they respect a possible dire-off, which hasn't worked too well, but again, on paper, it's one of the only picks that can deal with the Esmeralda.
You know, I will say this. I feel like Carrara survived a lot of Gord ults because of those iframes.
Minions! Who is that? Kevin?
I thought it was Glue, not Gru. So the fans are having fun in here. It is a lively building. But do you think that maybe it's going back to the tried and true? I think maybe they like the Gord. There was a good source of damage. There was just a lot of heroes that could get away from him.
I feel like Gord is good against the Esme and the Belleric, but that Harley is going to cause so much problems. Like, this Harley makes it so that you always second guess what mid laner you want to use and what marksman you're going to use, because both of these roles can get one-shotted by the Harley. Some heroes can outplay it, but not all. And Gord having no dashes is one of the more dangerous picks against the Harley.
Yeah, if it's stashes that we're talking about, since the Jusin is already pretty much out, the Valentina is still there as a mid option for Yangon, since they can also pretty much take away the Wrath of Dryad for themselves. But the thing is, it hasn't really worked out for Kaize. That is one thing we got to observe for them recently, especially as they're forced to play a much slower game. And you don't really know what the matchup is going to look like. If Spirit get more and more range, especially in the mid, that might be tough to deal with, because you really want to complement the Glue.
Well, we've got our bans here of Zushin finally banned. So it does seem like they're going back into the pool. There's been a resistance for Kaize to go off of the 4 chant heroes that he's used. There was a one-time Valentina, but otherwise, we've seen that Zushin, we've seen that Eudora, we've seen... Well, we'll see if we see something different here.
Yeah, because for Spirit, they can take the Valentina just to take away from YG. It's just that there's no really good ults for you to really steal. But sometimes as a Valentina, it's not that big of a deal. You just want to be able to put pressure in the early game and then kind of deny from your opponents, because then there's no more dashing heroes. Kinda Lilia, but I think Lilia is worse because her HP is so small.
Wow.
She will die anyways to the deadly magic.
And I like how they're not necessarily reacting to the Glue pick. Like, this could have been a Vexana anyway, but just so they could be faster
Steal
around
away
the map,
that Valentina,
steal it away. They just lock it in instead of YG getting their hands on it. So that poses a question to YG instead. How do they match this, knowing that it's going to be a Belleric Valentina in mid? You have a Glue. A Lilia could have been an option, but I feel like it could just burst it really fast.
Like, it's going to be good for a while until the Harley gets like a genius one, and now an Arlet gets picked up, as well as the Selena here. I'm liking the adjustment that YG is picking up, but now a Clint. A good matchup in the gold lane possibly can burst down multiple members of YG as long as Team Spirit gives in a good early game.
What do you guys feel about these drafts?
I think it's more equal compared to game number 1.
Yeah, I'm liking how proactive Yangon are this time. They have a lot of setups. It's not like they're going to wait for Spirit to start it every single time.
Claude back in the marksman position for Sanji against now a Clint, and it's going to be Ying on that Arlok, which we saw so effective, and the Selena finally let through, and there's my daughter, Aria, my baby. She made it here. All right, having a lot of fun. Let's send it over game 2 and get us started here in our grand finals.
So sorry, Rain Day. I don't know if your daughter needs to watch this next game here because it's going to be an absolute bloodbath. It might be above the age limit for this one because we are expecting an absolute brawl. Huge contention for both roaming supports here. Glue is an amazing pick into this lineup, but the big issue is, are you going to be able to build the right items at the right time? There's a lot of magic damage on the side of TS for this early game, and eventually that cleanse is going to be a bigger problem.
Absolutely. It's also about how do you cut through, right? Against this composition, you need to win in the early game, and that's why the Selena pick is going to end up being massive if utilized properly. Can they utilize it though? That's the question. The Esmeralda almost holds a complete monopoly up top when it comes to tempo.
It is, and that's the thing, right? We're going to see how this game has to progress because there's also counterplay to a lot of the different problems that we're going to experience. If you look at the emblems, at least looks pretty standard all the way through. Season Hunter, at least for the Selena. And now First Blood going to be achieved here as Kais finds the kill. And now, with this lead, this is what we're expecting, right? This is why I was talking about the support so often. Those Deaths, they're kind of the only people who can walk up and do what they can do, but Blink is a lot more expendable in comparison to Sawa because they need that Wrath of the Dryad.
That's the tempo we were talking about though, yeah. For Team Spirit, they're going to have to wait a lot. I think compared to game number 1 especially, you're going to really have to wait for that Wrath of the Dryad like you mentioned, Gideon. And for YG, it's all about fighting level 1 to 3, finding those slam passes. And with the Hirara, the Glue, and even the Arlet here, you're going to have so many resets. That's why Zaur wants to take Ying out of the equation. This is how they get back into that turtle fight after Sawo got picked off.
Yep, it looks like they're not going to be able to contest the very first turtle here. It's going to be level 3 to level, well, actually, pretty close to 4 for Kid Bomba. He should be able to hit it first no matter what. And they're going to use that pressure to start zoning out the rest of the Yangon members to allow TS to hit 4 on time. However, Sunset Lover, not there yet. Do they need to walk up to get the EXP? No, they're going to rush this.
It's such a good decision for them. Now, retreat battle is still going to be Zaur. Han was close to it, but it's such a good decision at the end of the day right now because they know there's no big ultimate to take anyway. So why do we need Sunset Lover on 4? We're just going to get tempo in mid, take that main win condition away from YG, and get that turtle.
It's abusing the timers. Ying was not level 4 at the right time. Han wants the contest, but unfortunately, even Kai's hitting level 4 doesn't make the difference in these moments. They need Blink to be level 4. They also need to make sure that everybody is ready to fight at the right time. So now with the off-tempo play, they steal it away. Great decision coming in from TS, but where is the rest of the conversion, right? As we go back to the neutral states, you can see that even Kid Bomba is still making Ying's life very difficult, despite Han purposefully showing himself.
He's dominating the lane right now, dude. And they're able to... Whoa, that's
so wild.
There are no other ults to take. To be fair, it's either that or the final slash, right? Yeah. You're not going to take the Blazing Duet.
Well, honestly, we don't know. Yeah, maybe later in the game when you're desperate and you need to be able to kind of peel away from Sanji already on top of you, then maybe. But even so, at least with the battle spell, Sanji understands that he's got the Purify to work with. I just don't know how this lane is going to go for him. He's playing the lane well, right? But Hiko's got this freeze on him for this point, at this point of time. And until Hiko gets his first item, that's when he really starts to dominate the matchup.
And one thing I will say about Team Spirit and how they're able to actually just gain control of the map when nothing is happening is I think they're the best team at playing the neutral game. When there's nothing happening on the map, they are so good at maximizing all these small little trades on the map. Like even here, Bomba is getting a trade over on Kaize, giving Sunset Lover more pressure in the lane and stopping Kaize from putting those trap downs, you know? It's just such a small win, but it builds up, and that's why Team Spirit now, even though they're down a kill, are the ones up in tempo, in map pressure, and everything.
Exactly. Here, because by the time the turtle actually spawns, Kid Bomba in about roughly 6 or so seconds after the spawn, he's going to get his ult back, so they understand how these timers work. And you can see that Ying, as soon as Bomba shows up, he's like, oh man, I gotta try and forcefully clear this wave. We trade ults again. We're going to come back down to the turtle, and I think it's going to be that constant dance. I want to see what TS's decision is here, because now they can't sneak away this neutral objective, but I think they want to extend their lead. Oh, Bomba, he's got the proxy.
And Sunset, that's the reason he stole that Abyss form. Man, Sunset with the Flicker out from the stun as well. It's a proxy up top now. Did they go for the red tree? Saw with the Flicker and the Wrath of the Dryad in the backline as well. It's going to be the jump on Sunset now with the steal on the slam side of the pass as Sawo gets away in time. He's going to be taken low though. Sanji with a lazy duet takes him low, takes him out with Ying.
They want to punch it even further here. They're not done just yet. The arrow lands
over on Hiko, and it's Ying with a punish on the vengeance.
That's what you want to see. Just continuous CC after CC just to give that extra bit of bonus damage coming in from Ying. Beautiful stuff all the way through, but at the same time, the game is not over just yet. At least the tempo has fallen back into Yangon's favor. But in the mid lane, just notice that Ying, now, he doesn't really want to be stuck in this lane any longer. But let's look at this replay one more time, right? Sawo so close to dying here. Sanji clearly doesn't have the items, but as soon as the Purify is out and Kais is able to find an off angle on any of the priority targets, there's nothing you can do.
Zara almost getting a sneaky little assassination there, but Han with the iframes, a bit too hard to kill. I think what we need to talk about, Gideon, is the fact that Team Spirit intentionally took that fight a bit long. Kid Bomba though, the final slash lands on him, but Ying doesn't have the vengeance again. Bomba now able to get the shielding in time. Han cannot take him out.
That's got to be frustrating.
It's now 3 series in a row where he just can't kill Bomba.
It's annoying because you can tell that Ying, he was thinking about jumping this, and Han was like, no, give me the kill, sir. Please, please, I need this right now. You're already 2-0. I'm 0-2. Just give me a little bit of gold, and it could make the difference here. And that might have just costed them a lot more than they would have imagined here. But you're absolutely right.
We have to go back to before the fight. Bomba didn't go for the rotation straight up, even though he had a tempo advantage over Ying. He stayed and he cut. He proxied deeper. So it was almost as if Team Spirit knew they weren't going to take that fight. They were just trying to prolong it so that YG can't get their early snowball in time.
And not to mention that they're utilizing their threats, like Sawa walking up and faking the movements, trying to throw as many feints just to get YG to react. Is Sawa in trouble here? He shouldn't be in trouble, right? Yeah, he's totally fine. And he's able to get a little bit of his health back. This is why Beleric is just so annoying to deal with. Very similar to Glue in a lot of senses, but just can't fight as often as Glue.
Bomba opening up again. This time around, it's going to be Team Spirit with a man advantage. Grouping up, but they have to split up. Remember, Blink can find that AoE. Now Blink with a mount down. It's going to be Ying caught in the deadly magic. The ball started with it right through the drive. Lands on everybody.
The combo is good, and now they're using their Clint to cut through the rest of them as Kid Bomba, making sure that Sanji can't even walk up to auto anybody else. I am your bullet sponge. Don't look at anywhere else, please.
Ying is isolated. He's chasing all alone. Wait, that's not Ying. That's Blink. Now the lazy duet coming through, and it's actually all planned, calculated by Blink, capitalized on by Sanji. Bomba's going to be able to look for that compensation, though, as now they go for the turtle. 2-1 in turtles, in neutral objectives, but TS, stay busy. It's Sour up top of the turret.
Man, this is a tough matchup. I was wondering whether Hiko on this Clint was a good option. They wanted to win the lane, which technically they sort of got, but they still can't deal with Blink. If Blink gets on top of Hiko, it's kind of over for his life. Even if he does actually have the flicker, he's got to time it perfectly. For the rest of the team, at least for TS, it's about peeling, and even so, they don't have the correct answers, right? I don't think Kid Bomba or Zara Egoist or Sunset Lover wants to be the one getting pulled away, but that's the thing, right? Yangon, they're trying to keep it tricky. Blink getting on top of Sawo initially, pretty good idea, but unfortunately, where do you pull him to?
Blink with a walk up again, stun over. Sawo gets caught by the arrow, the final slash lands on Bomba. He's trying to capitalize now with a fast pass, brings him all the way back to Han, and he gets the Sky Piercer stack.
Better target priority. That's exactly what we want to see from the Yangon Galacticos here. You don't want to pull Sawo into your team, but Kid Bomba, you know what? Without Purify, let's do it.
How the heck is the lead?
So little.
1,000 at this point, right? Like we would expect at least 1,000. Another arrow in mid. Kaiser with the flicker out. Blink was looking for that slam. Finds it on Sawo. Again, chained together with the Abyssal Arrow. Sawo hasn't moved in a good 5 seconds.
The Living Ward, the Living Sentinel, the Living Tree is still holding strong. But Sanji also now realizing he can't waste any more time. As much as we've commended TS for actually not only dragging out games, but they are so good at being efficient with their time. Yangon are starting to pick up steam at this stage of the game. First helm already complete from Glue. Berserker's Fury finally on top of the endless battle. I'm not sure if the rapid boost is going to keep Hiko alive, but man, this mid-tier 1, you can see that both sides, they really want to crack it open.
And Spirit are trying to play on the other side of the map every time, reacting to YG really well. Sanji using the BMI, the deadly magic does land in the end. Now as Han's going to be isolated from the rest of the team. Sawo able to get the taunt down on Blink as Bomba goes in, but it's going to be the final slash landing on Sunset Lover. Caught by Ying, taken out by Han. The Abyssal Arrow goes wide as Han goes in again. is able to escape, and YG will utilize this man advantage to rotate straight into the neutral objective.
Oh, the red herring here. Ying showing that final slash to Kim Bomba as if, yeah, I'm looking for you. No, I'm going to go for somebody else. And they've got 10 seconds worth of tempo here. Sawo, he can try and delay with the Wrath of the Dryads, but this is First Lord. This is really important for either side.
Sawo has a position, goes in with the poker trick onto Blink. Oh, arrow lands again, baits out the Purify from Bomba as Blink gets the pass. Now, that's a Swift Trinity completed by Sanji. Very quick at 10 minutes.
Honestly, not a bad idea for Bomba to actually absorb the arrow early on, predestined to fight, knowing that Sunset Lover is coming back up and he has that Purify, because you can see that Yangon, they want to react to this.
And these deadly magics from Zaur, man, he's using it more as a poke tool than to finish people off, right? He's just coming in, space escape into a deadly magic. Doesn't even matter if he lands the poker trick or not.
Yeah, no, it's so true, because again, they don't have the sustainability.
This is a crazy Lord Dance Blink. Able to jump on Sawo. He's able to sustain back up. Bomba no Purify for another 48 seconds. He's holding on this position. And Zaur's too far. On with the red tree, securing the neutral objective. Sunset Lover Sawo goes with the Wrath of the Dryad, but he's going to be all alone. And now it's the rest of the team who's going to take him out.
Oh man, the Minesweepers just wasn't enough. Oh, the final slash!
Lands on Sunset. It's Han on a killing spree. And he's able to buy some time now. Up top, it was Blink who got the solo against Zaur.
Oh my goodness, this is not going well for Team Spirit's Yangon. Now looking for some revenge after game number 1. Fine, technical prowess you can take, but we know how to fight, and they are fighting hella good.
No Purify, final slash into the arrow, and Sanji picks up another kill.
Double Holy Shielding down. What a statement here from Yangon that they are not going to lose confidence just because they dropped a singular game because they weren't able to fight. Now, because denied of that fight, they're getting extra messy. They're going to reach further than what TS expected. Can they actually get this? No, they don't have the minions.
Cleared it out just in time by Team Spirit, but remember, that siege was YG without the Lord. They got the Lord, but they chose to just push in forward.
Oh, it's a pretty big attempt here. If they can get an inhibitor, that would be great. But at the same time, see that TS, as much as they want to engage, they kind of need their flickers, and they know that Sawo's flicker is coming up in 45 seconds. So at this point, how else can they look to delay this? They might have to sacrifice at least one of these inhibs.
Yeah, it seems like they're going to have to sacrifice the top side, man. They're not even going to be sending all their members there. Protecting the far lane and the bottom lane, I think it's a wise decision. But still, for YG, they'll take what they can get. That's a Melfic gun now for Sanji. 12 minutes.
He's strong, but the big game changer here really has been Kai'Sa as well as Ying. Those arrows have been perfect. Okay.
Almost immobilization. Sanji with a Melfic gun, abusing it and able to find a turret in the mid lane. So that's 2 with the First Lord.
Interesting. So Sunset Lover has been stealing away the ult coming in from Kai's just because it technically works as a morph. So when you have morph, you actually get access to the rest of the abilities, like the arrow, like the trap. So they've been trading back and forth here. But I think the big issue is the fact that Yangon has set the minefield every single time. In the previous Lord take, Zaur couldn't even get in on the typical angles or off angles onto the Lord pit because of how many abyssal traps revealed his position. Looking at the items, Chastised Pauldron finally done. Done here is the first item coming in from Sawo, on top of the fact that he's got the Radiant Armor. Now it looks like he's building up to the Guardian Helm as well. In terms of the raw magic damage, they've got the burst. However, down by the bottom side, we look at Hiko, he's got 3 items too, but those positions are really difficult, especially when Blink has Flicker. He's just got to react.
No chance. Still going to be very tough. And now it gets even worse for Spirit, because how are they going to catch Sanji? He has a Winter Crown very soon, already has that Melfic gun, is scaled past, I think, a lot of Team Spirit's own win con. So it will really take YG to make some mistakes for Team Spirit to be able to actually look for an angle to come back here.
I think the worst possible scenarios, if they can chain CC off of the Wrath of the Dryads, that's one. The second dangerous one is getting hit by 2 Shadow Strikes from Sunset Lover and getting terrified. I think that's also probably the worst case scenario.
Arrow lands on Sawo. They're doing a good job zoning. Zaur Ego is from this Lord. 15,000 HP on it.
It's so good. The Wishing Lantern getting some really good poke here as they're looking to contest the angles from both sides.
Low Sunset Lover in the mid lane as well. That bottom lane is looking juicy for YG. As patient as ever.
They can't correct this in time. I don't think they can, and I think YG should start actually taking the space, but Sanji just used his BMI. They might wait for it a little bit longer.
Hiko's going to be sent up top, I believe, to deal with that wave, yes. as YG control this Lord again. Sunset Lover is busy in the mid lane, handling those big minions.
Now they just have to sit and dance for a little bit. Even YG understand this is a dangerous 50-50 to be had, right? Level 15 to level 15, as much as they have iframes, Zara's Retribution, if well timed, could steal this and drag this game out longer than it should be.
That wave in bot wasn't pushed properly by YG. Oh no! Hiko able to react in time to that flicker in the final slash. Hiko, that second skill, that catch could have just possibly won them a Lord. Because look at the bottom lane. That was so unlucky for YG. They didn't build it in time, and now it's building back for Team Spirit. Slow push, and Han cannot go down.
It turned from an offensive assault to now a defensive assault, and TS now whole priority here. Yangon, you have a 5.7k lead, and yet they still can't get close to this Lord, not without having to worry about a bot tier 2 being traded out. And TS, they're so happy about this. They're dancing for days, and now they see Blink.
Saul, he knows it's a tendency of Blink. He studied Blink's gameplay all throughout. He always looks for these plays, and that's the forced error. Team Spirit with a macro masterclass.
Oh, and now the Guardian Helm is done, so Saul can walk off, take some damage, walk away from the fight, and come back in.
Han's bot! Abyssal arrow doesn't land. Han's still in the bottom lane. They're going to go for the first right now. Blink goes in with the slash, having to pass. It's a final slash, bringing Zara away. He's able to get away with the face escape for now, but Zaur wins it, gets the retry, suns him with the flick around, and Han.
And they're still chasing you. They're about to get one. They get two. Killing spree for Kaise as they chase the last remaining members to try and close out this game.
Team Spirit played for the Lord. YG say, damn the Lord. We'll take the fight. We'll wipe you out, and we'll equalize in this grand final.
Oh my goodness, this is what we were looking for. A 16-2 game for the Yangon Galacticos. Statements made. We don't care what the world thinks of us. We brought it to 1-1. No confidence lost.
And what a way to start. Possibly the best grand finals ever. I mean, when it comes to results, nobody predicted these two teams to be up here, and to see it at 1-1, to see it this close, to see the dynamic between the teams, one playing slow for objectives through macro, the other one saying, no, we brawl.
And now we have to talk about the out-of-game aspect. For Team Spirit, they've been more consistent throughout all of their games, but there's one thing that Yangon Galacticos got going for them, and that's momentum. If they can build this up with one extra game, the odds of Team Spirit are starting to look a little shaky unless they start correcting this draft. I know that he didn't want to give the Wrath of the Dryads over to Yangon Galacticos, but it may have hurt them because they got them no ults, and Ying was just playing out of his mind.
You gotta give props to Blink as well, though. What a fantastic performance on this glue. Even in that last skirmish, he was the one who jumped on Zaur. Then we saw the final slash. It almost looked, this was it. Blink with the jump. Zaur get chain CC, zone away. In the end, he still got it, but he had to sweat, he had to move, he had to use all of his resources just to get that Lord.
Oh, man, we are running out of resources here at the desk. We're gonna be throwing it back to the panel to break this down for y'all.
Thank you so much. We said these teams were tested with adaptation to get here, but it is now the requirement to stay here. One heavy punch, and the response with the uppercut. A swift defeat of Team Spirit. Yangon Galacticos even things up in the 1-1 as our best of 7 turns into a best of 5. Rain Day, Brig, LaFell to break the action down. That Arlet from Ying. They change the strategy. They take away the Paquito. They take away all of the options that we've seen be so successful. The Barats for Kid Bumba. And then they have that answer.
Yeah, and I still can't believe Han was just last seen in the bottom lane a couple seconds ago. That's why Spirit were just going for the Lord, but then you suddenly see him also being part of that fight which really mattered to them, and it's so surprising to see Yangon bouncing back like that, because that game 1 loss felt like it wasn't a loss you could just easily recover from.
I mean, that's one of the strengths of Herrera. Once she gets about 2 or 3 items, she's almost max CDR, and that makes it so that her skill cooldown is incredibly short. The fact that she doesn't have any mana makes it so that she can just spam all of the dashes, making it so that even though she is taking care of the long lane, she can still participate in the upcoming fight. And again, this is what we wanted from Yangon when they said they're going to be aggressive.
Yeah.
this is the aggression that we want to see.
It started out with Harara as the conversation against Ling. Ling has dropped out, but Harara, I mentioned the iframes. I thought that Gord, and when you look at Kaise, could have gotten several kills, wasn't able to do it, but that might have just been the hero. And taking this hero now into the hands of Han, what can Zhao Egoist do? We talk about the implications of damage from Harley, but you still now have Kaise back on the Selena feeling comfortable. The Ying can make plays. The Esmeralda's good in lane. Kimbamba likes to get aggressive. But guys, when you look at these stats, what went so right?
Honestly, when we look at his stats, the one that you have to look at is actually Kaise. The damage dealt is 51,000. I think a lot of it, hey minions! I think a lot of it is coming in from the traps, but the important thing is that aggression starts with a lot of damage, and that happened when they do have the Selena. The Selena, I would say even level 1, already deals quite a lot.
Yeah, I was honestly considering it even as one of the potential pickups for
Cryos?
Spirit earlier when they were just left for second phase mid lane options, but they still went for the Valentina. I think in a way gave them some of the playmaking capabilities, but I don't think they were really able to put it into use. Like we saw how Sunset Lover occasionally got to steal away the final slash and such, but it was always just them using it when they were already forced to use it more defensively, more during a messy team fight, because Yaon were very efficient in just already isolating who they want to go for first and allocating who needs to go in first. It can be Ying, it can be Blink, and Blink too. On this glue.
You were questioning the glue. We thought, like, is this enough? But it was.
I mean, like, we questioned it because he could get countered, but he didn't, right? No bad heroes for glue was picked up, and Blink, man, like, that guy is amazing.
Yeah, he's playing great. LaFell, you got another telestrator for us? Let's check out what you have to say.
So I'm going to be pretty quick for this one, but I feel like most of the MLBB community will agree with me on this one, where a lot of attention is in the jungle, being like the primary mover of the map, main damage dealer and everything. But throughout this MSC Rain Day, I personally feel like the biggest conversation is the front line, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
And even in American football, the line has to be strong enough to either protect the pocket or create space for a good running play. And that's what we see here in MLBB, where in game number 1, we saw both Kid Bomba as well as Hiko really helping out whenever they do get these two heroes, right? The Paquito as well as the Baras. They're amazing playmakers, space creators as well. And with both of them out, it makes the game fair. And I think this is the first good step that Yangon really took. But then we saw Ying on this Arlet as well as Blink on this Glue. I really feel like for all of the games in this best of 7, who has the better playmaking frontliner, the potential of winning is much higher. So we're going to be looking that in the draft later on. And in terms of the clips here, I would say this just shows when you have a very strong frontliner, you're able to actually space everyone out for the opponents, making it so that it's easier for your team to really contest the Lord. Because as we see here, what we're going to be seeing is really just the positions of all the members of Team Spirit. They're spread out. They want to make sure that they don't get caught, especially by Ying using the Arlet here. But in terms of that, you can see that what Team Spirit thought was going to happen was they're going to delay the Lord because they're trying to pick a fight, but that's not what happened. The moment they know that the Harley is nowhere close, they just contested for the Lord, burst it down, and they're able to do that. And then afterwards, we start seeing whenever the team fight starts happening, a lot happen coming in from Ying as well as the Glue. Because look at this. Ying able to jump in using the minions to dash with the Vengeance and then catching Sunset Lover. We even see the mark is there so that Ying has another Vengeance going in. And this is why in the draft now, who's the EXP? Who's the roam? Is it a fighter gold lane? If it is, what is going to be that fighter gold lane? Because who can create the opportunities will win the game.
I think that's what it's been about, right, Brig? I mean, who can create more opportunities? This game, it was more on Ying than it was Kid Bumba.
Yeah, he had to live up to the Ying name. Well, why? We thought it was good.
No, it's bad and good at the same time.
It is good.
I love it.
I think it's good. I just was happy to hear you say it too.
Yeah, because at this point, or at least in this game, yes, he did get taken down once, but it's not like that's what really mattered. It's his presence who feels like he's someone you just could not consider for pickoffs at all, because he had a very high mobility hero. Again, it was the Arlot with a Vengeance, and he was the guy that they really had to be wary of whenever they sensed that a team fight was actually gonna break out, because you could maybe look at Blink, but he's more there to just mess things up. He already presents himself there once the team fight has broken out, but Ying has been the pace dictator, at least for this game.
And I just like the draft in general. I think the response was to deal with the problems, and obviously Paquito early, but when you don't have the Paquito, you allow Sanji to be that much more effective and comfortable on the Claude that he wants to actually play. Guys, there's a lot that's occurred here. We're going to take a quick one, and in the meantime, check out Mobile Legends Adventure. On the flip side, we'll have Game 3.
My friends, we're all tied up here in our grand final. Incredible match we're seeing so far. But I wanted to check in with another incredible person. Mom Bomba is joining us here, the mother of the wonderful Kid Bomba, as you're seeing. And wanted to ask you a couple questions here, of course, auf Deutsch, in German, when it's possible. First of all, how is Bomba as a person? Is he always so, I guess, he has that personality also in real life? Wie ist Bomba als Kind? Ist er immer so selbstbewusst als hier in MSC?
Ja, der war selbstbewusst und ein fröhlicher Junge.
Yeah, this is how he is. He is very confident and he's a very happy young man. And that's exactly what we're seeing here out of him on the screen as well. Our second question, the entire community so far has been reacting so positively, which is wonderful to see, especially given your support for Bomba as his mother. Do you have anything for kind of words of comfort for maybe parents out there that want to help their sons, their kids that want to become professional players? Die ganze Community reagiert so positiv auf deine Unterstützung für Kid Bomba als seine Mutter. Haben Sie eine Botschaft für andere Eltern, dass sie auch deren Kinder in Esports antreten wollen?
Ja, natürlich. Die sollen ihre Kinder einfach ihre Träume ermöglichen, freilassen.
Of course, it's very simple, really. Let your kids really play out their dreams and help them, support them to actually make that happen. Mama Bomba, danke schön. Danke auch. Thank you very much. Let's check in what's happening with our next game.
Well, Mom Bomba, I love the way that flows. Mom Bomba.
Mom Bomba.
Feels like we're speaking another language. Milos on his 7th language or something at this point. I don't know. The man speaks Arabic, French, English, German. What can't he do? Speak Lafel? Speak Lafelian?
Minion language.
That's what I said, Minionese.
Yeah, Minionese.
Only a few people.
How does that sound?
I promise
duck?
by the next tournament, I'll figure out the language.
Yes.
Okay, all right. I'll hold you to it.
Yes.
What did you want to say?
No, I was just so happy to see that.
I mean, like, where else can we go with this conversation? Really?
Probably nowhere. I'm hoping you guys drop it.
The only thing I could think of was probably Mom Bomba already has a fans club by now too.
Oh yeah, probably.
Because I also saw a signage already.
I think so, and you've seen Team Spirit gather around the heart and soul of it. You might have seen maybe the analysis, the technical part with the team, but when it comes to the heart, it certainly feels like it is Mom Bomba in the stands and everyone who is around her talking to her, rooting her on, supporting her through. You should have seen the emotion versus Onyx yesterday. That was powerful. And part of the reason is that there's $1 million on the line. The winner of this, she could see her son suddenly enter the Millionaires Club, which is a beautiful thing.
At about what, 21 years old?
Yeah.
Amazing.
Support your child and their dreams. That's what she said, right?
Yes, you're right. I'm trying to hear back what you say. Yeah, I think you're correct.
Yeah, it's
support your child, live out their dreams.
Yes.
There you go.
Right,
there you go.
right, Rain Day?
Yeah, and you get to see, it's a special thing. You get to see family being next to you when you're doing something important. I think that's just such a beautiful thing to see and witness. And obviously, Team Spirit, they go back to the drawing board. They have the emotions, they have the ups, they have the downs of Game 2. Now it's Game 3, guys. They're bouncing back.
Speaking of, I think the support of, doesn't matter, families, friends, or whatever, in terms of going for your dream is very important, because here's the thing. I think there's no dream in the world that doesn't require some kind of sacrifice that will make you really scared about moving forward. It doesn't matter if the dream sounds like something simple, but I feel like in all the years that I've lived, everyone that tells me their dreams, you can't get that without sacrificing something, either physical, mental, or even spiritual.
And it's even more, and Brig, I think you agree. It's even more important to know that nowadays, most of that sacrifice is not in front of us, guys. We see the results. We don't see what goes into it. And you know as much as any of these players how much time and effort goes into just being a part of this moment. And then there's still the job's not done. That is in the back of their mind. We still have to win. It is a best of 5 now, 1-1, as our draft continues. And Zushin, Atlas, Fanny Band this time around for Team Spirit. It's Paquito, Barats again, and Freya for Yangon Galacticos, who are on red side and respond with the Ying and the Eudora. First pick, Harara, stolen away, and is going to go back in the hands of Zauer Egoist.
Yeah, but I think Yangon are still very happy with this, considering that they've stuck with the pattern of taking out the Paquito and securing one of their power picks, their comfort picks for Sanji. I think they're in a good spot, at least for now, in the base of the draft.
One other thing that I like as well is they took away that Eudora, so that just in case they want to use that Suyo, then they can. It's not immediately punished. Sure, the Selena is there, also have a lot of burst damage, but the thing is, it's not as easy as Eudora.
And I like this too. I think, again, as we see this third pick, Brig, do you enjoy the approach of maybe saving Rome till Red 3, or even saving Rome until the second phase?
If it's teams like YG and Spirit, yes, because we see even Carmilla's, even Chips being played on the map. But this is a really good response, I feel, from YG. They're sticking with the glue, and it, I think, is just so much better in this composition where you have to body block so much.
And I feel like YG has this calculated risk where they don't mind picking up the glue because, yes, it is one of their comforts, but also they just know Spirit's draft pattern to know that this is not going to get immediately punished. Sure, maybe in this best of 7, eventually Hiko will pick up something like the carry and able to deal with both the Claude as well as the glue. The problem is, again, Eudora is having a range advantage up against that carry, so that's just something that you always have to think about. Carry is such a good hero, but it's not without its risk.
Yeah, and I think you don't see two of the most important heroes to look at when you actually want to lock in your gold laner, which are probably the jungle and the EXP lane, because these are the two heroes who could probably just be assigned to go after Hiko. And considering that we have so much less in terms of fighter options in the gold lane, then there might be so much more consideration put into that. Because I feel like even looking at what's left in terms of that, I don't think you see an assassin, or you could just predict an assassin to come through immediately for YG just to lock in a Ruby, which is more commonly a response towards that kind of jungler. So sticking with the marksman is still something that's probably going to come out from Team Spirit, but they took out one of the least wanted ones against their lineup, which is the Melissa.
Golden EXP being looked for on the side of Team Spirit. And when you come to YG, still looking for that EXP as well, and they're going to find their jungle pick. The Arlott taken away, so again, a ban towards the EXP. The Phobius also, but that still leaves a couple of things open. You still have the Uranus and the Esmeralda that can go toe-to-toe in the EXP lane. Both teams, are they content with that?
Yeah, I feel like YG was challenging Team Spirit because they're betting out the Phovias, which we haven't seen ban quite a lot, especially like you say, the Uranus is still up, the Esme is still up, so they're kind of like saying like, are you going to respect the Arlet? And looks like they have. So right now, YG, I don't mind them picking up something like the Uranus or as the Esmeralda, just because I feel like with the glue as well as Eudora, it should be enough crowd control.
Yeah, and there's still a possibility of maybe them picking up the Nolan later on, which I feel would, if ever they're looking at either that.
I feel like last is fine because Suyo, Nolan, I still prefer Nolan, but
yeah, so that could be an option if they really just took out the Phovius, and maybe we're looking at that. Oh, but they're the ones who get the Ruby. Yeah, this is Ying. So he can pretty much just pull it off however he wants, but Spirit, okay. They now fully know that this is gonna be Ruby XP and Claude Gold. So do they still wanna go all in on dive?
I feel like YG is also considering whether they need a Harley for this one or they need a Nolan.
Oh yeah.
Or is it gonna be a game where they can scale up? Honestly, with the Selena, I don't think that you can really scale up something with the Yi Shin.
Right.
Especially Ruby as well. I feel like this need at least one magic resist item and then she should be good. Well, now she might need more because the Hive has been picked up by Team Spirit and now the Lapu as well. So Lapu and Ruby, I would say it's a pretty good matchup because both kind of want to fight around minions. And when there's minions around, they're just going to lifesteal just way too much.
Team Spirit have already shown their cards. Guinevere banned on the side of YG, still picking for the jungle. Harara taken away. The Ling has not been played since what feels like a few weeks ago. And so the Nolan it is. You guys called it. And you like it a little bit better, you said, LaFell.
Yeah, just because the Nolan can match the speed of Harara, but we'll see. If this Selena does have the Veteran Hunter, then maybe Harara will just be that bit faster, but I feel like YG has a comp that can slow them down enough that it just neutralizes whatever advantage that the Selena can have around the jungle.
Yeah, and they can pretty much move fast enough to get away from danger. Well, at least that's what they need, because I think Spirit and the lineup that they currently have are just so good at setting up for team fights.
Well, it was an early game win for Team Spirit. YG, like we have not seen in this tournament, respond right away to even the score. A best of 7 turned to a best of 5. Who's going to take the lead to start it off? Gideon and Mirko?
Well, that's a really difficult question right now. I'm leaning a little bit into Yanga only because they're a momentum-based team. You know, every single time they get that win, they just seem to be sharper. They seem to build up so much steam as they get right into this game. Team Spirit going to be on blue side, facing up against the Yangon Galacticos on the red. Purple start here from Czar and Sunset Lover. It's going to be a green camp start on the purple side for Yangon.
I just really like Team Spirit's draft, though, honestly. Just looking at the way that they play, how they, again, control these neutral objectives. It seems like they have built a composition to play around that, right? Even Bomba on an old but still signature Lapu pick against Ying here. He's going to have to be careful against a Ruby. Ying's doing a good amount of damage, but he popped the regen, Ying.
Yeah.
So that was
it's okay.
Very weird.
At least for Ruby, she's not hyper-reliant on it, right? You know, naturally inbuilt sustain, just needs to walk up to the wave. I'm low, not a big item, not a big deal. But every single time she tries to go for the sustain, she's unintentionally pushing the wave, right? Now Sanji, we're looking back at the emblems. It is Season Hunter here, but Sanji did have to take the Purify. And the same goes for Hiko. So very lucky matchup here for both Sanji and Hiko.
Sanji already winning in the lane earlier, but Hiko will be able to get that gold crab with the help of Sunset Lover to relieve off pressure a bit. Kid Bomba spots out Han up top. Gonna have to respect this man, but Bomba actually just walks up onto Han. Wait! A fracture on the other side. Now, these were the jitters I expected game 1.
Yeah. But I think maybe the pressure is starting to mount, and I think at least for Han, he recognizes like, okay, my ult technically is pretty short. I can use it willy-nilly as long as there's like 15 seconds on that turtle. Then it's fine. We can still look for other plays across the map. The question is, what is that play going to look like, right? Because every single time it comes down to the mid side, both teams are very well adjusted to each other. You can see that a lot of their rotations, they're not taking the dangerous paths no more. They're opening up the map slowly after sending 1 or 2 members. And Blink this time, he's back on Minesweeper duty.
Bomba got level 4 though. Blink opening up. This should be a free neutral objective with the Season Hunter, or rather just the Selena. Boom, bang, Team Spirit without even the retribution, pick up the neutral objective again. 3 games in a row, it's them who strike first on the neutral objective.
Yeah, let's see whether the vertical jungling is going to start, right? An invasion from Hirara, able to steal away at least one green camp. Han, doesn't go vertically. He's going to head straight to his next buff here. Notices that it's missing. What can you do about it? Little Wonder is up in 11 seconds, but here on top side, this is where it's extremely volatile, right? Because Kim Bamba, if he can zone Ying away from that lane, they're in trouble.
Pullback Bamba's able to escape just in time, doesn't even burn the flicker. And now they try to regain control over the map. Link in the mid lane now, shoved away from that bush. Sour Ego still has a whole bottom side jungle to clear.
And I love the fact that Yangon are taking into account everything. Hey, Bamba's walking in a pretty weird direction. There's a good chance there's an Abyssal Arrow coming in the exact same linear trajectory. So at this point, Yangon have a lot of different things to think about micro-wise on top of making some heavy decisions. And I think for TS, they don't mind it taking it just a little slow, right? We're expecting the big fights to happen by neutral objectives and nowhere else.
This is where it gets really good for the Harith, you know. Early on, level 1 to 3, the Claude's going to have an advantage, you know, able to get away from the Synchro Fission. But the thing about the Harith is, as long as he's able to survive that level 1 to 3, he gets complete monopoly over the gold crabs, and that's going to give him such a big lead later on, obviously, if it continues here. So, YG, I think they're going to have to try sending some of those members down below to just take the gold crab away. It doesn't even matter if Sanji doesn't get it, as long as it's not on the hands of Hiko.
Yep, they just have to deny it. And let's not forget about the lane matchup. There still is a kill angle for Hiko onto Sanji, assuming that Sanji has no BMI and happens to get caught by, whether it's the edge, ideally in the middle of that Zaman Forest. The movement speed reduction, really a pain in the butt in the early stages of the game. Okay.
Wow! Untargetable into the immobilization. The Imofanic comes around right now. Sunset didn't land the Abyssal Arrow. TS will call it off.
Great composure coming in from Ying. If I was in that position, I would have flickered or something. But again, holding it close and making sure that they're playing against the wave to sandbag the lane.
Now the Abyssal Arrow again, now landing! It's you with a flicker, that's why! He saved it all the time. Zaur still able to get the entry in time as Ying. He had the composure, but it's the all-in onto him as Zaur is waiting for the untargetable. Goes under tournament, is able to go back and forth. Oh my god! Zaur!
Outplays him with the iframe. Zaur does it perfectly. I really thought that maybe he should die there, and he still survived. He's got the combo points.
The Wonder Boy of ECA, Zaur Egoist. First it was Blink, second attempt was Han. Both failed, and Baba takes the XP crab away.
Now, this is a very similar rotation that we saw in game number 2 coming in from the Yangon Galacticos. Sunset Lover finds the punish, chunks Han out and says, you better go back to base. That orange buff, you're not going to get anywhere near it. And Sunset Lover is walking up to ensure that it's... Oh, hold on. Bit of an awkward time to go for a replay there. But coming back into this fight, the wombo combos, like we mentioned for this composition, they have to be on point. And Team Spirit understand they can't just fight willy-nilly. There's got to be a conversion area.
I thought he was chopped, and then he gets the killing spree proc. And then what happened here? He was probably also screaming, Zaur! Zaur! Oh my god.
It's accurate, even in slow motion. It's just crazy that the lethal ignition didn't proc the way. They just needed one more auto attack and would have done the job. Now, the 2 flickers down on Sunset Lover and as well as Sawa at this stage of the game, but the rest of the team from Yangon Galacticos also about to get their own battle spells up. The major advantage really comes on to the multiple members of TS. From EXP all the way down to gold, everybody has found a slight advantage.
Hiko is really becoming a problem though, right? He already held a monopoly over that gold crab. Now, he's taking the XP crab, putting him in a great position for Turtle 3.
He's just a little itchy for these crabs, you know?
Oh, Zaur. Hey, hold on now.
Okay, he's going to proxy the way very early on here, and look at the coverage coming in from the rest of TS, right? Han, if he can find this, that would be insane.
Zaur's so smart. Every single time, he never uses both the proxy, only just uses one to clear it out, and that's why Han can't go in now. He's going to be spotted. Zaur with the walk up again. He's going to go with the Retribution, and he wins it 50-50. As the Abyssal Arrow lands on Han, and now the rest of the team goes in. Sawo, Wrath of the Dryad, change CC Ying, taken low, but not down just yet. Bamba walks up forward, gets the last hit. Now it's Sanji on Bamba, but Sawo playing a great position, holding it.
Amazing mechanics, really amazing mechanics. Can they get a little bit more in here? Because now, this is the position that Yangon always find themselves. Mid-tier 1 threatened, and Han has to give up his life for it too.
Double immobilization from Zaur. Han cannot be walking like that. Sunset with the capitalization, and now Kaize is going to be so difficult for him to find burst. Bomba's just taking it like a champ.
Yup, and now from this point onwards, we're expecting TS to just skyrocket. Their stonks are getting bigger and bigger. The gold lead and deficit here for Yangon spreads very thin. Abyssal Rally connects here, but look at Sauer. He wants to go in, and I'm pretty sure Sauer's telling him, relax.
I think Sauer knows exactly what he was doing there, man. He just wanted to bait out the flicker. That was really good CC immune by Bomba. Now the Wrath of the Dragon and the taunt over. That's going to completely lock down on Blink. Taking out a Sunset. Is going to be taken low, but is able to get away for a bit. Baiting out some resources. Sauer gets away from Ying. And it's TS who are just showing how good they can be with the mechanics as well.
They trade out Sunset Lover for Blink. It's not ideal, of course, but they got the battle spell out of Kaizen. No flicker for him. They're making sure. Let's look at the items real quick. 2 to 1.5 for the comparison between Sanji as well as Hiko. Cheaper items as per usual, but even so, no big items like Lightning Truncheons for the extra burst. We do see a Chastised Pauldron being purchased by Sao, so again, it's still a little difficult to take him out when he goes for those big flicker plays on top of the Wrath of the Dryads. Overall, the biggest problem right now is the fact that Zara can basically fight whenever alongside with Sunset Lover. With that War Axe, doesn't matter how low he gets chunked out, he will be able to heal back to full as long as there's a wave, there's a camp somewhere.
Careful, Sanji. Bomba with the Bravest Fighter! Jumps in with the Flicker as well. Now he's getting the Blazing Weapon. He's going to get bursted down now with the Purify. It don't matter. When Bomba knocks, you just got to react in time. Blake gets caught in the stun and the Dryad.
The fight was already over before it even began. I mean, he's going to try, but they're going to get him here. Zara executes him underneath the turret like it was nothing. Fallen Maple, baby! He's so good. These young junglers are ridiculous. Whether it be Han, whether it be Zara, put him on something as overpowered as a Hirara, and it looks crazy.
Bang. Bonk.
You gotta give it a Kid Bomba here. And also, it's more of a mistake on Sanji for just not instantly purifying and getting out of that position. He held it for a little too long.
And now it's a free neutral objective, 10 to 1. 6.4k gold lead. Bomba on the Lapu Lapu with Sunset stealing away camps, but you know, Hansa has Retribution. Still able to secure it. Fracture on the green camp, not giving anything away. But man, wait, Sara got a kill off camera on Kaise. Oh, during the replay. Oh my god.
Yup, just one-shot him. Like, he is so strong right now. It's ridiculous. And he's maintaining these War Axe.
He doesn't even have Side Piercer, right?
He doesn't. He doesn't. That's why I say, Hirara, as soon as you hit level 15, you feel like an absolute monster, with or without the CDR, right? Just the natural damage that you have, and you're able to triple it every time you use one of those combo points.
Sauer. There's a win. Bomba with a jump on the Bravest Fighter now on YG. Oh, there's instant CC immune to get out of that. I'm offended, Ying. Just cannot land those CC locks.
And look at that on the bot side. You can see that Han is trying his best to get a tier 2. Blink should survive here, but they might just end up losing it here. Yep. Good lord. Good lord.
I guess no.
I guess no. I guess no. This is a really tough game. Really tough game for Yangon, right?
Look at the items, bro. What does he have? What is he packing?
I think he's already packing his 4th item at this stage, right? It's an 8k lead. I think 4,000 is should be on Zara at this point. He's a 2-level lead against Han. He's stolen what? How many buffs at this point? 3 buffs at this point. It's been difficult. It's been pretty difficult. And Hiko just getting, hey guys, it's me, Feather Heaven. Where y'all at?
Everybody's at 6 items. He's like, yeah, Feather of Heaven.
Guys, my investments are working out.
Dude, I mean, for YG right now, there's literally nothing you can do. It's 11 to 1. You can only just wait in your base. It's a Eudora as well.
Dude, he is nearly 10,000 extra damage ahead of Kaise, and somehow Han has not been able to find the big burst damage or the snowball that we were looking for. Holy, 4 items!
Yeah.
Oh, I thought maybe it was a little short on the roar, but good.
No wonder. He's basically dealing true damage, right? Before YG members can even get those physical defense items, he already has the Melfic Roar.
Yep, and I love the fact that Kid Bomba understands that he still needs to be somewhat tanky here, right? He's not trying to greed out, going for the Hunter Strike. He's like, all right, I've got the Queen's Wings, got the Chastised Pauldron. I'm going to dive every single time. And with the damage reduction, if I hit multiple people, even better, my anti-CC can get me in and out of these fights. So really, the all-in is dependent on Yangon more than it is for Team Spirit.
Damage taken as well. Bomba taking a beating, but really hasn't reflected. He has 0 deaths. Bomba with a jump in, the flicker on Kaize again, bidding on some of those resources, taking everything and finding the stun. Bomba!
Oh, a mistake, and now they're gonna get punished for it. Ying goes down. Blink should be the next to fall here with an epically strong Hiko on top of it all. Like, if things could not get worse here in game number 3 for the momentum that Yangon built in game number 2, TS has completely shut it down.
Bomba just took a 1v5, baited all the resources, everybody corralled in, and it didn't matter. Bros 3-0 and 3. Now with the Bravest Fighter again, no flicker, so he can't go for that stun, but he's able to buy some time right now. The arrow lands in the back line, and it's going to be Sunset, and Sour goes godlike. Han's going to be taken down, and that's Team Spirit, who leads the series 2-1.
Yeah, that's a really big mistake there. Bomba jumps in, was not supposed to actually land the stun onto Sanji, and yet it did, forcing him to flicker out, and that costed them the entire fight. It's moments like this, small little details that make all the difference. And Team Spirit answer back, you know what, we'll take this game. Yangon's just have to say, well, okay, GG go next. It's still a best of 7. First of 4 wins are the champions. We don't mind giving you this one.
My goodness. It's been a while since we've seen Kid Bomba on the Lapu Lapu, but man, he reminds us why it was one of his main picks back in the day. It was literally just last year where every single time Mans was styling on everybody, but unfortunately they couldn't lock it in for a win against Onyx Philippines last year. Now they're in the grand finals and he's styling.
He is styling. He is playing very, very well. They're so in sync with each other. And I think what it really boils down to is both teams know how to play with a significant lead, whether it's small, whether it's big. It's really about taking control over the game, influencing the movements. And so far, the composure really leans in on TS for this particular game.
The follow-up from Sawo, immaculate. Then Zao, the cleanup, and Sunset. Look at his arrow.
Boom! Works every single time, but we can't give all the fun here at the table. We're throwing it back over to our panel to break it down for y'all.
And we're catching it. Thank you, Gideon and Mirko. Another game, another Team Spirit win. They turn this best of 5 in their favor as they grab this one to go 2-1 up over Yangon Galacticos of Myanmar. What a journey we have had to get to this moment. For those just tuning in, seeing the action, this has been anything but easy for both of these teams. 2 regions that have not been represented in the grand finals of MLBB, and some would say most of the relevant history of this esport. But at this point, either one of them will rewrite their story and create a new chapter in the history books of this tournament here at MSC in Paris, France. And I cannot wait to break it all down. My name's Randy. I'm joined again by Brig and LaFell. We are your panel. We are your friends. They are brother and sister, they said.
You're brother
and
too.
I'm now a brother as well. We're all brothers and sisters. We're siblings. And that was a Team Spirit victory. I don't know. What is it about Kid Bumba when he gets going, about Zaur when he gets Aurora, that is unstoppable?
Oh, I think they both individually had highlights there. I think their clips are gonna go out on social media just later. The escapes we saw from Zar, Egoist on the Hirara, and the entries from Kid Bomba. The entries, by the way, which did not cost them as much. And that's just a statement right there to show how dominant Team Spirit have already established themselves in this game. Because as much as you don't want to admit it, what our casters said earlier, it's sad that it's true. Yangon could not do anything in this game.
The proof is Han only did 11,000 damage. And let's put that into perspective, right? His roamer, the glue, did 15,000, right? So that kind of shows if you're position 5,
that's a problem.
The one that's supposed to have no farm does more damage than you, which is supposed to be the one moving the map around. Then yes, we can definitely see how that becomes a problem. In fact, I would say Mirko put it very nicely to say that the draft coming in from Team Spirit has amazing presence around those neutral objectives, the turtle as well as the Lord. But we don't even get to the point of the Lord being relevant. It's all about those turtle fights, which will show the zone control they have later on.
You know, you wouldn't have thought that Nolan would do so poorly. This is a really good hero pick. I think as a 5, you're flexing it. You know you're getting something a little bit deeper in the pool, but it's worked. And we've seen it work as a selection. You said the Suyo could come out, but this was what they went with. It was a disappointment. But is it less about how good Nolan is or isn't, but more about how valuable Harara is in this matchup of junglers?
I think it's because what Nolan wanted to do is essentially the same as what Spirit has been doing. It's just that Hirara had more help in terms of being able to pull off those in and out plays rather than the Nolan could. Because I think, especially looking at the glue, you want to stay in the fights longer. You want things to get really messy just so you could land your grabs on your targets and so you could pull in the ones that you want. But Team Spirit have done a great job at just going in when they feel like trying to start a fight, but they can choose to commit or to not commit either way. So it's like they've been always playing and setting up fights on their terms, which I think their lineup greatly specializes on. But for Yangon, you want to just keep the fight going so then Han could go and find the pickups that he wants. But he's not really given the opportunity to do so because, again, Spirit have just engaged whenever they like and they just don't fight when they don't feel like it.
Classic opener from Team Spirit. They jump out to the lead. Yangon ties it. Spirit back out yet again, and it's a great showcase of how good they are. But LaFell, when it comes to why they're so good, what did you see in Game 3?
Well, I think your question kind of already answers a lot, which is you asked, how does Kip Bomba, like the moment he gets going, everything looks good? And how he does that is that you can plan all you want, but if you get punched in the face, you forget about all of your plans, and that's kind of what Bomba did. So first, we got to talk about the change that happened in this draft, which is Team Spirit, they have two things, right? Number one, they have a lot of mobility, right? Where they can move around. And why this is so important is because the fact that they're going up against a glue, right? I ran out of space, but here's the thing. They made it so that this glue cannot really do much just because, let's count the amount of dashes they have. 1, 2, 3, 4, right? Yeah. These 4 members have a lot of dashes in their kit, making it so that even if the glue does catch onto them, they can outplay that. And that's the second thing, is that all of these heroes, except for the Belleric really, they have ways that they can individually influence the map just by, I would say, the latent, the potent aspect that the heroes have. They have a very high skill ceiling, making it so that it's kind of hard to really predict what's going to happen. But we're going to be looking at this clip here, and we're going to be looking at more of the zone control that Team Spirit really has with this draft. And again, we talk about how having that first punch is going to be very important. We will be seeing how, honestly, they try, right? YG really tried, because we're going to be zooming in. We're going to see Blink, even using the flicker, try to get on top of Hiko as well as Sunset Lover, which are positioned just right here. But the problem is, again, they have a lot of dashes, making it very difficult for the glue to really do much. So when he does go in, able to dodge out, and all the while we see Kip Bomba here trying to zone them away. Speaking of, we're going to look at all the zone control that they have. Sao is controlling this flank here. Kip Bomba is controlling this side here, as well as Sunset Lover is just here in case he controls the arrow. So how does that look like? Well, the visual control Sao has is here, Kip Bomba is here, and then Sunset is here, but it can really go out to anywhere because the arrow has a very long range. And it ended up making it so that Zara Egoist was able to secure the turtle, but then the follow-up here, a very quick turnaround, how they were all spread out, and yet they clumped up together so fast because of two things, mobility as well as just the potent ability of each hero to have a very high skill ceiling, making it so that they can continue to fight once everything is said and done. So this draft is honestly less about strategy and more about the coach giving the players a hero that can do so much. It's all about your own creativity. It's all about your own skill.
Yeah.
It's a draft not many teams can pull off. But the teams that can do it, it looks amazing.
It looked like also Blink got caught up trying to find Hiko.
Yeah.
And I think they understand the power of Hiko when he gets going. And I think they understand, too, how if you kind of tunnel vision, you can lose track of the bigger picture. And so sometimes in these best of sevens, it's normal, Greg, to, okay, we focus a little bit too much on that. Now we need to pull back here. Think about it a different way. If you're YG, what's your takeaway now going into Game 4? Because you can't really afford to make the same mistake. Going down 2-0, giving them a chance to, in this case would be 3-1, 2 games in a row, a chance to clinch out the next game. What has to shift? It might not be a big one.
Yeah, honestly, it's tough if you base it off that game because I agree with you. There might have been some sort of tunnel vision already. There was so much attempt to really lock on to Hiko specifically, and I think that's essentially because that's what you expect from the glue. That's the job that you really want to get from Blink, because I don't think the Selena would be an easy target that he too could really dash on. So, and I guess you really would want to resort to the Harriet because it's a much more sustained source of damage when it comes to the team fights. But even if you do get to do so, the zoning, it was highlighted earlier by LaFell. I don't think the others could really catch up. So there has to be a much cleaner communication between the team, between Yangon, if they really want to set their eyes on something, and if they really feel like they're already capable of actually committing to whoever they want to go for or to that specific team fight. Because multiple times in that game, it just was a clear disconnect, I'd say.
Yeah, trying to get more connected here in this one. And when we come back, we'll have Game 4. But also, in the meantime, make sure to check out MLBB and its new crossover with Street Fighter.
Thinks he can come in here and play my game. Let's go. He knows nothing. Let's go!
Tyler, why? You're done.
Raw energy. Awesome, blow the house down.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
Well, the stage is set for history here in MLBB. MSC has given us a tournament to remember, maybe one of the best of all time. And we know that now that deserves a final that is worthy of your attention. But this one is all about the little things, the details yet again, because the drafts have kept this game pretty close. Yeah. It's really balanced on a knife's edge, LaFell, and now it's Yangon Galactico's chance to respond after Team Spirit again take the upper hand.
For me, if they want to win, they got to get first pick. They got to get onto blue side, because at that point, they can first pick the Harara or force Team Spirit to actually ban out the Harara, opening up the draft even more. Because I really feel like that's one of the big difference in game number 3 is that they're on the second pick. They have more picks, able to get the Claude. But again, letting go of that Harara does seem honestly quite punishing.
Yeah, especially as we've seen how the mastery from Czar has been exceptional in this series. Yeah. That last game, dude, I'm still not over how he actually got away. He still remained alive.
During the purple buff
During
attempt,
the purple buff sequence. It was a bit too much to handle, I feel. It could be very... It could really affect the morale.
Yeah, and it's just in the flow, and it's a positive effect for Team Spirit. It's a negative effect knowing you got to deal with that again. There's going to be moments that he just escapes, and it's 2 games in a row he's had too much of that. And on the other side, I think you have to consider that maybe this is Zaur's story. Maybe this is the story of a young jungler who's 16 and starts out his international career on a big stage like this and lifts a trophy, LaFell, because as much as Myanmar wants this, as much as they deserve it, ECA has also brought the heat.
I mean, like, if we're going to talk about story, since the very beginning, Sunset, Lover, as well as Sao, since as early as M1, they basically made through every international. They might have missed 1 or 2, but the majority, it's always them. And then The lineup upgraded by bringing in Kid Bomba. A lot of personality, but talking to the guy one-on-one, he's very clever in the game, especially about how the laning phase is supposed to be, and then eventually getting Hiko Mania. One of the, I think one of the highest counts of Savages in international tournament, and now completing this lineup, Zaur Egoist. I gotta say, all 5 members have been through a lot, and they're creating history every single time they go to any international stage.
I agree. That might just be a really good way to look at it, especially considering that if they do get to secure the championship here, that means that Zaur Egoist was eventually the key to the breakthrough that Team Spirit has been longing to achieve for the longest time of them being part here in the competitive MLBB scene. But let's see, because there have been certain adjustments as well, especially in this draft. No more Hiraras coming through.
And you know, I think that is respect on the hero. I think it's respect on the hero, what she can do. I think it's respect on the opponents. And it's just saying, let's make it a non-factor, guys. We don't want the game to go based on who gets Hirara and who gets it 4 times out of 7. We just want to play. And at this point, you see the Uranus back up pretty high overall. I'd say for not seeing him last game at all, or banned, we see him first pick next to Zushin.
Yeah, honestly, very high winner here. YG, they might respond with the Esmeralda, but again, having that Zushin, the Zushin really makes it so that YG might have a difficult time here, because Zushin is incredible in the sense that she can manipulate the team fight, and she's very hard to catch. Just those 2 combos make it very difficult for any team to fight against Zushin.
Yeah, and my only concern is that that will provide for less playmaking for Yangon, which I feel like is an essential if they just really want to speed things up. So they don't really secure their XP lane matchup just yet. They already know that it's going to be against the Uranus, but this is what changes things.
My goodness.
But this shows that there's a chance that we're going to be playing double fighters. Or even if it is a marksman, it might be something that influenced the game early, like a Harif again. Harif, Granger, the likes.
Okay, if it's double fighter though, Alvaquito Frey are gone. So it's just mostly the Ruby that could be a potential pickup for Hiko, if that were to be the case, which again, it could be also some sort of deny towards Ying, because Ying doesn't have a hero just yet, but do they really want to settle with a Ruby if they're playing a lineup that's just going to protect around a Yi Sun Shin?
I mean, I don't mind Team Spirit having at least one other hero that has the crowd control, because the good thing about Uranus, he's hard to kill. The bad thing is he has 0 crowd control. So I feel like Team Spirit, especially when they want to go into the team fights with Yangon, they might need at least one more, and then Zarigos will be perfectly fine on this season Shin.
Okay. It's a great setup though. They already got rid of the R-Lot as well. And if they're looking to steal away the Ruby, then it will be looking good for Team Spirit. Yangon might then just revert to looking at other potential backline heroes maybe, that they can just commit to finding either Hiko or either Zaur. But in this scenario, you kind of just don't really pour in much into hero synergy again, because this is looking like a really good team fight comp if you want to play around the barrier.
Spirit, if they get something like a Minotaur, it does help out with the sustain as well as the crowd control. Betting on the Harv is good here, because again, I feel like Harv would be the #1 choice for Team Spirit, so that yes, they have 2 scalers, but Harv is still usable even without 3 items.
How far are we missing the fact that Marcel, oh well, they don't really need it right now. Marcel is still available.
I mean, they could take it.
I mean, they could take it if they put Uranus in the EXP.
Yeah.
And of course, at the end of the day, they could also take it on the side of YG, and there's the Marcel.
Yeah.
You're pretty much high rank MLBB now, right? I gotta say. You download it, and now I feel like you're just mythic.
Please admit what your rank is already.
Thank you, guys.
You're probably not just admitting it to us.
That's my alt.
Well, right now for YG, I would say the good thing for them is Team Spirit has a pretty squishy lineup. So if they can get a jungler that can capitalize on that as a finisher, I think it'll be good. I feel like the Eudora in the early game won't be able to burst them out that well. They just need a good follow-up. They need a good follow-up, able to chase. I feel like that's the number one thing YG needs. They need a hero that can chase. The Marcel, the Lee Sin-shin, as well as the Zushin. I feel like Nolan is still okay, but they picked up the Boxia, so they're going back to tank jungle and having the Benedetta and then the Granger picked up. I said they will pick up either the Hive or the Granger because, again, they just need that early game. But if scaling becomes a thing, the Claude as well as the Benedetta can deal with this Granger. I mean, Claude already has a good lane against the Granger, so I'm liking YG's draft despite not liking tank jungle.
You did say chase, right? I think the Boxer is a lot of chase if they just really want to go for that. But yeah, I have to agree. Yangon have introduced something yet creative once again, and I think currently we've been talking so much about the meta rewarding creative draft. Let's just see if they can pull it off efficiently against Team Spirit this time, who are currently on momentum.
Well, Cold Star likes the draft, shows some hearts to the fans at home and in the stands here at MSC. Feeling good about Team Spirit's chances to go 3-1 up, and Yangon trying to tie it up again.
A truly mythical battle that is being set before us. A composition this time for the Galacticos. They've got Ying on a playmaker with a Petrify in hand, and Hiko says, you know what? I'm not purifying this. I will win the lane. I will combo with my boy Sawo, and we will close this out. I have to see how this is going to play out because we've seen many, many times in these matchups where the Boxia generally takes the early game pressure away from a Yi Shin.
That's the thing, but it was in a different meta entirely. A meta where the jungle didn't give too much gold. Now the Yi Shin being able to farm really quickly, able to get those items quicker as well. Will it stop that snowball from the Boxer? That's the question, and that's why YG, they're already setting their sights on stealing some of that those camps away from Team Spirit.
And this is exactly what they want. I don't know if Yangon planned for game number 4 to go this way, just to understand what the early rotations are going to be from Zaur, and then look to punish him later down in the series. Early on, though, I am a little worried how TS is going to play. At first, neutral objective doesn't seem very winnable for them, and then once level 4s come around, it's still sort of, oh, wait, hold on.
Oh, there's going to be good damage on Blink. Killing spree as well. Zaur a bit more movement speed, and Pryo in the mid lane goes over to Team Spirit as Bomba gets tempo up top as well, and this is what I'm talking about. The clear speed of the Yi Shin. Level 4 already. And Hans level 3. Blink might be in a bad spot now. Zaur threatening Blink's life with the Mountain Shocker. Might be threatening a take on his Mountain Shocker. And baits out the Retribution. It's going to be down right as the turtle spawns up later on.
Yeah, this is such a big win for TS because even regardless, they don't even have to contest the turtle, right? It's just going back to their own side of the jungle, finishing it. Oh, Zaur with the Traceless trying to break up that shield unity if necessary. They do not want Hiko to fall behind. That does show a little bit of priority on who has the most important job and what they want to get done and accomplished in this game. First turtle up, it's up to anybody who's gonna get it.
I think for me, Team Spirit shouldn't contest this one. And looking at Zaur Ego's position, they won't. They know the neutral objective is basically the main win condition of Yangon Galacticos with a utility jungle, so they'll just give it away. They already got some wins. Ball lightning though, oh my god! Sawo getting blasted. 2 ultimates used up. Hiko with the flicker out away from the shield unity. So much respect from Team Spirit against this snowball comp from YG.
Yep, and this is the creativity that we weren't really seeing from Yangon in game number 3. But here in game number 4, it's a completely separate beast. Yangon now actually having not even much of an economic lead. Oh boy. But they want to make sure that every moment matters here. At the end of the day, still, it's going to be up to Sanji finding that big play at the end to try and chase them down. And I think as long as they are, trying to set up this unstoppable force into this immovable object, they can force anything out. Beautifully done by Han.
Yep. Good move. The Crimson Beacon now down. YG can be looking for plays around the map, but again, the big question mark for YG is still, is this enough? Because I don't think it is, Gideon, right? With this composition, you need to be the ones controlling the neutral objectives to just stay even, but by doing that, Zaur has just used these little windows of opportunity to get ganks, to get camps, shield unity. Oh, the golden hour saves it! perfectly done. Zauer getting out to safety now. The Lancer player's right there with the Breath of the Drive. The Flicker locks him down for the Ball Lightning. Kaizen and Blink.
They got the punish with the enhanced, empowered, super conducted Fork Lightning. And Sanji, while this was all going down, that early rotation coming in from Hiko, he's gonna take all the gold in the world. Now we are starting to see the leads. The only unfortunate part is the fact that Blink has been taking these kills. But other than that, really, at this stage of the game, with how much money is on the line, the pressure and the pride of regions as well, Yangon, doesn't matter. As long as we get the kills, we're fine.
Hiko with a rotation in mid, getting caught. I agree, Gideon. But YG now they're a step closer to, again, pushing that lead to a spot where this composition should be able to get by this point of the game. But Team Spirit seems like they are confident that they have reached some of the power spikes as well to go for the contest. Bomba in the midst of it all now, pops to the consecration, able to buy some time right now as Blink walks up to the back. Sour Ego is bound to Chunker and the Retry win!
And now they keep on moving forward. They've already found one into Blink, and can they chase on to Han? Yes, they can! And they find the Electro final blow!
Big bomb by Kaiser and the final blow to take Sao down, but the rest of Spirit stay calm and composed. It's a trade in the bottom lane as YG are able to get a turret. We look through this again, fight, and it was the Mountain Shocker and the level advantage from Sour Ego is that forced Han to use the retreat a bit earlier.
Yeah, I mean, they managed to get one trade, but it's so unfortunate that especially for Ying, who actually was in great position with the Electro Final Ball and Petrify, just didn't catch Hiko at the very end, who shows up at the last second to take him out. So with Skypiercer stacks already involved here, Yangon have to recognize trading may not necessarily be the answer if those kills are going to get funneled over to Hiko's side. We've seen how devastating it was in our third place match between Falcons alongside... Oh, wait, hold on. Wow, a bit of a strange contestant here, especially for mid-priority. It doesn't seem necessary. Blink might be in some trouble.
Oh, that's all they want. They want to just bait out the Wrath of the Dryad at the bottom lane. The Flicker out from Hiko, away from Han. So it's Wrath of the Dryad at mid, baited out for the Flicker in the bottom lane. And I mean, yeah, that Granger third place match, 10-minute end. Kelra was a beast there. Hiko's not a 7-0 Ranger just yet, but it is going to build up. And the question is again for YG, whether or not they can stop this snowball from happening to a scale composition.
Hey, speaking of that snowball here, so far using the golden hour underneath the tier 1 with no waves whatsoever, both sides are willing to start throwing resources at each other just to make something happen here. And luckily, they're doing it before the turtle actually spawns. However, that golden hour, a little dangerous. And of course, Zauer coming up with a 1.3k lead on his side. He's got the advantage. Question is, will he get the space?
3-level advantage. If the red trees were already tough to win in a 50-50 when you had the level, again, I mean, if you had the same level, now it's going to be very tough. They try to blitz the turtle, but they just don't have the enough damage. Can see on the bottom lane all the way here. Sour making his way over, rather than try and lock him down as Han is able to get the retribution, but Blink's going to get shredded down. Sour throws him out of Shocker. That's going to be the Versace!
What a play! The Superconductor and Yangon Galacticos are able to find a couple of kills, but they're on the run now. They've traded 2 for 2, and it's not as even as we thought as Kimbamba takes one back.
They used everything to get the turtle, everything to get Hiko. And Spirit capitalize on the long fights. It's Bomba again. Deathless, this time on the Uranus. Against Han, takes it away as well. Recalls in his face as Sour pushes up top, gets a turret, and the trade is again good for Spirit.
They can't stop this. Let's look at the replay one more time, because again, Blink, amazing Wrath of the Dryads, hitting onto multiple targets here, but look at the chain here. That Kai'Sane set up for Sanji, and yet it still wasn't enough. Those frontliners are a huge problem right now.
And Bomba waiting in the BMI and being the assassin on Uranus. Mountain Shocker again. Zauer looking for the angle. Blink gonna be caught. Rather to drive, forced out of him already. That's gonna be the Mountain Shocker that lands on and the pickup and throw back into Hiko's bullets.
Good block. Good
Not enough damage.
Yep, not enough damage, but look at this. This was a 4v5, and honestly, it's a big win for Yangon, getting some pressure on the opposite side. Now that they have an EXP laner who not only clears waves ultra fast, but also has incredible movement, they're not going to be put in the same scenarios like they did in the previous couple of games where, oh, we got to worry about our side lanes. Oh, we won't be able to get there in time. No. It's a different story this time, and I think that TS recognized it.
It's all about building these waves. It's all about scaling at this point, right? YG, yeah, they have a snowball comp, but they have been able to find those clutch moments even in the late game with these kind of compositions before. That Game 5 against Falcons, one of the best examples of that. So YG can never be counted out, even after they've been outscaled.
Yep, and I think the scariest part is the fact that YG have two incredibly fast rotating heroes. And I don't know if they're going to get the punish on this one. Still, Ying using his eye for an eye was thinking that maybe he was going to get hit by the turtle, but yo, Sanji. Real dangerous here, using BMI so aggressively. We'll see whether or not TS has the information.
Oh god, it's about to be a 4-level lead between the junglers. Blake's gonna get poked down. Rhapsody and the Dead Sonata, that's gonna be the shield unit landing on Sunset 11, but a good golden hour to stop them. A shot from Zaur, killing spree as well. Zaur looking for the opening right now, goes in, but Ham's gonna win the retreat battle. Rather than try out of the blazing away, coming from Sanjay!
And he's looking for as many cleanups as he can. Hiko flickers 4, gets 1, gets 2, triple, and the Maniac instantaneously!
Out of nowhere! Hiko finds the shots, thread the needle, and now it's just Han. Team Spirit played such a good game. It was Han with the retry. YG, that looked like they had the AoE, but Team Spirit are now the ones knocking on YG's door.
Holy cow, holy cow. Hiko, something unlocked in him. He just suddenly became Neo from the Matrix all of a sudden.
What the heck happened?
Because this was an incredible play, right? They first zoned them out. Blazing Duet comes on through, and Hiko said, you know what? Doesn't matter. You're standing too close to each other. As soon as I land it, you are gone.
Bomba's feeling it. Team Spirit are feeling it. It's something in the air. Hiko's popping off. Sunset, Samo, Zaur, Bomba, everyone.
You know, before the cast, before we even got to the draft, we got to see Mama Bomba walk by. And there was one thing that she said that is really stuck. Today is the day. They really feel it. They put so much heart into it. 54 stacks already built up onto Hiko. How can he not feel like he is him right now as they basically unlock the architecture of Yangon? They're looking for a T2 at this stage, and they're going to double confirm with the help of the turtle bow. They've got the vision, but at the same time they know Ying is nowhere close.
And now it's YG, they gotta dig deep. Yangon Galacticos again find themselves far behind, and unlike in game number 2 where they were able to equalize with their own lead, they went for this composition, the early one. They got 2 out of 3 neutral objectives, but they just couldn't capitalize on those team fights.
It's been very, very difficult, but at least the Guardian Helm is purchased by Han. So again, he can walk up forward as long as he doesn't get picked up and thrown backwards into a chain CC combination from TS. He will be able to retain his position with the rest of the team during these lore dances. And I think that's the scary part right now. Both sides understand that hold on. We're seeing the TS proactively trying to get something out of Yangon. It's the consistent push and pull, and like LaFell said, it's how creative you can actually get. You've got set plays, but of course, how do you make it all line up?
I guess it's through YG finding a big combo, but that's so hard to achieve as well.
I think it's a little bit more than that.
2 Purifies to Revitalize as well. That's now a BOD on Hiko.
He is massive, and they need to be able to cut those stacks in half. Half the problem is actually just finding Hiko. Exactly. And I think even Ying understands, it's like, man, around these neutral pits, they ring around and rosy us.
And even if they do, Gideon, Zaur is still there as the secondary carry, the man that's been targeted, that is given Hiko space. If you go for Hiko, you give space to Zaur. They get the Mountain Chakra, they see Sanji up top, they go for the burst on the Lord, and it is not going to be contested. Han is way too far behind, 3 levels under.
This is fine, They still have some decent wave clear on their side. They might have to sacrifice an inhibitor, but honestly, at this stage of the game, you gotta sacrifice more than just that. So much heart has been put into these games, such a big difference, and there you go, flicker out from Sanji. The autopilot might have costed him this next push.
And now for Team Spirit, it's about building that lead again. It's about going back to basics, playing around the fundamentals that they've relied on their entire careers, making it to this point and again winning through it. Small leads building up, now bot wave and the top wave coming down as well. Sanji, you gotta be careful, buddy. You got no flicker.
And now the siege begins. The ball lightning has already been thrown out. That's guaranteed to at least get 1 inhibitor here.
Zaur up top, dodges away from the swings, the slashes. Hiko in the mid lane, picking up the base turret. Lord already coming down as well, but YG are able to clear it. Bomba keeping those stacks alive, taking a shot on from the turret.
This is smart. This is smart. TS, they're trying to keep them to that top side to make sure that the bottom wave actually collapses and they can at least net themselves the long lanes inhibitor. That would be great, but they know that they've delayed it on purpose, so they're going to take it one by one.
Oh, Bamba baited everything. The ball lightning, the Thunder's Wrath. They got no resources now. It's all up to Ying and Blink.
This is immaculate wave control from Team Spirit. They're going to get this too, unless YG want to die for it. Winds of Nature purchased by Hiko, and I think that's the final nail that they were looking for.
We've had Lord Dance before. We've had some of these terms that we've seen. But Gideon, that was a Dragon Siege, that's for sure.
Oh my goodness. They've already climbed over the walls. And as everybody here,
they burned the walls down.
It's gone.
They flew by.
It's pure devastation on a macro level. Malefic gun purchased by Sanji. I don't even know if that's going to be enough, but he probably won't lose his Flicker to Sunset Lover again if that is the case. If he can kite him out, he can maintain his stacks.
He knows the Flicker was still down if he caught him.
Hey, he's got BMI. Sanji ain't gonna make mistakes like that, I hope. I hope and pray. We never know in these types of games, man. The pressure eventually gets to some of these players, and we'll either see them rise or fall.
And now we have to take a look at this goal difference. 11,000. Sanji, he was the main man to try to get on Hiko. Sour as well, but now the Wind of Nature is built for Hiko. You can't even do that. Ying as well. What is that damage? Hiko!
Hiko Mania coming back online. Now they're just gonna chase. Who's next? Blink on that son of chopping block. You're gonna turn into a maniac or you're gonna make him a savage. TS, let's find out as they're knocking on the door here in game number 4.
Ying brought a katana to a gunfight. Hiko showed him exactly why you don't do that. Golden Hour. Sanji able to flicker out of the Golden Hour. Pops in the blazing duet already. But Hiko's gone like Sour walks up. It's Hiko with the shots again. He finds another. And Team Spirit secure match point.
And you can see nobody on the side of Team Spirit. They're not jumping for joy just yet. They know that there is only one more game to become a champion. They've achieved match point.
To quote Sunset Lover after securing grand finals, job's not done. And it truly isn't done yet. Yangon Galacticos, they've been able to dig deep before. They've been able to come back before. Now 3-1. What do they need to pull it back?
Man, I want to say comfort picks. Most teams,
they got it. The Baksha was there.
Most teams, especially when pushed into these corners, they start playing the things, even if it's in a bad composition, just to feel comfortable, just to put everything on the line to say that we gave it our best shot. I think Yangon still have hope, but so far, these mid-games, and especially when it comes down to battling, these trench warfares between Spirit and Yangon Galacticos have always seemed to gone into the hands of Team Spirit if the early game isn't completely dominated by the Galacticos.
And you can see it again, man. These fights, it looked so good for YG. Up until Hiko said, nah, I'd win. He walks up there, he stays in the back, waits for everyone. The ego, not just in Sour, but in Hiko. He literally waited for his teammates to die in front of him, and he said, no, I can carry, I'll get these shots. And then when he was up ahead like this, he just takes those fights against a Benedetta. No problem.
So many battles that we've seen in the skies, but this is beyond our atmosphere. Let's throw it over to our panel and our analysts to break it down for you of how truly mythical this is.
Well, when you look at the competition that has been afoot here at MSC, we have seen some tremendous performances. But the way Hiko, Kid Bamba, Sawo, Sunset Lover, the rest of this Team Spirit roster, all the way from the very beginning, they have figured something out. They said it in scrims, they've proven it here, and they are one win away from being the, I guess, well, I'm going to say it, the best team in MLBB in the Galaxy. That's right, they are. And of course, that still means YG has a chance to respond. And we know that you watching in Myanmar are still supporting. There is still hope there, but there's just something that Team Spirit, I think Mirko said it, is in the air for this team.
Yeah, and even if we did hear Gideon say something about maybe reverting back to comfort as probably one of the go-to solutions to scenarios like this where you're just so far behind. I think we already saw that from Yangon. in the first two games,
Yeah.
even maybe.
Yeah.
They've been already trying to go for comfort, and now they took a different route. They became a bit more creative. We saw the intention, we saw the potential, but they just couldn't bring it to fruition.
I mean, like, here's the thing. It's hard to be comfortable when you're going up against Kid Bomba because I think I said this yesterday. He is shaping up to be the most terrifying player in MLBB because at this point, I don't know, man. He's a guy of nightmares. Like, as the saying goes, you can't reason with the dragon when your head is in its mouth. And the thing that the Kid Bomba has been doing is just pure destruction. And if you want to go for comfort, sure.
Yeah.
But deal with Kid Bomba for you to actually be comfortable. Until then, it's not going to happen.
Yeah.
It's funny because, I named 4 of the players on Team Spirit, and I didn't mention Zauer. And one of the reasons why is, again, he doesn't, at least from what I saw, have almost any deaths. And again, on the YSS, which has been a talking point, like, don't pick it. Why are you picking it? We haven't seen it work. Still finds a way to make it work. And Han reaching deeper and deeper into stuff that, we're questioning, LaFell. But Team Spirit just feel like they're too comfortable across the board.
And the thing that Zauer Eco is more about testament of everyone else. Everyone does so much that he's like, anything for me? Hello? Eco just
Some
goes
scraps.
in, gets maniacs, gets a double, gets a triple, and he's like, I mean, sure. I mean, as long as we win, I guess.
Yeah, Hiko Mania is back.
Yeah.
He came back in this game, especially. We didn't see a Savage. He was close to getting one. I think a couple times we saw a Maniac from him as well, but the way that he managed this even on a Granger too. So that's something, right?
Yeah.
That's something for Spirit because they went in this game with a lineup with 2 heroes that you're just not so used to seeing anymore, especially in the current meta, but they find ways to make it work.
And the Baksha, the Benedetta coming out at the very end for YG. It didn't prove successful, but it did prove that they were willing to change things up. They know they need to do something different. And sometimes, LaFell, once you do get that answer, it could turn its head on a swivel. This could be a very fast 3-2 into a 3-3 and send us to a Game 7. But of course, they've got to fix some of the stuff that you guys have pointed out on the desk, and obviously you pointed out within game that you want to bring up to our attention.
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing. It's not that YG didn't try, right? YG, even with the draft, they tried to deal with the Uranus of Kid Bomba, but I don't know, at this point, Kid Bomba feels inevitable because here's the thing.
He's Thanos, man.
They already have this Baxia, where Baxia reduces the healing as well as the shield that the Uranus has. And yet, even with a very bursty, always chasing kind of EXP laner, they still weren't able to do it. So I think this might just stump YG just a little bit because it's not that they didn't have the idea of shutting down Kid Bomba. They invested 2 heroes into it.
Yeah.
And yet it's still not enough because as we're going to be looking at the clips here, again, like, one thing that I do have to say that is consistent with all of Team Spirit's wins is the fact that about resources, right? Like abilities, ults, and all those kind of things. One other resource is HP. And we see that YG sacrificed a lot of the HP to get these neutral objectives. But when you're going up against a team with a Sky Piercer, that's going to be pretty difficult because as we see here, the thing that I want everyone to see throughout all the clips is just the amount of HP that YG is willing to give throughout the poke that we're going to be seeing here. The poke coming in from the Yisun Shin, Sunset Lover, as well as Hiko. There are 3 members coming in from Team Spirit that can deal damage without putting themselves in harm's way. And even though this one, Zauer got it, but I feel like there's still a chance that Han was able to get it. But this is also another thing. This is not okay, Rain Day, which is after getting a neutral objective, go for the fight.
Yeah.
A lot of teams do this, usually get punished.
Yeah.
Team Spirit at this point is an anomaly about getting an objective and then continuing the fight. But again, look at the amount of HP that they have.
Yeah, look at that.
It's only Kid Bomba that is low, but hey, he's healing up every second. So it basically means that he hasn't lost HP. And then look at the HP of everyone else. Ying is low, Han is low. Even looking at Kaiser, basically almost everyone is half HP. We're going to be continuing on the clip to see the trend here. This is one of those moments where it's good attempt coming in from YG, securing this by the Belleric using the ult to stop the members of Team Spirit. But again, I'm going to be a broken record here. Look at all of the HP. Everyone is full except for YG, and then that just gives Team Spirit an avenue to just keep on going. This is the point where we thought things could turn things around just because the Eudora was able to hit the Thunder Wrap onto 3 members. But again, Kid Bomba being a nuisance just waits on that BMI. Sanji travels back, gets the kill. We're going to be continuing. This is, I think, the final clip here. And it's just the same thing. I'm going to try to reverse. Okay. Look at Han here. The thing about Han is that he took damage because of Sunset Lover. Sunset Lover in this matchup, he kind of doesn't care about too many people. It's just Han. But because what is Han going to do? He's a boxer. He's just going to stay there and then eventually get picked up. And something to think about as well is this is a Lord. Lord does true damage. And there's not a lot of heals, right, coming in from Yangon. Just look at who's healing here.
Yeah.
It's just the Belleric, but even Belleric, he has to hit someone for him to get the heal. Everyone's low HP, and then everyone from Team Spirit is basically full HP, so they just keep on going in, and by this point, there's enough Sky Piercer stack to help out Hiko to secure that Maniac. So
yeah.
I'm sounding like a broken record, but it's because it keeps on happening over and over and over again. That just shows what even our casters are talking about. Something with the pressure, you do crack a little bit, and I feel like how it does with YG is that they couldn't readjust. This draft is about those neutral objectives, but they sacrificed way too much to get those neutral objectives and then gave over a lot of Sky Piercer stacks. That's the reason they lost.
Yeah, a lot of times the game-changing plays, the game-dictating plays really happen during these objectives. It's sad to think that they may have had tools to deal with members one at a time, but the members that they really wanted to deal with the most were members that were out of reach. And it was only really Bomba who was making all of this possible.
He's too much.
He is too much. He is, as he said, inevitable.
Inevitable. It feels like they need a way to deal with Bumba. And I feel like you have to let other things go. You have to lose outside of the EXP lane. I think you have to let Zaur take on what he's going to take on. You can ban the Harara and you can let him do whatever he's going to do. But I just think that when Bumba is in the lead, and we mentioned this from the very beginning, where the EXP lane helps the jungle succeed so much, you've now mentioned another layer which is so much more important, which is the spacing. And he is spacing out the rest of YG. They're respecting him way too much, and I don't think it's too much for what he's done. He's clearly been effective, but is there a hero, is there a setup that they can figure out Kid Bumba has to respect more so that he has to group up so that they can control more of the space?
So here's the thing, yes. And the answer is, if we look at all of the draft patterns, Bomba's heroes are usually picked first. The one time he was picked last is on that Sora.
That's right.
Right? So as long as the Uranus, Esmeralda, and likes are open, then he will pick it up first. But then, here's where the problem lies. I feel like even with a counter matchup, Bomba can outplay
He can still do it.
That's the problem. I mean, like, the idea is that the theory is there. Execution, way different topic.
Yeah.
It's a good point. They may just be out of picks, out of options. I mean, YG are staring a loss, straight down. And I don't know, Greg. I think how you lose is important. This isn't it yet, but they've got to give something else, a different taste, a different look.
Yeah.
Do you feel like if they're going to go all in on solving one problem, it has to be Bumba? Does it have to be Zaur? Does it have to be Hiko? Sunset? Who is the one problem, if you had to choose one, they would need to solve?
It's tough because I think they tried to do a lot at once. It's taking out the Barretts already from Bomba. It's taking out the Paquito already from Hiko. It's taking out whatever they can, especially if they're on, let's say...
Second pick, they have to take out a Freya.
Yeah, so I think they've tried to deal with the most difficult ones, but more and more problems just keep coming out.
But do you then need to go away from taking Claude early and need to prioritize something in the desperation for, okay, we need a better mid laner. If we don't, it's going to get banned out. Like, they're getting Zushins, Eudoras. They're getting picks like that without really working hard for them. So maybe they just need to say, let's let the Claude go. Sanji, you're going to have to pick up a little bit of the slack here. And we're going to force them to say, hey, you want to pick up Bombas? You're going to lose big time in mid.
Brigida as well as Rain Day, this kind of shows the strength that Team Spirit has, where if there are more bans, it will hurt YG more than Team Spirit. Because here's the thing, imagine if YG bans out 5 EXP laners. Bomba still has something up his sleeve. Like the Lapu isn't contested. And yet look at how strong he is on that one. We cannot say the same thing with YG for now because, like you said, it's always the Claude.
Yeah.
The worry is if they don't pick up the Claude, they pick up something else. it's not going to be as good. Because right now, this is the biggest strength that Team Spirit has shown. It really doesn't matter what you banned. Our book of heroes is just way more than you.
I agree. Because I think some of the biggest threats to YG and their hero pool as well are even bigger when you look at it at Team Spirit and when they get their hands on it. So it's weird to say, but it's YG right now forced to ban out most of their comfort and their stronger picks.
It's true.
So they're pushed to a spot where they have to bring out more, but then it's solved by Spirit. So I think that's a question for YG right now that they're in this position. Do they have even more? Because they tried. They've been creative with the backshot Benedetta, but it did not work.
But that goes to our other conversation. Is Team Spirit fans ready to erupt, getting excited? YG as well. But I think it just has to be, as you see a little back and forth there, it's just got to be, okay, we've taken a lot away.
Yep.
What can we open up then? Because if the answer isn't to take away, then the answer has to be either to execute better or to open things up.
I would say the Hail Mary is let Bomba take whatever.
Leave Paquito out.
And then completely ignore him. Meaning, okay, ban out the Barats, but try to ignore Bomba and try to basically get the other 4 members. But the reason why that can't happen is we see how Sunset Lover never gets caught. Hiko is also very hard to catch. And Zara Ego he has died like, I don't know, maybe 3 times this tournament. I have no idea. So it's easier said than done. Either you ignore Bomba or put everything onto him. Doesn't matter. It's still going to be bad.
Well, Zushin picked up, and I think for YG, that's got to spell a little sense of comfort heading their way. Even though there's nothing exciting about seeing Kid Bumba and Zaur Egoist in those first 2 pick positions for Team Spirit.
You might be right,
what
Kid.
Do we want?
Yeah, you might be right.
I'm just saying you might be right, Kid.
Because it was written Kid Bomba Finals MVP in the placards.
Oh.
if we do, can kind of seal the series here. But speaking of, it's a flex. The Paquito gets
They
open.
leave the Paquito open. I mean, it's the only way to do it.
Damn if you do, damn if you don't, right? No matter what you ban out, something is let through that you're like, come on, man. Why does it have to be like this?
Yeah, which I feel like is still a flex, but maybe they might be a bit more cautious about this because the Juicin showing up would mean that YG might be a bit more okay to doing the fighters in the lineup.
So Guinevere picked up here as well.
Okay, they changed the sequence.
Because Guinevere keeps
and the
getting
Arlet,
banned.
so they don't go for the Claude anymore.
Good luck on finding a job. We're praying for you, buddy. A job is hard to get nowadays. Hey, maybe you can try being a player. Either ways, YG right now, in terms of going for comfort, I like this because this both ignores as well as prioritize Bomba because this is a good team fight lineup. A lot of crowd control, a lot of continuous damage. It really does come down to what the roamer is going to be. Hopefully just provides us a little bit more damage. If not, it's okay. The Gwyn can build a concentrated energy and they should be fine with that. So I'm liking YG's opening.
Yeah. Because so far I think they can use a lot of combos still with this lineup. I think the Guinevere Arlot already in itself is a combo. There's just so much more knock-up, honestly.
I feel like they also have to be careful because, again, Bomba has a lot of heroes. His Alice is good against this Arlet. Not sure if it would get picked up, but stuff like Uranus, High Loss, Alice, all those kind of heroes are good against the Arlet. So, and even Yuzong, so...
This is just one of the first times we have seen a clear shift away from Sanji's comfort back to Ying. And you're right in mentioning that this feels good. They're also taking away the Uranus and they're taking away the Lapu Lapu, which again focuses on that EXP lane. The blue band on the other side because they're still looking for a roam. Beleric and Atlas gone.
Yeah.
And so where does that leave us?
So the Atlas is still open.
Wait, who else
Atlas
is looking for a job? He's a cameraman now.
Oh my gosh.
Hey, that's good for you, man. EWC is a good event for you to work on. There you go. Shout out to this guy. I was doing a good job though, because if he was terrible, then hey, work for 2 hours, get fired.
Yeah. Oh.
A Fovi. Again, there's so many counters towards the Arlet, so yeah. But hey, at least they have a Zushin. The Zushin can fight against the Phoveus, same as the Gwyn, so it's not all doom and gloom just yet.
There's nothing else you could have taken away though at this point. They've banned EXP lane and Kid Bumba specials at as much as they could without letting an Atlas through. So it's like, I feel like YG's saying this is all we can do.
Now the problem is they know it's going to be a Paquito gold.
Yeah.
So what do they pick up that don't lose immediately? They pick up the Brody as well as the Badang here. This is basically going all in team fight. One of the worries is that only the Gwyn can handle the long lane, but hey, if you win all the team fights and the game by 11, it's good anyways.
How's the spacing on this? Does this solve that problem of the zone that we've been seeing Team Spirit create with Kid Bumba?
I still feel like it's going to favor Spirit more. That's a Phobius and a Paquito who can independently just find and create the openings, and they finish off with a Selena. Okay, so that's, I think, a keyword for at least this matchup. Spirit can be more individual. Yangon, they are desperately required to work together.
So how YG wins if they punch first, and how Team Spirit wins is if they slip the punch and then hit with the haymaker. So I don't know, man. YG, this is a good draft, but requires a lot of good execution and hoping for your opponents to miss.
Last time Cold Star did something like that before heading to the back room, it was Team Spirit who won. If it happens again, they are not only going to win, they will be the winners of $1 million and that trophy in the middle of the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet. Your MSC champions. Could it be Team Spirit? If they win this game, it will be. But Yangon Galacticos trying to claw it back and force another game. We'll see what happens here as the stage is set for glory.
A set so beautiful that it can only be prophesied. You can hear it in the atmosphere. You can hear it in the wind. This could be their moment. This could be the day, unless Yangon Galacticos can stop them to turn and start a potential reverse sweep. We come here at match point game number 5 here at the Mid-Season Cup 2026 here at the Esports World Cup. And Team Spirit have been so close. They've been working so hard for this. Yet you would imagine that at least for the Yangon Galacticos, that maybe this is God-given.
Could be, especially considering if you look at how Yangon Galacticos have decided to draft, how they've decided to play. Desperate times call for desperate measures. Han, after the purple buff, goes straight into the bush, looking for a gank, looking for an advantage early, and Spirit, as calm as can be, playing around again, punishing those mistakes. They see Han up top, Zara goes down below.
They got to be hyper efficient. Looking at the emblems, the only thing... Oh man, extra sustainability for Han. Not going for Season Hunter this time. Wants to actually play for these fights. And if they just win the fights, the neutral objectives will naturally come as well.
It's the same choice of emblems from yesterday against Falcons PH for Yangon Galacticos as Han. It's back to just setting up for the rest of the team, being okay, maybe less farm than Zara Ego is, but at this point I think he needs to just accept that. Zara has gapped them in terms of farm in the last 4 games. Even when they were winning, it was Team Spirit who still were able to even it out for Zara.
And this is in consideration of everything that has happened in this game, right? They're reading into the behavioral patterns that TS have kind of put before them. In Yangon, you can see a lot of preliminary early motions, right? Get that quick push on that top side, come down to mid lane. Oh!
Stun lands, gonna get a lot of damage. Now the Violent Requiem as well. They play for the strong side. Sanji is him. That's first blood over to YG.
Now, as long as they delay this turtle for as long as they possibly can, that's gonna be more and more gold falling into the hands of Sanji. Good missile arrow here onto Kaze, but so far, TS, they don't want to punish this just yet. They got bigger fish to fry.
Another arrow into the deadly magic and the poker trick, but Blink gets away in time, gets into the bush. And Han will still be able to farm up. Now the question is, how do they stop Zauer from snowballing through farm?
Well, it's about making sure that people are there to body block the right targets. Kid Bumba might be in some trouble here.
Violet Requiem into the final slash earlier. YG showing signs of life.
They're fighting back. They got hit on the chin a couple of times. A little dazed, a little wobbly, but doesn't mean it's over. Blink able to get at least a champion stance out of Hiko. Now Golden Hours have been dropped down. A lot of the motions that we see on the map for the side of TS is poking and prodding, right? And forcing out ults coming out from every single lane.
And it's this combo, the Arlet and the Guinevere, that has gotten them so many wins in Myanmar as well in their MSL. For Team Spirit though, it's again just playing through the meta. It's them just building these leads, and for YG, It's about ganking Bomba again, and again. That's a second one, back to back.
Tell me that isn't just picture perfect. Picture perfect-esque even. Just plenty of vengeance, and now looking for that punish once more, forcing Hiko to flicker back out. It's one of our memories as well being thrown just to make sure that he stays and losing out as much health as possible. This is a really dangerous game because Yangon, their entire composition, a majority of their early game damage is going to come down from Sanji, but of course the vengeance coming in from Ying, everybody can enable him.
So YG got the lead early. They didn't get the neutral objective, but it's A-okay because they were able to pick up 3 kills. All of them on the hands of the targets you want to see in the early game. It's on Ying, it's on Han, it's on Sanji. Now the turtle spawns in YG's side of the map. In the Brody side, Sawo able to escape. The arrow lands on Ying, but now it's all a race to get to this turtle.
Yep, they're trying to use the extra bonus movement speed to take first position. Blink back on the Minesweeper job. Gotta get rid and clear these traps as much as possible to deny information from their opponents. But Sawo, he's going for more here, right? Focusing not only on that mid wave, but disrupting that backline from now as they get into the neutral fight.
Zara gets away. Now, instant final slash into the Requiem, but the Golden Hour catches him. And about Requiem's going to be baited. Fist crack him in as Han is able to get the Requiem, but Bomba's stuck.
They gotta get rid of him, and now they finally do. Han takes him out, and they even get one more in Hiko. They get a third. It's guaranteed. The snowball has begun for the Yangon Galacticos. 2.6k already, right at the 4-minute mark.
And that's the explosion that we were waiting for Yangon Galacticos. Even in the previous game, how can they push it forward? How can they push the lead even further through a fight around the neutral objective? Team Spirit had played it so clean in the last few games, but here it was YG with their comfort, AOEing, not giving Team Spirit a chance to react.
This is a huge build of confidence for Yangon at the very least, right? Even Ying flickering final slashing just to make sure that he can cover not only Bomba, but just in case somebody was behind him in that bush, he covers those angles instantly. And that's something that right now, TS, hey, early game's kind of done here. Finding these individual targets has been a lot harder because Yangon, they've decided to tactically split up their squad. 2s and 2s. Get your pairings on either side, play around Sanji, and he is going to be the ballista that breaks down the turrets.
That's the siege, that's the catapult, that's the ballista, that's everything. The whole siege unit is that Brody. But you have to usher him through. He's a very vulnerable target. Bomba, though, on the Phobius here, not having a good game. Now going to get pinned down again. Sawo has the Golden Hour, is able to find 2. Now the rest of the team come corralling on Sanji. Flickering out to safety, but Bomba's going to be caught in the stun. Now Ying with the final slash into the spatial migration.
Beautiful stuff, beautiful stuff. This combination between Ying and Han has been ridiculous. And if you think that's not the end of it, well, guess what? The truth is it isn't. They still have Kaiser and as well as Blink as major follow-up tools or engagement tools. It really doesn't matter who shows up first as long as Ying is nearby. And I think that Zara, this is going to be a pretty tough game for him. His base HP isn't that high. He's going for that concentrated energy, knowing that he's going to be a primary target for a lot of the members of YG. And here we go, once again, they find a combo!
Oh, spatial migration and the Violet Requiem. Sao's gonna be taken out now. It's Sao. Double, they want a triple. Spatial migration lands again, Bomba's low. And Ying picks up the mega kill. Team Spirit can only just look for a trade in the bottom lane.
Yep, chain CC perfectly. Kid Bomba, unfortunately, unable to start using his ult dodge abilities. Just it wasn't given the space, the time, and more importantly, it just wasn't a free frame for him. I bet he was spamming it at some point in that fight, but he knows that unless it's underneath his turret, it's the only way to keep him safe. And even then, Bomba decided, no, not yet, not like this. We'll take the trade. That's all it's going to be. Sawo a little disappointed, of course, but hey, this is match point. It was never going to be that easy.
They want to get Hiko next. Spatial migration already there. Blink. He's going to be looking for it. He finds the punch. He gets the fist crack, and now the pin down with the Violet Requiem.
Oh, this Badang is doing so much work here. There's so many things that Badang can cancel out. Oh, wait, hold on.
Golden Hour, Sawo playing around with the Kaiser now with the Lantern Flare on Sawo. Oh, almost Vengeance coming down as well. Sawo is able to get away. Zaur is trying to farm on the other side of the map.
It's tough, it's tough. Let's look at the replay one more time here because that flicker from Hiko caught beautifully by Blink. He is not missing right now, and he's back on that comfort. This is a composition that they played many, many times, whether broken apart, but now finally as a unit this time. War Axe already completed by Hiko. I'm not sure about this one.
Violet Requiem, but this time there's no Han to play it around. This crack coming down with the pin as well. Hiko going to be caught in the tough spot now. Oh my god, big stun! Sanji in the back, just doing damage, free hitting everybody. Hiko's dead for the 4th time this game.
It's a rat trap. It's a dirty rat trap here from the side of a Yangon. Every single time TS tries to overstep their boundaries, it's an instant punish here, and it feels like it never ends. There's just so much CC on Yangon's side that you cannot just send one member, you have to send multiple. And even so, Sunset Lover now losing a lot of the structures from his side of the base. He has a lot less play area, a lot less ways to maintain important vision over key parts of the map.
Right now, Bomba and Hiko are at a combined 0-9-0. These side laners are just not having a good time with Blink, Han, and Ying constantly CC locking them. Not even Sour, dude.
Yeah, Blink has been playing a strong game, but now here comes the Conceal. Let's see.
It's kind of crazy. He goes straight on to Kaise. He's able to escape, but the Deadly Magic is right on him. It takes down out of the Golden Hour. He's able to save him for the Battle Requiem, and now it's going to be the all-out.
And now they keep on moving forward. They have to go for the chase. Kid Bomba is going to be left all on his own. His hands chases the rest. Killing spree for Sanji at this stage of the game. Sour for Kaise. And of course, the Lord goes into the hands of the Yangon Galacticos.
Desperate from Team Spirit, but that's the only thing they could do. It's either that or they sit quietly in their base waiting for the Lord to come through, and that's a DHS for Sanji.
Holy cow, 14-1. 14-1 to get some momentum back. And Han, he's more than happy to start using that Magic Thumb to get in and out of these fights. And again, they're daring TS even. They're saying, you know what, you did this all past 2 games, not this time. It's our turn to have a little bit of fun, blow up some steam.
14-1 in our game number 5. This was possibly it for TS, but YG, they're showing how tenacious they could be. They're showing how good they can be in these series and that mental fortitude that they have in a best of 7.
It's a lot of heart here, a lot of heart. It must be really, really exhausting to make sure that you're communicating with every aspect of your team. Usually, the combo is just a 1-2 punch. They've got 3, 4, and 5 ready to set up for you just in case. But now, they're attacking at least top T2, but at the same time, they're giving up on bottom inhibitors.
This is the only thing Team Spirit can do. Again, just reacting to the plays and looking for the trade. Sour goes in, Blink with the whip on it. Fist crack already there. The Golden Hour saving Bomba. Is that going to be the missile arrow to the back line? And Sanji's able to flick around to safety. As now he goes on Hiko.
They're still going to go forward. Hiko ends up trading, and now they're on the chase.
Bomba again with the Dark Wave on Sanji, but he's going to get taken down by Ying. That's again in the back line. Sanji looking for the free hits on Sour. Last shot as he gets pinned down, and Blink picks up a double, and Sunset Lover is going to be caught on their turret. Han, right there. Again, the arrow does not land, and Sour is able to keep the minions from coming into the base.
How many more seconds until they have left? Not enough time! And there you have it, a convincing game for the Yangon Galacticos, turning it 3-2.
It ain't over. Not like that.
Oh my God, there's so much heart in these games. There's so much, not only the tenacity, but you can feel it in the play. They are not gonna go down like this.
It's the grand finals of MSC, the most unpredictable MSC EWC ever. Of course we're going to a Game 6. Now the question is, are we going to a Game 7?
We pray for a Game 7. TS fans, they want to end it right here, right now, but God, these games are too good to let go. However, the snowballs have been significant. This game ended 17-2, so we're talking about built-up confidence and disrespect for the side of TS. It has been crushed here, so they need a clean game if they want a championship.
And again, it's YG going back to their comfort, not just trying to play the meta game. They brought out the Baksha, it didn't work out. They doubled down. They said, all right, Han, put him on the Guinevere, put him on a team fighter, put him on an enabler for Ying, for Kaise, for Sanji, for Blink on the Badang with a fantastic performance.
We have to eventually decide on an MVP, but my God, Blink played a beautiful game.
My God.
Predicted flickers,
Ying
catching people so many goddamn times. There's no better way to describe it. He has played so well on his comfort. I don't know if he's going to get it again. And I also don't think Ying is going to get that Arlet anymore.
I don't know though, because if you want to take away the Arlet, you gotta let go of some of these meta picks, and Ying is a monster. He's an apex predator, you could say, on those picks.
He's an absolute beast, but we're gonna see whether the panel agrees with us. Panel, break it down.
Okay, that means we might be going to another Game 6.
Or could we get a Game 7?
Hey, honestly, after how many years?
You missed this opportunity right here. I cannot believe you two missed the opportunity for a game 6 or 7.
I failed as a human.
What is they haven't had.
You know what?
I put them on the spot, guys. I think I win.
I failed.
I think I finally
I
cracked you guys.
am disappointed in you and myself.
Pause.
I am.
But we got good games though.
Yes,
how many
I
years?
am only not disappointed at the result of this
How
series.
many years, Brig, that we have 4-0 on grand finals? Now it's 3-2.
Well, it's been since Myanmar maybe in the grand finals, maybe 6 years ago. Was that 6 or 7?
6.
Now they're doing it.
But the camera's not on us. Camera.
They went to my solo on that. They're trying to make you guys look bad.
I know.
They don't have to try. We can do it by ourselves.
YG
we can make ourselves look bad. It's okay.
In an incredible game, and they prioritize Ying. And I think the biggest thing about Ying is it's the name we gave him, Undying. But it's more than that. It's the Arlet. It is they don't have an answer for the Arlet. There was no answer on the other side yesterday in the semis for the Arlet. And the Guinevere as a result to follow up, Brig. I know you're pointing at that saying, yeah, that was a big deal.
You would assume they had answers to the Arlet though, because they had Fulvius.
Not Ying's Arlet.
I mean, like, Fulvius does have a bad time against, let's see here, but Dung, Zushin, and in a way, Guinevere as well.
Yeah, that's true. So at least for the laning, you would think that they did, but everything else, Ying was Undying. He was free.
Wait, speaking of, I remember one other time Kibomba used the Fulvius.
Yeah.
And it was this as well. I think it was against Vamos, where Vamos used Zushin and Hylos. Yeah, pretty good memory. I'm impressed with myself.
Same. He has very impressive
I
memory.
can't remember most people's names, but I can remember draft picks.
It's true, it's true. He has impressive memory.
That is a pretty good memory.
Only with MLBB. Only with MLBB.
Okay, that's it. But you remembered it was Rhino Day, right?
It's been Rhino
How
Day
could you
for
forget?
3 weeks. How can Rhino Day be 3 weeks?
Guys, this is actually interesting because I think the energy, and especially when you are at home watching and you're looking at this set, you see the 3-1, I think you start to slip into, well, it's looking like team spirit. And then bam, Yangon Galacticos answer back, but not just quickly and not just with this Arlet, but convincingly across the board with everyone. And it doesn't look like the same matchup anymore. And that's what we hope from a grand final break. How were they able to, and I know LaFell, you've got some clips as well, turn this around so convincingly? Have they solved something?
I think they got back to what we said about the front lines being just as terrifying as they should be. Because
terrifying.
That
See,
works,
that's
right?
Terrifying.
Terrifying.
Yeah.
Which do you prefer, Undying or Terrifying?
Terrifying, Undying.
I feel like we can interchange. If he doesn't die, Undying.
And Terrifying if he's like aggro and gets a lot of kills.
5 kills or something.
I like it, man. I think use both.
Yeah, I will use both, but I agree. I guess a lot of it started with him, and these are, I think, a better combination of their comfort picks.
Yeah.
The Badang is a comfort pick, the Arlot is a comfort pick, the Josin, and they pretty much completed what they lacked in the first game.
Yeah.
Or first 2 games, I'd say.
And they let the Paquito go. I mean, that was the first game that they let the Paquito go after they got burned with it in game 1, and I think that worked.
I mean, like most things in life, a lot of things can be solved with violence, you know? And that's what we saw from YG. I feel like they understood in the previous drafts, they don't have enough violence.
Okay.
So just get a little bit more. Right? Let's look at the Telestrator, right?
Okay, let's go to Telestrator, please.
Let's
Yeah. I don't know where this is going, but let's go to Telestrator.
Thank you very much. All right, so here's the thing that we got to talk about, right?
Yeah.
The fact that for how many? Like maybe 3 games where we see both the Gwyn as well as the Arlet being banned out, and the moment they get picked up, all of a sudden they look amazing. And speaking of why they look amazing is because of all the control that they have. They have 4 members here with a lot of control. The Badan creates a wall, making it so that you can't escape, and then Gwyn jumps in as well. Like there's a lot of chain CCs that this is why I say that this is a very good team fight comp. And I think this is just the comfort of YG. They like to fight, so why stray away from it, right? We're going to be looking at some of the clips here. And then, in terms of the clips, it really is just about abandoning your brain.
Yeah.
Don't think about it. Just do it. Not sponsored by anyone, but just do it, right? We're gonna see about how they just jump in and then they just go in for the fight. You like that joke? Yeah, thank you very much. We're gonna see that this Badang make it so that they can't run away, and then at that point, it's easy pickings for Han as well as Ying, right? I mean, like, Han did his job. His duty where... Wait, no, you know what? Never mind.
What'd you say?
He is able to go in and enable his team to do well. If they keep this up, this is how they deal with Team Spirit. Hey, Spirit, you like the fight? Well, we like it too. At this clip, this also just shows I would say the range of all the heroes that Team Spirit has, because we see that they are quite far away, and yet once an engage happened with the Badang, they basically get to engage very instantly. Look at that range, how quickly they get onto their targets.
Yeah.
And I feel like this is the key to victory for YG. Having a draft that can fight at even long distances, making it so that Team Spirit can't respond as well. So I really feel like with the draft that they have here, going back into this one, they were able to shut down Bomba just by having this, by having the Zushin as well as the Gwyn. Even though, yes, the Arlet does get taken down by the Phoveus, but honestly, as long as you have the Zushin, it's all good. So I feel like for YG, they just have to hope that the Arlet doesn't get banned out, because even you talk about this behind the scenes, like, other than Arlet, what else do they have?
Yeah.
That's the bluff I would want to call at this point. But it also requires team spirit, and I think Cold Star is very smart. He's shown that he set his team up with a lot of good drafts, but an analytical mind would go and say, I think we focused on taking the Harara away all the time. We don't like to give it away. That's been their third ban almost all the time. Now, with the Paquito gone, you're still taking the Harara away, but to me that seems like you don't want Zauer to lose the matchup to Han. But if they recognize that if Ying gets ahead of Kid Bomba, this is maybe YG's series, I think they have to now focus some more of those picks onto making sure that the Arlet gets banned, potentially in the first phase. I know it's a risk, but I think because YG won, they might have put the pressure on Team Spirit to respond.
That's actually a really good point, because I think Yangon are not on the same page. They have a different mindset about this. They have a different approach. It's not like they're worried about Czar at all. It's not like they're very careful about what gets into his hands. It's more of how they can draft accordingly to their strengths, which I think they lacked in the first two games. But now they had much better relationships with each other in terms of picks. So their picks had much better synergy.
More harmony.
And that was maybe something that we saw became a struggle for Team Spirit this time, because they were maybe a bit too fixated on just winning matchups, getting the winning lanes.
I agree. Yeah.
In the sides, we saw that. You assume that they get that because it's a Paquito. It wins over more or less majority of the gold lanes, but the Brody was a bit different. And Kid Bomba on this Phoveus too somehow got to manage the Arlot.
We would like to apologize to Kid Bomba and Mom Bomba and Sis Bomba. I feel like we cast a curse Bomba a little bit too much. We're gonna pull it back.
We did.
Hopefully it's just that game that we cursed him. Now it should be solid ground.
But at the end of the day, it literally, maybe we're starting neutral now, okay? So everything is a clean slate from now on. YG got their licks back. Here's the question. Does Kid Bomba have another game as you're wading in the water, swimming, right? Trying to get back to the shore. Is it going to be Kid Bomba that takes you there? Is that the one who's going to be in the charge, pulling people who can't quite make it, who can't sustain themselves? I think it is. And if you're Team Spirit, and I want you guys to think about this. I don't want you to just take me lightly. Think about it. Lean back. Stare into the sky.
Okay.
I just feel like that's got to be the answer. That's got to be the focus. It has become an EXP battle for me. That's where my eyes have gone.
100%.
But, you know.
And I feel like the way that I feel like even less on the draft, I feel like this is just reminding the players of Team Spirit, be like, okay, that's what they can do, right? They have incredible engage. So I feel like if somehow YG gets roughly the same draft again, I feel like this time the players are like, okay, let's just not get caught by the Badang or the Gwyn, and then we should be able to outplay. With that being said, I don't think they will get the same draft, but if somehow they do, I feel like the players would just react much differently this time.
That could be the case. Okay, Paquito was something we said, will we not see it? We didn't see it. That opened up the draft. The Barat's probably going to stay banned, but who will take the onus of banning it? Because the Freya has been consistent, the Fanny has been consistent for red side. If we will see that again, it'll be the choice of Harara banned, or if we'll see a target ban on red side, which would open up this conversation again for the EXP lane to maybe get an advantage. Atlas has been banned every single game as well, Brig.
Yeah, it's at least ever since the loss that YG went through for the first 2 games, we've never really seen the Barretts nor the Atlas even out there anymore, which I think kind of made it a bit more flexible for the Jusins and the like to come through.
That's right.
But in that scenario, I think the Jusin was a big problem for Team Spirit as well. So let's see who gets on blue side and who gets on red side, because I think that will significantly impact the outcome of this game. We're on flying clouds too, which I think will accelerate the pace. And it's Spirit who gets on blue, but this time,
holy moly,
no Guinevere.
And no Freya. Oh no, but they force Yangon to ban the Freya and the Barats and the Atlas. They don't, and this leaves the Harara to them, so we see the priority.
Yeah, and I feel like the Gwyn is honestly a good ban because, like I said, the distance itself is already the problem, right? Arlen needs to get close, and then he can come in. But yeah, that Gwyn is too much.
But isn't this the same problem that YG will have to face? Aren't they forced to pick up the Paquito here?
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
I feel like
no Claude.
Well, they have a Brody, yes.
Yeah, I'm just worried that Sanji hasn't really used fighters in the gold league, right? So I'm worried that it's good on paper.
Yeah.
But if the guy can't use a fighter, is this really...
That's why.
Is this really where you want to force it out, where Team Spirit is match point?
Yeah, that's why, because it's likely to go over to their side if they don't. So they decide to switch it up, and this time, they'll pick up the Paquito.
Could this be a flex?
I'm not sure if it's... Hopefully it is, because I don't want to think that they were just pressured to pick it up.
It could be jungle, it could be EXP.
What if this is EXP? And this goes
I think it's better. I think it's better EXP, but again, we got to look at the matchup, because not every matchup the Paquito can win. If Team Spirit picks up the Esmeralda, maybe they have to think about putting the Paquito somewhere else.
But it's nice because they still keep their cards close to their chest. They say this could be that, so Team Spirit can't just pick blindly in EXP. They do have to respect that what happens if we're going up against Paquito. Do we need a winning matchup for that specifically?
Because I don't think Yangon has really ever utilized the Paquito in gold.
Wow.
In EXP, I don't think so too. So this is a new hero pick that they will be picking up. It's a clear attempt to adjust from Yangon's side.
Honestly, that's why I feel like this might be jungle. Might. Just because they are a team that likes to win those neutral objectives, and Paquito is one of those that has quite good burst damage with the red tree, so maybe they can take it, which by the way, Melissa has been banned quite a few times by YG, and this time Team Spirit picks it up. Let's talk about why this is important.
Yeah.
YG wants to dive, wants to win the fights.
Yep.
What are you going to do when she uses the go away? So I feel like this is the response that Team Spirit has. If you want to come in, try. We already have an answer for that.
Go ahead.
Which I feel is something they have to resolve through their mid lane. So
I agree.
The Eudora Gord options are still there, but since they prioritized gold and revealed that it is either jungle or Paquito XP, they might lose out on more options in the mid lane later on.
They keep their EXP open though, and that you know, and again, Paquito can still flex. We know that we still have the Claude going in, so he's not going gold, but they are still focusing on trying to see if they can get Ying an advantage. And even though Esmeralda is out, and that's a great EXP lane, with the Eudora ban, it seems like they're also focusing on limiting the options that Sunset Lover can play.
Which I thought is something they would rather pick.
The other options, I would say there's 3, because I feel like you need long range to do with this Melissa, right? You want to cast Merca? I mean, like,
Arlet ban.
You can try. The Farsa. The Farsa has enough damage. The problem is Melissa can get into range. So that's something that you got to consider. Eve also has the range, which kind of, you know, not so great going up against Esmeralda.
No, yeah.
And then the last one is Zetienne, where Zetienne is pretty okay, especially if they want a lot of team fight. The problem is she takes a while.
And
one is Selena, but that one, yeah, both of them, I'm sure they have good Selena, so why not?
Yeah. Because even the burst is going to be a problem, I feel, for the Zetian. Maybe in the early they can manage a bit, but...
At level 12, it's okay, but getting to level 12 is the problem.
Yeah.
It seems like YG's really focused on hard stuns or potential counter initiation. They want the Paquito to run free because they picked it, and it's got to do the work of a Harara, right? Because they traded that out And they're saying we're going to work with the Paquito. So Minotaur Eudora can really stop or create good counter engage or initiation. The Dairoth picked up as well, guys.
Yo.
You know what? Shout out to the crowd. You guys are amazing.
Holy.
Some might even say amazing.
Are we pushing?
Well, the Dairoth gets picked up, so I was right. This is going to be a Paquito jungle. But again, Dairoth has its goods and bads. I would say in MSC we've seen quite a lot of the bad. Like, he can win the lane, but what's next?
Yeah, I think it was Falcons PH2 who were the first ones to use it. Slap already using it. Not necessarily reflects a good standing as KDA-wise most of the time. It's just really to match and answer the Esmeralda, which I think, again, is a question we raised. How they answer Bomba. How can they kind of shut down Bomba?
Yeah.
But Spirit, they've locked in a Valentina and a Gatot Kacha. That's more and more ways for them to stop YG and all their fighters.
I know, that is really rough, guys, to go against. We're looking at that final pick, and it's going to be in the mid lane.
I feel like if they can get a hero with crowd control, they pick up the Rampa. Taking notes from Aurora, and we see the reaction coming in from Team Spirit. It looks like they didn't see this coming. And I like this pick because the Dairoth can shred armor. So it doesn't matter the armor that you have. The Claude and the Paquito will be able to do enough damage. This Rafa giving that sustain.
Whoa.
This is a very interesting draft, and I can see it working.
Well, YG just bet $500,000 on it, because that's what's at stake here. $1 million goes to Team Spirit. Cold Star happy again with the draft. Yangon Galacticos trying to tie it up and send us to a Game 7. What a time here at MSC. I hope it continues as we send it over to Gideon and Mirko.
I agree. Everybody needs to start praying at this point. Everybody is looking for their team to make it to the very end. Here at match point, the pressure is still on Yangon, and they basically have come up with a more interesting draft, a different sign, a different means to attack this potential championship point. We come down to game number 6, and by God, if this isn't a marathon, and almost immediately Sawo starts off with a pretty good taunt here at level 1, just to make sure that Yangon, they can't walk freely.
They gotta. YG, their main win condition is playing through these fighters and just going all in with the healing, trying to out-sustain Team Spirit, so they gotta try to establish some lane dominance at the start of the game.
Yeah, not to mention that we're also getting Pull Yourself Togethers from Sunset Lover as well. He wants to make super plays of his own, either stealing away some pretty good ults, but most likely going to be that Wrath of the Dryads. First invasion here, it's gonna be a little difficult. Han, it's on level 4, but still has plenty of damage, and Sawo zones him away.
Ooh, Sawo with the Rectory able to pick it up. Han trying to deal a little bit more damage, but it only lands on Sawo, so that ends up just being a win straight up for Spirit.
And maybe this could be the answer that they were looking for, right? Sanjin as well as Hiko, it's still going to be a little tough between the two at the bare minimum. Both going for Phantom Charger. Down by, oh, hold on, first blood achieved. Oh, maybe. Oh, Blink gets out of there.
Clutch flicker from Blink to get away, to evade from a possible first blood, to send Team Spirit into that spiral of snowball.
Man, this game has got me, even me, antsy. I don't know when the next big play is going to come, but at least we know.
Uh-oh, Kai's in a bit late. Oh my God, it's gonna be the regen, the last hit, the flicker out. No way.
How? He managed, he's got like no HP. He's literally at 1. You don't even see the green in his health bar anymore. As now they attack the bottom side. They got the Purify out of Kid Bomba. This upcoming turtle is going to be highly contestable, but Ying needs to dominate. He needs to show control over this lane and make sure that they have first position.
Whoa, Sawo or what? Face check in the bush against a Dairoth, gets insta-bursted down. Now it's Sawo with Revitalize, able to get the taunt as well, but the rest of the team comes around, and Ying gets a double.
The damage is good. Wrath of the Dryads is already out, but they have to back away from this. This is an unwinnable position for Team Spirit, and Yangon take the very first turtle of the game.
Big taunt, Sunset Lover as well with the face check. Team Spirit getting a bit too impatient with these openings.
Is it impatient or was it necessary? I don't know. It's a tough call here because now they're going once again attacking onto Kit Bomba's side, and I think it's just a little bit of disrespect coming in from Sawo. Wasn't really expecting to get knocked up out of his taunt by Han, but at the end of the day, it happens, but it's not the end of the world. The lead is still very minute. We haven't gotten to the dangerous 2K territory, but we're basically a quarter to halfway there. With 10 more seconds left on the clock before that orange buff alongside with the Lethal Wanderer. Let's see how TS is going to play, because again, at this stage, you might as well invade that top side, steal away one green camp, probably omit the next objective, and try to set up to get Sanji's Purify.
Oh, they're trying to corral over Han. Taunt doesn't land. Now they're all in over. Knockout strike as well. Oh my god, Sawo just so low. Ying gonna be able to pick up a killing spree as Sunset Lover steals away the Holy Baptism, and now is gonna be caught by the taunt. And Ying gets a double. 4-0 and 1 to start game number 6.
Darn, I really thought Sawo was going to be able to get out of there in time, especially since Ying wasn't able to apply the shred onto the correct target, and yet they still got him anyways. 45 seconds left on the clock before the next neutral objective spawns, and I think this is this might just be a game 7 if it keeps going this way. We're already in that 2K dangerous territory, and there's no noticeable power spikes that we have to be aware of here, because Yangon will hit it first every time.
A 2,000 gold lead. Now this is getting very troublesome for Team Spirit.
Yeah,
and the lead is on Ying on the Dairoth. This guy's gonna start bursting people down, and not to mention, again, the fact that he should actually just be the support in this game. He should just be the support for Han to get those knockout strikes.
Yeah, but that's the truth of it all. That's really the truth. I mean, he could technically be like a cleanup crew at the end because he has his flicker and the ult, but now that he's 4-0-1, you might as well take full control.
Sawo with the taunt just to escape. Han with the rotation, and now take a look at Ying. I think just one jump and a basic attack and send Sunset Lover back to base.
Yep, it's too tough to contest for this neutral objective. Oh!
No, there you go. Flicker Raptor Dryad from Blink. Kaize is the one who picks up the kill, and it's another death on Sunset Lover. Sour able to go for the iframes, but now he's going to be the all-in from Ying. He goes in for the damage. Sour low! Revitalize comes around with Bomba. And Sour gets out.
And this is why it's dangerous, especially for a winning lane Dairoth. Once he has that lead, once he has that snowball on top of it all, and a Sky Piercer coming in from Hans, like, it is clear. Ying's whole job, shred, play as much damage as possible, and shred as many targets as you can from Team Spirit's side, and hopefully Han should clean up the rest.
AOG responded over by the Flicker, Guile and Ryu down below.
Yeah, I mean, the Street Fighter gang looking for a T2 down on that bot side. It's forcing a reaction coming out from Team Spirit.
Hey, wait a second. They with the dash, Cyclone Eye bringing him to a place that you shouldn't want to be, but they get out. They have to burn a flicker, but, you know, they get out.
It's not bad. It's not bad. Yangon were definitely in Team Spirit's basement there for a while, but they managed to sneak their way back out. And for now, TS, it's all about scaling at this stage. Zara, I don't think he can really contest it at this stage, not until he gets the War Axe, and even then, I feel like it might just delay his overall power spike, but then nobody else has much of a lead. Even Hiko doesn't have much of a lead.
Yep. But the thing is, whenever you have a Melissa, you can still just play in the late game, right? We saw that from Vitality as well against Falcons when they were down, what, 5,000-6,000 gold in the early game. They could still just wait for the Melissa to scale, then play front to back. Then it's all about Zaur looking for those angles, but look at this lead. 1,200 gold lead in between the XP laners. Then it's just everybody who's up ahead, 500, 600.
Yeah, they're just stacking up as much of the lead as they possibly can here. They might find something else. His Blink, he's looking for an opportunity.
Good taunt of this engagement. Zaur's still going to be caught. Oh, he doesn't even have the iframes. It was on cooldown. Zaur trying to save him now. He puts himself in 1v5. It's a double for Han, and he has a Sky Piercer.
Man, that was a bad direction to actually go for the dashes. He double dashed away from Sawo when he should have gone around Sawo back into his own territory. That probably should have been it. Without the combo points, without the iframes, he just can't get out. He just doesn't have the cooldowns yet to be able to make these super plays like he has done earlier in the series. At this stage, it's starting to get a little dangerous because Yangon, we've seen them with a 5.5k lead. They are looking for everything across the map, every tier 1.
6,000 gold ahead. Hiko. Oh man, even on the turret, it's Hiko losing out of the trade, and Zaur gonna be extra careful, my guy. Oh god, that was just one strike. That was just one skill too.
Yeah, and they're saving the combo here, making sure that they're threatening them through their life totals. But just the raw sustain coming in from Yangon's it's becoming really, really difficult to keep on contesting because as much as you want to wait for your cooldowns to come back off, it doesn't matter if you're not getting yourself that net profit. And now, let's look at the items real quick, because Sawo, smartly enough, decides to go at least to get the Chastised Pauldron. The War Axe is still underway here. Okay.
Sawo
should be fine, but they don't get the AOG out of him just yet.
Oh, even with the dive on Sawo, revitalized there, and the Wrath and Triad as well, but that's going to be the all-in double already. Go away right there, Sunset Lover able to pin them all down. The falling Star Moon locks him, but there's no damage. Bomba taken out by Hanjing. On their turret, Hiko picking up the kill, flickers out of safety, and finally is able to get a kill on board for Team Spirit.
Yep, and they're also going to get the holy shielding by the mid lane.
Wow.
Everything that could have gone right for Yangon Galacticos have gone right. And better yet, hey Ying, don't let you give the shutdown. It's fine. It's completely okay. Great shred as it was applied on the multiple frontliners, and more importantly, Zara. He just doesn't have the cooldowns to keep iframing forever here. But the worst part about it is that when you think that the Wrath of Dryads is just done, all of a sudden you start seeing Kaise just saying, you know what? Slow down or completely stop. Halt right there.
Hope still in the air for Team Spirit. It's so low, but there is still hope because of that shutdown. Now it's all on Hiko. Their wave clear, not that good. So they're gonna have to sacrifice a few more structures as YG secure the Lord for free. As YG have 40 stacks on Han Skypiercer.
Yep, he's so huge right now. This is gonna be the strongest point for him in this game. It's only going to get worse for the side of TS. They need to drag this out for another 4 more minutes to get Zara back into position, and I think more importantly for Hiko to finish off his items. 50 stacks already, Malefic Roar already purchased, and a War Axe currently underway.
It's 50. It's not even 40, it's 50. Okay. A siege in the mid lane. Lord gonna be pulled out. Bomba, purify out. Sawo with the AOG, able to land on 2, but now he's gonna get bursted down with the Wrath of the Dryad, locking him down. It's Hiko with the muddles, not doing any damage. Sunset taken out by Han. Go away already by Hiko. He's able to find some damage right now as he goes on to Han, the falling Star Moon. He's able to lock him down, but it's not. Blazing duet from Sanjay!
And they find it! Zara the next to fall, and Yangon Galacticos make it even faster! 11k ending, guess what? 10! That's all we need!
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to a Game 7!
What an incredible series this has been. Fast, very, very quick, but statements have been thrown back and forth between both of these teams at the very pinnacle of Mobile Legends Esports. God, what a showing.
Of course, it had to be a best of 7 going all the way. Of course, MSC EWC 2026 continues to surprise, continues to shock everybody who's watching. And man, what a show. Sure, it's not the closest of games to get us to Game 7. It's been Stomp 1, then Yangon with a Stomp, then Spirit with a Stomp. It's just going back and forth, but now, finally, it's back-to-back for YG.
Yup, finally they've evened up this score somehow. I thought maybe with the draft order, the TS was going to find something else, but Yangon still have some soul left in them. Team Spirit, they gotta pull it together here. They're getting a little nervous. They gotta even understand that the momentum is starting to build up for the Galacticos.
I have no words.
Could they have written a better story here today? We're gonna bask in just the thought of that as we throw it back over to our analysts and of course, Rain Day.
Bang, bang. We got ourselves a Game 7 here at MSC 2026 with the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet, the trophy. These two teams are a photo finish away from right in the middle. The hopes of a nation, Myanmar, represented by YG, and EECA now starting to, for the first time, look a bit doubtful if they can close the job. However, this is what we hope for as neutral fans, as those who love seeing esports, who love moments like this. This is what you wish for, Brigitte. And LaFell, I know that despite you wanting to stand up out of your chair, well, I guess you could stand up. You do have free will. There is a nation in Myanmar who is looking at this saying, we've reached the grand finals already. It was an M2. We have finally given ourselves a chance to become the new era, the new heroes of MLBB.
Oh yeah, that was a terrifying performance. We definitely got to see from that game number 6. That was a Dairoth who they literally took a risk with because it was a do or die.
Yeah, I mean, like, you can't spell Dairoth without die, and that's what he gave to Team Spirit there, because let me just say,
not wrong.
Since MSC has been so good anyways, we got to go all out. We got to go all the way to Game 7. This is why I say, good luck to the rest of the games at EWC, man. I mean, like...
Yeah, it's tough, man.
We got the viewership, we got the games, we got the action, we got the jokes.
It's going to be tough. I'm not going to lie. Been some great games, great competitions across the board, but this one certainly has got to be up there with the best of the best. Heck, it's one of the best in MLBB international history. Especially for these 3 weeks in France. I don't know where else you would have put your attention to say a Game 7, this level of competition, this comeback, this amount of money on the line for this, I would say, group of gentlemen who aren't established pros for 17, 15 years. Some of the people in other MOBAs have been there forever. These guys are still young gentlemen building their lives. $1 million now stands between them and one game of Mobile Legends.
Yeah, and one of the youngest.
Yeah, the youngest.
Part of this tournament, Czar Egoist, that was painful to watch. That was painful for him. It was a game where he could barely do anything, and you could see it even in the post-game stats. He only got like, what, 2 orange buffs towards his side, and the rest were just all over to Yangon. He was clearly denied of the kind of performance that we've seen from him time and time again throughout this best of 7.
Well, Ying has given us so many now nicknames. I'm sure online you guys have already started coming up with new nicknames for Ying, whether it's Undying, whether it's Terrifying.
He's defying expectations.
Whether it's defying, and I think expectations versus reality was a little bit of a theme earlier. We saw it's not Indonesia, it's not the Philippines, it's Myanmar and EECA. They have given us the show that we were hoping for. Yangon Galacticos on the Arlet, on the Dairoth. Yang has been special regardless, LaFell.
I mean, like, honestly, at this point, I mean, we've been setting this up, I think even like day 3 of MSC, where the EXP laners, they are providing so much for the team. In this case, Ying is special because game number 1 is a lot of chase and crowd control. And game number 2 is a lot of chase as well as damage. Like, this guy, having that Dairoth is risky in the sense that if you lose your lane, there's not much you can do. So it's a good thing that he won the lane and then expanded it to all across the map.
Yeah.
You talk about taking that risk in Game 7. You talk about what was on the line, in Game 6. It leads us to a Game 7. But how did they do it? How was it so successful? Under 11 minutes that they won that game. Walk us through it, LaFell.
Well, I'm going to let my partner do this one because...
Did you say partner?
Briggs is amazing analyst.
America.
I'm just a chair.
Hey, okay, I think I can hold my mic.
She did.
I mean, if you want me to, I can. But
it's okay.
All right.
Okay.
Well, now I know where I stand.
About draft? Do you want to say anything about draft? Or
it's all you. It's all you.
Okay, let's just move on.
The only thing is they gave homage to Rosa and Midnight. So shout out on that.
Okay, I'm going to press that.
Shout out on the Rafa pick.
Yeah.
Rafaela.
But I think, at least in this game, you left us with a question of how they were able to accomplish this.
Yes.
11-minute win. And it sucks to say, but I think it was mostly really off of a huge error that started this game from Team Spirit. Because you take a look at this clip that we're looking at right now. Mind you, this was right before Sunset Lover and Sao were actually rotating from mid, and they had full information that no one was there, that their matchup wasn't there, that probably Blink and Kaize were elsewhere, and they still decided to go for this rotation. If you take a look at where Czar Egoist was trying to move,
you sure you don't want me to hold the mic?
Where's the zoom in? Oh, here. If you take a look at how Czar Ego... This is not working.
She took it from you so well too, and now she needs you.
Okay, come on. Let's go. Let's split it back. So, if you take a look at how Czar Ego still decided to utilize that information, I think prior that he already saw Han. And he probably went into that thinking that it was just Han. But it was clear that it wasn't just Han. So you see how the game or how the team fight actually turned. Eventually, it was a first blood over to Undying, and he didn't just get one kill off of that. He also got Sao, who just really wanted to help. And this was the beginning of a snowball. I feel like if you were the Rafaela at this point, you could just immediately switch your attention towards, let's just keep on building up Ying, because he's already taken a huge part of the early game, and that's where they've just decided to continue and proceed with the snowball. We have another clip here, which I think is just an emphasis on how Ying was just a huge problem here, and I will be giving it over to my partner for this one.
I mean, you don't have to. Okay, thank you very much. So this is where we see the draft really shines because of that Rafaela. Rafaela is really a big piece here, because the thing that we have to look at is the fact that Ying is fearless in this one, where he can engage into the fight. Because again, looking at the positions coming in from the rest of Yangon Galacticos, is we really got to highlight how Sanji is basically untouched on this Claude, and all the while, look at Kaize. Kaize's positioning is he is in the middle of everyone, right? He is in optimal position to provide heal as well as slow down the enemy team. And this is why having that Rafaela in the mid really makes very fast games, because it makes it so that it's hard for you to make a mistake. Like you have to overextend so hard that you somehow die and give the advantage over to your opponent. So this is one of the strengths when you get I would say a very offensive draft, having two fighters. Doesn't matter if it's EXP Gold or Jungle, EXP, whatever. As long as you have the Rafaela there, you can keep on fighting, extend the lead, and end the game before 12.
Which is very unfortunate. Honestly, we didn't really see Kaize being as efficient.
Oh, sorry.
You're pressing it. You're still pressing it. Because at least before that face check we got to see from Zar, you saw how aggressive Spirit were. They were just forcing flickers out of even the Rafaela from Kaize. They were constantly going for the invades. And I guess it was a bit too much aggression.
Maybe.
That led them to this spot.
And I think that might have been something that Cold Star was mentioning. You saw the reaction when you see the Rafaela. He mentioned something very quickly, very intensely to his team. It might have just been, rah, go ahead, get a win. But it could have also been, guys, we got to make sure this Rafaela does not get off to a good lead. We need to force pressure onto the Dairoth. We can't let this happen. And maybe that's why, because Zaur doesn't make those early mistakes like that very often.
We got to look at the numbers here. 32,000 heal, that's actually quite a lot. And also just shows how much fighting that they had. I mean, like, about 14 of the fights is involved with Kaize, 82% kill participation. But this is a support, and he dealt 23,000 damage. So it's not like he did nothing when it comes to chipping the HP of Team Spirit. But with that being said, this is match point, and now we got to look at Kit Bomba as well as Ying. Whoever wins the lane wins the game.
And at this point, that's not surprising.
I see what you did there. Did you see what surprise?
You know, listen, I'm trying to add a little bit more, guys. You know, I love the way that this game has shifted.
I love you.
And I love you too. But it's been a little bit like quicksand for some teams. They've fallen into the pit, and then they couldn't get out. But sometimes the real way to actually get out of quicksand is to move very slowly, and it's to shift your weight. And so in my opinion, what happened was the weight was falling onto Sanji a lot. They were picking Claude early, and then they shifted the weight back onto Ying, and they said, Ying, do what you do best. Do what got you the nickname. Do what got us here. And now I feel like they're out. They're even. They're flat. But the problem is, how do you avoid falling in? Because Team Spirit have now seen it twice. Maybe they were the ones who represent the quicksand here. They've had power. They've given it away. They're wanting to set something up yet again. And a lot of the cards have been laid on the table. The Arlot's been banned. The Paquito's been left out. I'm setting this up because there is sometimes so much that's happened, Brig, that it's not about anything anymore. It's just about showing up for this one game. Get a lineup you feel comfortable with and outplay your opponents. Is that as simple as it is?
I think it's
game 7.
It's a simple answer to what Yangon has been lacking in this previous series, because even if you base it off their more earlier and first games and series and appearances here, it's always been Ying who's been the more creative player. He's been the person who can afford to really pull off these more unorthodox picks, and they've been making it work. They've been utilizing the Barretts, the Ruby even, and now the Dairoth. And I think that in turn, that shift allowed for Sanji to breathe a little bit more, to just play towards his comfort, to just do what he has to do in lane. But that will just hopefully not become too much pressure on Ying. because there's just so much that he has to do, especially in this crucial Game 7.
Well, gentlemen, and yes, Brigitte, you're also a gentleman.
Fellas,
this is where
bros.
This is where coaches earn their paycheck.
That's right.
Because it's not just the draft, but also how do you calm your team down? We even had an interview where
Goldstar's massaging
where
Sunset Lover, by
Eterna
the way.
was talking to one of the coaches like, my job is to keep them mentally well. And let me just say, this is why I like my job, because Rain Day asks a lot of questions, but let's be real, none of that is my problem. It's a problem that the teams have to solve, and because of that, I don't give a crap. Right now, I'm just enjoying the game. Like, this is the moment after the draft. Let me tell you, I'm just gonna be a fan. I don't care what's happening.
And that's the beauty, guys, because Game 7, it's like we've all thrown punches. It is the 12th round. You know, the bell tolls, and you're just like, who is going to take it? It is about grit, it's endurance, it's strength, but it's more than that. It's spirit, it's perseverance, it's opportunity, and sometimes it's destiny. We said there is a new era.
Yep.
We said there would be a new chapter written. We already know that. But what is the difference in all the big moments? And you go back again, the Odyssey, a movie everyone's seeing nowadays. You see,
don't spoil it.
These big impact moments that change the course of civilization. And when you break it down to the course of esports, there are these one games, these one picks that go, whether it's going to be Myanmar, who are your new champions, or whether it's going to be EECA. Is it going to be Kid Bamba that goes into the crowd hugging his mom, or is it going to be Ying holding up that MVP trophy and undying, becoming the name that echoes around not only Paris, but across all of Myanmar for years to come?
I do have to say, the thing that I like is that I feel like a new chapter has already been written. But like you said, winning this one, I don't see how the domino effect is going to happen. Like, this is such new territories. For sure, whether YG or Team Spirit wins, it will change MLBB. I just don't know how yet.
Same. I don't know what's next. That's the thing. I don't know what's next, how the other regions will adjust, how they will adapt or pick up some of the learnings that we got from this tournament even. Because we've been so used to something different, but they're not doing something different. It's a Paquito that, again, came in as one of the biggest surprise adjustments from YG.
Wow.
We probably are going to see it again in Jungle, but it's pretty much the exact same draft. They're not changing as much.
If they don't pick up Rafa is going to get banned, but they may have something else up their sleeve. And by the speed of how both teams have drafted, I feel like both teams have agreed as like, this is our best draft. We just made that one mistake where basically Zaur walked in blind into two people ganking him. They're just like, let's not do that anymore, and then we can win.
So is it just the Rafa? Because the Dyroth is also still available, but it's not like they know that there's an Esmeralda coming up, but they decide to take it out altogether. So they're just probably going to go all in. But they don't want to react to the matchup anymore, or they want to play comfort. So if that's the case, could we be looking at maybe even a disruptor hero again for Ying? There's the Arlot still.
No Arlot available. I mean, they're not going to give it, and that's smart. But now the Uranus question comes up. Do you ban Uranus, or do you leave it open and you kind of predict that most likely, if it is open, it's something that Bamba would be comfortable grabbing? That gives you some more information on the side of YG, but it's a risky bet because of the Esmeralda ban.
Yeah, because you don't get the matchup into the Uranus anymore, so you'll have to settle with something different. I mean, I think you can still Dyroth into the Uranus, but again, considering that the Rafa might get banned or not, because we don't know if Spirit are really looking to take it out. Okay, they just both take out the Esmeralda and Uranus. That's why. So it's really going to be an XP showdown, regardless of what the picks are going to look like.
And I feel like this is their way of opening up the Paquito. It doesn't have to be in the jungle now. Now without the Uranus as well as the Esme, makes it so that they can put it in the EXP if they so choose.
That is a great point, because it was too clear that he might lose that matchup against Esmeralda last time. Now it's not. Dyroth ban, which they're respecting, which means I think they understand this Rafaela could come out, but if it does, I would bet the Cold Star and Team Spirit have an answer now.
I mean, like, they can pick the Rafa now, and then after seeing the entire draft, they can make the decision. Where does this Paquito go? But instead, they pick up the Selena. So, interesting adjustment here.
Kaiser, is it his first time? It's his first time on the Selena, right?
I think they used it earlier, game 2.
At least in the series.
Maybe game 2.
There's so
game 2 they used
there's
it,
so much new things being introduced to us here by YG, drafting-wise.
But these two, Brig, I mean, Gatakacha didn't do enough. That was what was picked. How deep are we going into the Roam? How deep are we going into the XP? Those are the only two picks here.
Are they going back to the Lapu? Because again, there's a lot.
Phoveus too.
I mean, I don't want to see the Phoveus again, considering that. I mean, like, they don't have a. Okay, so yeah, the Gato picked up as well as the Lapu.
Okay.
So this is just saying, like, dude, you're pretty good at this hero. Could you do it again?
Yeah. So the question of where the Pokito is actually going to be will be answered here. Do they feel like they're still lacking in terms of front, or do they want to just double down on damage? Because I think there's a lot.
They can go for some. Okay, they go for the Suyo.
Oh man!
Because I was about to say this Pokito can go either way. Even you know what?
Come on, thoughts, baby.
No more thoughts.
Come on, guys.
Whatever happens, happens. Congrats to the champion, because this is gonna be a good one.
You can feel it in the arena. LaFell and Brig have given you their thoughts, but at this point, they're just fans. So am I here as well. It's a Game 7 at MSC. EWC 2026 has not disappointed, and you can't ask for anything better to end this tournament. Yango Galacticos, first team Spirit, Game 7. Let's go!
Today we bear witness to history. One match, one opportunity. Who is it going to be? Is it Team Spirit, or is it gonna be the Yangon Galacticos as we go into our very final match? Yangon, they're showing a different side of their draft, but even for Team Spirit, the bans tell you a lot. The amount of respect that both of our warriors have put here today will not be forgotten in our history books of MLBB Esports.
And you got to take those gambles in a Game 7. You can't just play around comforts. Well, you can, but obviously, look at this composition. YG, again, they pull off a composition, that unorthodox, all-in style from the match, or the game rather, that we saw against Falcons. It was all in, no frontliner. It's just Blink.
It really is just Blink so far. And I mean, the early game is going to determine everything that's going to happen. And Sawa understands when he is playing on this Gato, there's a lot of work that he has to do in these early moments. Every position that he takes could be the end for them. But I like the fact that, at least for the side of Team Spirit, despite building their composition in a style where it's definitely having to play around Hiko, they still are willing to take the Lapu on their side to make sure that nobody can get to Hiko safely. Not without committing everything they got.
This time around, it's still the same idea. Sanji would walk up again on Hiko. This lane should be good for the Claude, and so far he's done an amazing job at capitalizing on that. Now the fight, Gold Crab goes to Sanji. It's all about these small wins.
Talking about small wins here, Ying getting shoved in pretty hard, knowing that a lot of the forces of TS have come down to his side lane. Any little advantage could be the difference maker here. And you can see that showing presence makes a huge difference. Now they're going to go for their traditional rotate over into the mid lane to get Sunset Lover as close to 4 as possible. And now that Kid Bomba is for himself, he wants to maintain pressure.
So far, Kaize hasn't landed a single Abyssal Arrow at the start of the game. That's going to be the bravest fighter from Bomba, zoning Han away. Blade Surge Blink out of the way. Ying making his way back in again. The Retribution from Zaur, claiming the first turtle of game number 7.
Very tactical, very clean for the side of TS. We don't need to take unnecessary fights. We just need to be together. And now first blood achieved instantaneously. A good arrow coming in from Kaize.
Kaize hasn't played a single Selena game this tournament, and he decides to play it in game 7. One arrow landed, a kill right after. Instant capitalization as YG look to play it slow. They look for those pickoffs, and it's about map control.
And so far, I mean, we need to see Ying do a lot more on his side of the map if they want to at least fight for the next turtle, right? That's the thing. So far, it's about intercepting for the side of the Yangon Galacticos. If they can slow down the rotations coming in from TS, then they get tempo, they get that first move. And we've seen teams, that alpha strike that Yangon Galacticos are so capable of with a composition that really benefits that style.
Now it's about that build. How do they play the neutral game when nothing is available? Rapid trying to the flicker. Blink able to find it, but now it's going to be the Blaze Surge on Sawo. Instant taunt cancels it. Sawo, the AOG gets out just in time, barely with a sliver of health.
Nicely done. Very, very nicely done here. There was a moment, a frame, a singular frame that Sawo was able to buffer out the AOG. The chain CC was really, really good, and honestly, the execution from Yangon was there. Unfortunately, they just didn't have enough stats to close it out. Back to the EXP, nothing much is happening here. Both Ying and Kit Bomba are playing a very neutral game. Ying will get first push most of the time, but he's never going to be able to tax Bomba.
There you go, this is the moment, man. Great cancels all around. Sunset Lover providing support, just not in range, but Sawo, he found the angle, he found that sliver, that window to go in. Zaur again, trying to go for the clear, or the secure rather, on the green camp. Up top, it's Sawo, helping Hiko out in this lane. Turtle gonna be spawning in 3 seconds, and it's TS with the tempo.
Interesting. They're also bringing Hiko in for this potential fight. He's running the Purify as of right now, but he's going to be the safe haven that TS needs to fall back to. Sunset Lover is going to eat the Abyssal Arrow, but here we go.
Arrow lands on Zaur. Bomba with the body block, as Sawo is able to zone blink away, and that's going to be the second neutral objective for free to Team Spirit. Han able to go for the trade. It's a purple buff stolen away up top.
Now, these are the small little advantages that we were talking about here, right? Both sides refuse to give the lead up over to the other side, and naturally TS trying to play as a singular unit while Yangon Galacticos are looking for chinks in the armor. Now, with the vision that we are getting from Kai's, he is very aware of the rotations coming in from Zaur Egoist. Ying.
Blade Surge from Han providing support. Throws out the Queller, lands it on Bomba. A chunk of HP away. Now in the mid lane is going to be the Muddles to take Blink to half HP. Abyssal Arrow lands, but it's only onto Sawo. Now in the bottom lane is going to be the jungle. Red Tree win for Han with that second skill, Sky Piercer.
Sky Piercer, rather interesting, but now as we see Sanji get out of the way here, and we're also seeing Hunter Strike being built by Ying as first item, not even opting to go Fury Hammer into War Axe. No, he just needs the instantaneous burst.
We have to pull out the items. We have to see what items Bomba has gone for as well, because there's so much damage physical from YG. Bomba needs that Dreadnought armor or he's going to get popped.
The motions on the map is already telling us something here, right? We're already seeing that Ying has moved over into the mid lane, while the rest of the team is trying to cover for a potential attack from the side of TS. They read it out very, very well. To clear out the Lethal Wanderer, to deny that vision. Unfortunately, wait, hold on.
This is a deep cut. This is a greedy cut.
This might be too deep, actually.
He dashes away, has the Bravest Fighter, is able to bait some resources, but it's going to be the Bravest Fighter on cooldown, though.
And also the Retribution as well, right? So, now 15 seconds left.
Blink flickers too. TS with a small win. Set up by Bomba, another flicker.
They graze the chin. They graze the chin, and now they have an opportunity. Sanji is out of there. This should be a no contest unless they get hit by an Abyssal Arrow and gets one shot. But Sunset Lover is still holding on to the Wrath of the Dryads. It's still 50-50 here.
Let's see it. He go to the Muddles. Wrath of the Dryad already made it. Zaur walks up again. Is able to go for the untargetable. Han gonna be taking a half HP as Bomba walks up with Bravest Fighter! And he picks up the kill. Now onto Kaise he goes. 3 turtles, all at TS.
And they go even further underneath the turret. They take him out. Sunset Lover kills Sanji.
Team Spirit have been on the back foot the last 2 games. Game 5, Game 6, it was a YG stop. Team Spirit in this game, through the neutral objectives they played, they waited, they built those small wins, and then it exploded on YG.
You can feel the frustration, you can feel the history in their movements. They understand what this game means to not only them, but every sacrifice they've made up until this point. God-given or not, right now, that's all they've got to be. They just have to have some faith that every move is going to work out. Looking at the items finally, thank you Zipper. We already see no completed items actually for the side of Han.
Bomba with a stun with the Bravest Fighter. That's going to be the taunt coming down as well, but that's going to be Sunset with a walk up, and that's going to be Bomba with a bit more damage. Hiko lands the Muddles, goes in and finds the kill on Blink.
Get the trade. And on the opposite side, Ying tries his best, but no, Zaur able to iframe out of there, still having that level lead.
He can't go for this.
No, it's dangerous. You know that he's going to instantly get there, and Zaur, he's already on top of it. At this stage, TS, they're now starting to probe in enemy territory to see what's going to go happen. But, ooh, man, there's a lot of like weird moments in this game, especially from Yangon. And sometimes it's like they forget, oh yeah, we can't really force without our battle spells. So I think Yangon, they just need to take a step back. It's about the timing of when they attack, not how hard they hit.
Catching your opponents off guard. That's when the knockout happens. It's the punches you don't see, and YG definitely didn't see that. Now, did he see this? Han walks up to aggressive 3 members of Spirit Corral.
That's creativity there. Again, TS not only taking into account the habits that have been made and little details in this game, but now they're getting really personal with each other, really taking into the account which camp he wants to be on and how he likes to chain his abilities.
Bamba, the bravest fighter again on Blink. Now the muddle's coming down as well as the sun doesn't land, but that's the Abyssal Arrow set. Oh, Sour, Retry.
Close, very, very close. And even Ying was looking to get into position, but unfortunately could not find the angle at this point of time. Technicality from TS is immaculate here. And now they are really finding their motion with the next 2 item purchases, the Golden Staff and that Lightning Truncheon coming in from Sunset Lover. Kaise, he's got to be very, very careful jumping into these fights. The same can be said about Han. Ying has been a little out of it for a good amount of time, which is rather surprising. I would have imagined that he would be there in first position.
Team Spirit with the lore, they have good siege as well. And YG, their clear is not that good. They have a Paquito that can go to the side lanes, but when it comes to dealing with the Lord, they're going to have to just group up together, and that means it's an opening for Bamba, it's an opening for Sunset Lover if he steals it, and Sour with the AoE as well. And you can see it right here. YG just got to respect it. Hiko in the bottom lane, sending Blink away. The Missile Arrow lands, but he's going to body block as the sun lands from Bamba, and that's Sunset Lover waiting for a moment. Bamba will Blink around. Han not able to get it as Hiko puts the damage on them with the muddles.
Honestly, not bad, but here comes the second wave, and Hiko is going to start doing it again. Sunset Lover just stole away the Wrath of the Dryads. He's got Flicker, and he's ready to go.
Now with the damage, now with the go away, Sunset Lover with the Wrath of the Dryad, able to find him now. It's that with the Abyssal Arrow landing. With the kill, Hiko killing spree, throws it around. Ying up top, running away. It's Bamba with the bravest fighter.
They're trying to drag these waves out. They're trying to distract them, but the whole time, Sanji, he's ready to go. Ying, he doesn't mind dying for this. He's ready to put his life on the line to buy Yangon Galacticos a couple more seconds.
Hiko, mega kill, 4-0-2. Kaise finally able to get that arrow on a perfect target. It was Zaur, it was Sunset that got caught. No bounty, however, it's only on Hiko.
Man, really, really high intensity game, man. I can feel it up into my face. The atmosphere in here, that's so many of these dangerous moves. I can't believe they haven't lost confidence in a lot of these motions. Yangon say, you know what? We have terrible wave clear, but if we cut the wave and we start pulling it out, we just bought ourselves another ticket at another Lord fight. They haven't lost any of their inhibitors. They lost the shielding, unfortunately, but what can you do?
Now it's... Oh! The orange secure by Kaise. Really coming online now in the 10th minute of the game. These arrows are going to start to hurt, and if Kaise can find yet another one on a big target, it could send YG back to level playing field. Bamba taking it very low. Sanji already right there, but the BMI sends him back. He needs to play it safe.
Yeah, I think he needs to reset or at least find a wave to actually, heal himself back up to where he needs to be. 15 seconds left on the neutral objective. Before that Lord spawns, we need to see Hiko lose out on his Purify if Yangon stands any chance. Wait, hold on. Kid Bamba already trying to engage. Blink, he's in trouble!
The models in the back, Sawa able to get the taunt. Sanji's right there, and that's going to be hard. Although Bamba!
And they catch him! Double kill for Sour Egoist! This Lord should be free! And the question is, TS, you taking the discipline route, or are you going for the throw? Because they're looking to open up the inhibitor first.
It's the Dragon Siege. Once again, Hiko with the muddle, zoning them away. Han and Blink both down. Ying in the bottom lane. Again, they are going to play it safe. Sour was already on the Lord. They just cracked the base open. They recall and they reset.
And that's an elbow right to the temple there. Yangon Galacticos now have to worry about constantly pushing mid-wave during these neutral objectives. And worse yet, with a 7.1k lead, is it inevitable, or can there be the temple breaker that they've been praying for?
YG have to defend. It's another siege. They have to find a creative way to the back. That's the only way, but then there's a Wind of Nature. Then there's a go away. Then there's Sawa, who's constantly behind. How do they do this?
One arrow could make the difference here. They need to find it somewhere, somehow. Kaise is looking for an angle, but TS, they are spreading very, very wide to ensure that there's no way that that's possible. Now with the Abyssal Traps as well, trying to slow down that wave. It doesn't actually connect on the wave, and now here they go!
Bundle's already placed. Lord going to be dealt with now as the wave in the bottom lane, and the top lane is going to come crashing down. That's a base sword up top. Hiko with a dash away from the Abyssal Arrow. Now, one final wave in the bottom lane, but Ying is caught all alone. Sawa with the chase with the AOG.
And Ying, he's able to delay this wave, and that's perfect because look at that top side. Instantly, we're seeing Han is able to do something else. He trades his life for something greater than himself, but it's not over just yet. That wave is still healthy. They still have the siege, and they even absorb the Abyssal Arrows. It didn't connect.
It didn't. Now the models are landing. Hiko dodges away, gets some shots on Kaise. So severed from Han, clears out the wave. They stay alive. YG.
Oh my goodness, this game could not get more exciting. I'm already off my seat. My knees are getting weak. My arms are heavy watching this match progress. And yet, I think it's going to come down to whether or not Blink can find a super engagement or whether Sunset Lover can finally get a punish onto YG.
I think for Team Spirit, they don't need to go for any risk. It's YG right now that needs to look for a wild haymaker to knock Spirit out. Spirit can just build. They've got the points. They got an 8.5k gold lead. Waves to play with. A Lord spawning. All they need to do is suffocate YG. Don't give them anything to farm up. The wave up top and the mid lane, it's a guaranteed. Slow pushing anyways, but the bottom wave, keep it right there. The jungle, take it all, snatch it all away from YG.
Yep, they don't. YG unfortunately can't just sit there and take it. They're already in the guard of TS, but they cannot give under their throat. They can't give their backs up as well. They're willing to sacrifice an arm and a leg, but if that's the necessary cost to win the fight, then so be it. For now, Sawo has been playing a very, very tight game with his engages not only being immaculate, but denying a lot of the space for Han.
Big pickup, divine blade for Sunset Lover. Now Blink, the only frontliner, is going to have even more trouble to deal with the damage output from Spirit.
Well, Sanji, he's going to have to try his best here, and I totally understand.
Arrow lands.
No. They still got plenty of bodies there. They're going to cover for him every single time, even if it slips on through.
Blink! Left for the Dryad, baits out the Purify. That could be the angle. Now the Brave Spider from Baba is going to be jumping into models. Won't be able to land with a stun. It's a big resource burnt out with a Purifier, but it's a flicker out for Blink.
And they got nothing out of Team Spirit. The Abyssal Arrows are now getting denied away. Kaise, he's going to try.
The arrow lands. No Purify. Sanji can go in. Kaise! Go away coming out from Hiko as he bumps in the models, but that's to the back line. Sunset Lover finds Han.
And now they want to go for a little bit more. He pushes him out. Kaise, again, he tries his absolute best. They got what they were looking for, but the Lord and 0 kills for the side of Yangon Galacticos. TS, this could be it. They've been waiting for this for too long.
Bomba right there. Sanji with the BMI into the bottom lane, but the wave up top is going to be good. AOG coming down, and Sanji's going to be dealing with the wave in the bottom lane, but that's going to be the burst damage for Ying to be taken out. Blink next to the atomic bomb. Bomba! Jumps in with a stun. Sanji right there, but it's not enough.
Every great legend starts with an impossible dream.
Remember tonight. Remember when the dragons first took flight.
An apex predator arises.
The dragons have awoken! Team Spirit are your champions!
Congratulations to EECA. They walk away shattering dreams, but accomplishing something bigger than themselves. Every sacrifice given today, every blood, sweat, and tear for this moment.
MSC has never seen a champion from outside of Southeast Asia. This year, we were heading out to Paris. From Saudi, from Cambodia, from regions of the past, no team has wandered this far, but Spirit have done it.
That being said, congratulations to Team Spirit. We're throwing it over the roads for that championship moment.
Ladies and gentlemen, your newest champion of MSC at EWC. Give it up for Team Spirit! By guys, congratulations. What a journey you guys have been through. However, before we even continue with our trophy lift, we are first going to crush some keys. So if you guys could follow me to our key crusher over here at the back. Come on over, guys. Emotions are overpouring today. I have a question. Who wants to be crushing the key?
Me and Sao together.
Sunset Lover and Sao. This is a historic moment for the EECA region. Their debut in M1. And now, finally, they are international champions as well. As Sawa and Sunset Lover are getting ready to crush some keys, the emotions are overpouring here on the stage. And there you guys have it. Team Spirit is your champions this MSC. Dropping and sending Yangon Galacticos home as the second. This has been a moment everybody has been waiting for. Such a feat for the EECA region. And there you guys have it. All right, guys, if we can now head on over to the front. It is time to claim what is yours. Make your way over to your trophy. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Team Spirit. You may raise your trophy in 3, 2, 1. Such a historic day for the world of Mobile Legends Bang Bang. Amazing history in the making, Kid Bomba. Everybody saw you in M5. Everybody was rooting for you. You guys were so close to the knockout stages in M6. And now you're a champion. How are you feeling right now?
I don't know, it's unreal, you know, I don't believe this is real. I'm like touching myself the whole time, I cannot believe it. I don't know.
I understand, you are definitely overwhelmed. But there's somebody we have to talk to here. Sao, Sunset Lover. Years in the making and finally you guys are champions. What does this championship mean to you both?
I don't know, so much. We're finally champions. Finally.
That was hard work, and it's the result of hard work.
The result of hard work. And I see over here, Hiko Mania. He is very emotional today. We saw him debut on the international stages back at M6, where it was held in Kuala Lumpur. Everybody hailed him as Hiko Mania. Hiko, today you finally made it. You lifted a trophy of your own. How do you feel to finally achieve such a dream?
I'm feeling grateful for everyone who came support us and for my team who believe me. And thank you everyone, guys.
We're all so proud of you. And of course, the young jungler, the new face, the newcomer, Czar Egoist. Coming into this tournament, a lot of people had their eyes on you because everybody was saying that you are a great jungler. But at such a young age, already winning your first championship in the international stages. What is next for you? What else do you want to achieve in MLBB?
It's very hard to say. Of course, we keep working and I want to win more, like M Series, and next it's Digital. And I want to say thank for my family, especially for my mom, because she always supports me. And thank you all my haters. when I come to Team Spirit.
He gave a special shout out. But now it is time to see the players who stood out amongst the rest. Milosh, come on over.
Thank you, Rose. Congratulations again to Team Spirit, my friends. There is one trophy to add to all of this, and it is our Sony MVP. So please give it up. Our Sony MVP is Kid Bomba! Congratulations. It's pretty heavy if you ask me. Bomba, massive congratulations on the win, on the MVP as well. What does it mean to you to win this today as MVP, as Team Spirit, as EECA representative, and in front of your family here in Paris?
I don't think I did more than them, you know. If ever they did more than me. So I'm just grateful for this award. I don't know how I can win it when I play 0-7 on Phobias, but thank you.
Thank you very much, and congratulations to our Sony MVP, Kid Bomba. And now, another moment of it. Gentlemen, please, Team Spirit, go for it once again. Yes, yes, you may. It's all yours. Please give it up for your MLBB, MSC, and EWC 2026 champions, Team Spirit!
Over the years, they were tested, they were challenged, but they refused to break. And today, the Dragons of the North breaks free from the bottomless pit and emerges to claim what they have earned. It is Team Spirit!
The Dragons of the North reign supreme in the world of MLBB as a new region in EECA and a new org in Team Spirit claim the top spot at EWC 2026. A new champion, a new chapter being written, and it was the steadfast spirit of Sunset and Sawo. Since 2019, they have looked for this moment, and without avail, they have suffered and found eventually, finally, the answer. It was domination at the beginning and a bit of heartbreak and fear towards the end, but they did enough. And when it comes to championships, when it comes to destiny, you don't need to do it all. You just need enough chips to fall on your side. And Team Spirit, whether it's the spirit or the gods, maybe it's a little bit of both, have found their way back to where they belong.
Cup champion, Team Spirits!
Please welcome to the totem your Esports World Cup 2026 Mobile Legends Bang Bang Mid-Season Cup Champions, Team Spirits!
Take to the stage, pick up your frame, and cement your legacy.
Something special about finally slaying your dragon. But it was the dragon this time who had the last laugh. EECA and Team Spirit Finally
And one
on
more
top,
time
Rick.
For your
As they best put it, the Dragons have finally awakened. It took them a while. It took them so long. And you could feel the emotions and how hard they worked for this win. Especially for Sawo, Sunset Lover. He said it best. Finally, they made it to this point.
This is a win, hard-earned. They've been trying for 7 years. Finally, this is a long time coming, and with team spirit being on top, being the champions of MSC here at EWC, this is a new world of MLBB. We don't know where it's heading, but we're here to enjoy the ride.
Brig, LaFell, it's been amazing. What a journey. And what a journey for team spirit. From Kid Bamba and his mom to the beginning of jumping on stage and now hoisting an MVP trophy, to Cold Star, the coach, keeping him locked in, and the young Zauer Eagle is 16 years old, finding his first international title as he debuts. Sunset said it was a result of hard work, but it wasn't just that. This MSC, the tournament of upsets, the tournament of new heroes and new dynasties, new destinies forged, new pathways claimed, and new opportunities as $1 million goes into the hands of those 5 gentlemen on stage. From all of us here at Moonton, at MLBB, at MSC, from Brig and LaFell on desk, from Mirko, Gideon, and the cast, and our entire crew, all of the production, my name's Ben Rainday. I'll remind you to never give up, to never stop gaming. And we will leave you with the SDC recap and a reminder to stick around for EWC Spotlight. Goodbye.
It's the EWC Spotlight. Hello, everyone. We're here for esports. I'm Avali. I've got Mirko with me as well as Blaze. Gentlemen, I am so glad that I have you two here because there is so much esports going on.
I guess we're starting the show, huh?
Yeah. We're starting the show. What, you didn't get the memo?
Oh, you spooked the heck out of me. I was out of nowhere. It's okay, Avali.
Oh, it's okay.
I'm just happy to be back with you on a Saturday, not a Tuesday.
I know. It's like, why do we have to be in Paris in order to see each other again? Mirko, unfortunately, this is the first time that we really get to meet.
That was a great first impression. Great first impression.
Fantastic. Fantastic. But, dude, we have to jump straight in because we got to talk a little bit about MLBB MSC that we just saw. The grand finals finishing up. Where do we even start with this? Because it was such an incredible story for Team Spirit.
That's a good question. I don't even know where to start, man. Firstly, this is by far the best international ever for MLBB with the results, with the quality of the matches as well. I think we got to go all the way back if we want to talk about it, man. The journey of all these teams. But firstly, just the upsets that we got to see. I think a little bit of a spark already at the start of the tournament where we got a little bit of a tidbit, foreshadowing of how crazy it would be with TL, the defending champions, the team that everybody thought were going to go back-to-back, losing, getting eliminated by E7, a team that many think are probably the worst team coming into the tournament. So that set up the entire storyline all the way in the grand finals. Yangon Galacticos, they made it. It's been 6 years since they made it to an international major final. So crazy storyline there. Amazing, amazing plays, amazing sweeps in the series as well. Then we have Spirit. Two of their members, they've played MLBB competitively all the way from 2019, from the first ever World Championship. To see their journey as a caster who's just been in the scene for such a long time, going through that and now seeing them every single time being rebuilt around. And finally, they finally cracked the code, I guess, with Sour Ego is here and Hiko. They made it to the grand finals. Still, a lot of people doubted them. A lot of people didn't think they would get it done. Most of the Southeast Asians as well thought it was going to be Yangon. It's always been Southeast Asia who's been dominant in MLBB. But finally, Team Spirit have put the West on the map.
Let's go.
Exactly, because again, they were the first non-Southeast Asian team representing the
EECA.
EECA, there we go. I mean, hey, we're in Europe. You got to represent Europe a little bit. But as you said, 7 years these players have been playing. But I also know that one of their moms was in the crowd as well, cheering them on. You said you're following their career. What's it like for Mama Bear in the crowd?
Oh, Mom Bamba. We're calling her Mom Bamba. And the player's name is Kid Bamba. Kid so Bamba's cool. Been with us from M5. That was the first time we saw him in an international stage at the time with Sawa, with Sunset Lover. So it's already a bit of history there. And then the team got picked up by Team Spirit. Then they just continued to develop, getting newer players, developing all throughout. And it's just really cool to see that story for Mom Bamba and even for some of his best friends who came to watch in Paris, obviously, because, you know, they're all European. They live in Germany, so they just flew over here. And I got this like one word or a sentence from his best friend. He said, Bamba told me that he was going to win a championship. 4 years later, here we are in the grand finals. And he told me right before the match, this is the day. Same goes for Mom Bamba. She walked up to the caster desk, just said, today is the day.
Dang, I got chills off that one a little bit. You know that? Right. You translated that one really well, okay? You brought that right over to us.
Man, but those are the beautiful storylines that I absolutely love following. And again, huge congratulations to Team Spirit there. But okay, Blaze, come on. You know that we got to talk a little bit about Call of Duty and Warzone. I know that this has been your game, your stage over on stage 2.
Yes, it has been.
Right now, we're currently looking to lock in those top 6 for the grand finals tomorrow. How's it going?
I mean, it's been absolutely wild. We got some teams in a survival round that we did not think were going to be there, like Falcons, Vitality, Leviathan. And so these squads in the group stages over the last 2 days didn't have the performance in which they wanted to. But, hey, they get a few extra matches currently. They're looking good. They're in the top 3. We got about like 2 more rounds left on the survival. But, I mean, you're going to get the Falcons out there. You're going to get Vitality and Leviathan. But the bottom 3 teams, they're kind of getting mixy. You know, We got GK up in the mix. We got Heretics trying to make it through. We got teams like For Fun all on that bubble on the cusp. But hey, we'll see if we can get it done, because making it to Championship Sunday is going to be everything.
Now, I wonder, because right before we started this show, we were kind of looking at some of the standings, and as you said, we saw Falcons, Leviathan, Vitality, Novo, GK, Team Stallions potentially. But as we know, those standings could be shaken up. They could be shaken up now.
They are currently shaken up. You guys, y'all have to go over there and watch the Warzone stream, because as Avali said, like even squads like GK, they dropped down. When I was just checking 20 minutes ago, they was dropping down out of that. And you had another squad come up and kind of reach. Stallions went up a few spots. Novo dropped down. So it's getting real mixy. It's Warzone, everybody. All right, it can get crazy out there.
Do you have like one underdog squad that you've kind of been watching or like secretly cheering for? Don't worry, we won't tell them the bias. No bias.
No, don't worry. You can put it out there, okay? I had a little NA bias. Just a little NA bias out there, Avali. Team For Fun Esports, you know, maybe my bias is coming because I got a chance to eat some fruitini with them. I don't know if you guys know about fruitini, but they take fruits and they fill them up with sorbet, right? And the actual fruit skin. And so I got to eat a lot of fruitini and sorbet fruits with them. So we kind of bonded. All right, we shared some spoons together. So I want to see For Fun make it to Championship Sunday.
Okay, so all I'm seeing is that Blaze's love can be bought with sorbet, which, you know what? Same here.
He gets me.
Same here.
He gets
you can
me.
just give me a jersey and I'm all yours, man.
It's like
he wears a large, everybody.
Get that esports swag in and we are good to go. But all right, and just again, there are a lot of these games that are still going on across these stages, so make sure that you are checking in. But let's move straight on to Street Fighter, because I believe they just wrapped up their quarterfinals. You and I were watching backstage going like, what is happening?
And I got a chance to even go over there towards the stage and check it out. You know, we got so many prominent figures in the Street Fighter and fighting game community hanging out over there. And, you know, we got a chance to watch Carmi, the young prodigy, turn up playing for Team Falcons, looking to get Falcons their first win of EWC. And he's going to those semifinals looking fierce. I saw Steve in the back getting hype for him and a few other boys back there. Street Fighter 6, man, the finals is today, and you guys don't want to miss out on that.
Oh, absolutely. As soon as, I mean, listen, don't go anywhere. We're still doing our show. Come on. But as soon as we're done, you have to go hop over to those, I believe, semifinals they're jumping into, and then the grand finals later on. I know we have Hibiki and Hinao, I believe, coming up soon. And then, as you said, Crimey and Yamaguchi as well. And actually, we could take a look at the tournament bracket and look at those. Yes, exactly. So the first semifinal, Yamaguchi from Zeta and Crimey from Falcons. Then we have Hibiki and Hinao. And I mean, listen, we've got the final as well as the third place match. But Blaze,
I just want to say that first set in the semifinals is going to be amazing. I watched Yamaguchi clutch up a series 5-3 going up against Boosie Lee, and Boosie had some great defense in that series, but Yamaguchi's offense was just proved to be a little bit too much, and he's on hot fire right now.
Yeah, I'm just going to ask you, actually, I'm going to ask you this question.
All right.
What were you doing at the age of 15?
15? Playing League.
Same, brother, same. Same.
I was gonna say 2013 was my league year, season 2, season 3. I grinded. That was my stuff right there.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, Crimey is 15 years old, headed up to the stage right now. Gentlemen, we may be washed.
15? I wasn't even online gaming yet at 15. I wasn't online gaming yet.
What?
I'm still playing with the locals in the neighborhood at 15.
It's all about the young guns now. 16 is also Sour Ego is his age, winning MSC earlier. So
no, that is absolutely ridiculous. But okay, for our final stage that we've got, Blaze, we got to talk about Overwatch. I mean, listen, man, they're currently in the quarterfinals right now. Tomorrow is going to start with the semifinals. And wait a second, do we have... No, okay, I can't read that far away, but I don't think we have all of the teams locked in. But what I can say...
some of the biggest things about Overwatch for us to really know is that Falcons and VP, they got eliminated early. All right, so they're not even in the tournament no more. So it's going to be some mix-ups over there. And you know, I want to say Falcons and VP, even when it came down to like club championships, they was relying a lot on those Overwatch squads. So they may have to look at some of these Warzone teams to help them get those wins that they need.
And actually, we have the bracket that we could take a look at just to see how all of these quarters shook out. Because I know we had like, what, T1 3-0-ing? Here we go.
Twisted Minds in the building still. Zeta Division T1 as well.
Weibo.
Yeah, so it looks
And
like
Weibo.
Twisted Minds taking on Weibo. Then we got Zeta Division taking on T1. Those are both going to be incredibly fun semifinals to watch started tomorrow. My goodness. Do you have any favorites?
Hey, I'm just going to say Weibo Gaming.
Weibo, really?
Yeah, for no reason at all. Weibo Gaming.
And that's cool because I was going to say Twisted Minds, all right? Twisted Minds been having a great EWC out here, folks. So,
I have some beef.
I mean, Miracle, I'll go against you. I'll put a bet down on that one.
All right, let's MLBB first, then Street Fighter next.
Heard. Take on it.
All right. They're getting the love in. They're getting all of that fun stuff in. But we do have to talk a little bit about the club championship because, as we said, Falcons meeting that surprise exit. They don't have as many points right now as they did in previous years. So kind of like, what's going on?
I mean, that's a great question. You know, maybe they don't have the home field advantage anymore. Maybe it's them being in Paris. I don't know what it is, but I will say this. If you are a Falcons fan, make sure you tune in to Championship Sunday because Falcons currently are the back-to-back LAN champions for Warzone. So on Championship Sunday, they're looking to three-peat and have a perfect season at EWC and be able to hoist that trophy yet again.
But let's talk about this for a second. I was going to say Na'Vi was in that top spot, and I think it was VP right underneath. But the team that has been missing for me is, where's Team Liquid? They've been the runner-up 2 years in a row, and yet we are looking at the top 24 right now.
I'm seeing Heretics on the right. I don't see no Liquid on there.
I do not see Liquid.
They were there in the top 10 earlier, but it was pretty low. But again,
They were pretty low?
It's the same, right? It's the same story. A big contributing factor of how they were able to get top 2 last 2 years was because of their MLBB team as well, being one of the strongest teams, and they dropped out early. So no points, bang.
No points whatsoever. Man. Bang, bang indeed.
Bang, bang.
But, I mean, listen, in addition to all of the amazing esports that we have going on throughout this entire expo hall, we also have the Fan Fest. A lot of people kind of hanging out there, as well as the schedule for tomorrow that we could take a look at, starting with the Overwatch as well as Warzone, basically popping up there.
It's going to be a banger of a day, man. I tell you that.
What has the crowd been like in the Warzone area for you?
We got so many drums. We got so many cosplayers. The Ghosts have showed up from Call of Duty Ghosts. They got their face masks. They're all throughout the crowd. I mean, if you know the Genomates fans, the Paris Genomates, I mean, we got tons of Genomates fans, Falcons, Leviathan fans as well. Like, everyone is showing up for their squads. Championship Sunday for Warzone is going to be the loudest stage in this venue, and you can quote me on that.
I am excited to see it. But listen, again, I want to go watch those Street Fighter games. So, Mirko, last things from you.
MLBB is amazing. MSC continue to surprise. I think the EWC is going to have a crazy turn of events.
I mean, watch out for VP, Virtus Pro, all right? It doesn't matter the game. Virtus Pro, as far as an organization, I got high hopes for them this EWC.
All right, and everyone, this was the first ever EWC Spotlight in Paris. And I don't know about you guys, but I'm going to go watch the Street Fighter games. So, bye.
Let me know what happens.
Nope, I'm going.
Yo,
bye.
1v1 now? 1v1 now?
Let's go. Shoot, I'll run 1v1 rock, paper, scissors. Let's go. Game 5. Let's go.